Welcome everybody, the World Triathlon Multisport World Championships Townsville 2024. It has been a 12-day event. 19 World Championships wraps up today with the elite male and female 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championship here in Townsville. The sun is rising and we are ready for an incredible day of competition. As I said, to wrap up what has been an extraordinary 12 days of competition here in Townsville, North Queensland. We are in the sunshine capital of the state of Queensland. More than 320 sunny days every year, thriving population of 200,000 and magnificent magnetic island just 20 minutes from the coastline of Townsville. It is truly a spectacular location. 24 kilometres of walking trails, 23 beaches and bays, extraordinary island. The wildlife is amazing. The things you can do range from trail walking to catching up with the local wildlife, the koalas, the kangaroos, the wombats, and as we mentioned, those trails are just extraordinary. And then we come back to the mainland and Castle Hill, overlooking the city of Townsville. We're just short of a mountain by a couple of metres. And then, of course, the Great Barrier Reef. What an amazing marine wonderland. The diving, the Museum of Underwater Art is something to behold, and visitors coming from around the globe to join us in this incredible part of the world. Speaking of joining us today in an incredible part of the world, we have joining us in commentary Australian triathlon legend, 15-time Ironman champion, and the Triathlon Hall of Fame Legends of Sport Award recipient, Belinda Granger. Welcome to Townsville for the World Champs.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really, really happy to be here. I was looking back through the history books and seeing 1998, I competed in the long distance champs in Sado Island, Japan. I can't believe it. And now we're here, 2024, and it's in Australia, in Townsville, beautiful part of the world.
Look, the sights that we've seen this week have been extraordinary. We're seeing the vision of our lifeguards getting prepared to go out on the water. We do have an incredible bunch of lifeguards that service our beaches here in Townsville and out at Magnetic Island as well. It is just absolutely spectacular. And today, it is our long distance championship, a fantastic course. And we're going to run through this because it is quite an extraordinary course. Of course, we start off with a 3K swim. Not technical, but it's going to be interesting to see how we go. And it is a deep ocean start.
Yeah, deep ocean start. Also 2 laps with that Aussie exit, the famous Aussie exit, where they have to exit the water, run over that timing mat, and then re-enter the water for lap 2.
All right, so that's your swim course, 3Ks in total. We then hit the bike course, and this is a really interesting course. We're showing it on the map there. It's going to take in a lot of great features of our city. We're into 114 kilometres today. Yeah,
slightly shorter than we're used to seeing at a long distance champ. Normally it's around that 120 mark. So 114 kilometres, 3 laps. A lot of technical sections, not a lot of elevation, but I think just enough to make it interesting.
We're going to see some really fast times, particularly out to Cape Paloranda, which is the long run along the coastal area. And there's a strip of Walcott Street in the back part of the city, just in behind Castle Hill. Also some great features of our city. We'll talk more about that as we get through it. They then come off the bike course, 3 laps of that, the run course, 30 kilometres.
30 kilometres, and obviously this is where we're going to see the action taking place. 2 lots of 12-kilometre loops and then a shorter third loop of only 6 kilometres. Pretty much pancake flat. I think there is one tiny little elevation that they will need to do on each lap, but 30 kilometres, it is a long run, and for a lot of our athletes, they are doing this distance for the very first time, so it's going to be interesting at the latter stages to see what happens.
Yeah, of course, today we will be covering the elite men and women. We do have age groupers. An incredible amount of athletes have descended on Townsville to be a part of this World Championship, representing 39 countries. Have a look at those shots we're getting here over the Strand. It's our main water area. Of course, we've got the beautiful rock pool in the top there and Kissing Point, part of Jazeen Barracks. Let's have a look at the temperature set up for today. It is a tropical wonderland. This is winter. We've had a little bit of light rain. I don't know where that came from. 19 degrees air temperature at the moment. We'll probably get up around 27 later in the day. Water temperature, is that an issue for us today?
Look, sitting currently at 23.4 degrees, so obviously it will be a non-wetsuit swim for our elite males and females, but a wetsuit optional swim for our age group athletes. That is warm water, particularly for our European athletes. That is warm. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. They will need to hydrate properly once out, but look, for our Australian athletes, it's perfect for them.
Yeah. winter wonderland. Again, all the briefings happening with our safety crew, the lifeguards. These shots that we're seeing across this week out of Townsville have been phenomenal. We saw incredible pictures for our Duathlon World Championships back last weekend. It was wonderful. The feedback about this city we're getting from the athletes has been nothing short of sensational. It really has. They've loved it, coming from all over the world.
Well, look, this is my very first time. I can't believe I'm actually saying this to you. This is my very first time ever to Townsville, and it is absolutely glorious. What a spot for a triathlon.
All right, let's take you through some of the athletes who are going to be competing in our elite men and women. We're going to start with a look at our elite men's field for this particular race. I asked you to pick out a couple of athletes we should keep an eye on. You first of all started off with Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain.
Now, Antonio is the fastest on paper. Now, let me tell you, on paper is on paper. What happens on race day is anyone's guess, but he is the fastest on paper. He was also second last year at this event in Ibiza. Recently won Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz with a run time of 2:37, so he's always one of the fastest runners, and I expect him to be with the fastest runner here today.
All right, next one you picked out is Aussie Stephen McKenna.
Yeah, obviously a crowd favourite. He's solid over all three disciplines, and I just feel this distance really suits his strengths. Right now, Steve is healthy, fit and ready. Turned 33 yesterday, so what a birthday gift for himself if he could win today.
All right, we're going to skip through to another Aussie, Sam Betton. Tell me a little bit about Sam.
Sammy B, well, this is his third time racing here in Townsville, so he's very familiar with the course, very familiar with the setup. It's also his fourth time at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships. Look, I'd love to see him have a great race. He's been in the sport almost as long as I have. Don't tell him I said that. But yes, he should have a great race here.
All right, we caught up with Sam after the race briefing. Let's have a look at what he had to say about the long distance champs today in Townsville.
Yeah, I think it's really special being here in Townsville. It's in my home state of Queensland. I've raced up here actually and done the event the last 2 years, so I'm really familiar with the course. The crowds are always amazing. The locals get out here and really support it. And to have a World Championships in Townsville, it's really unbelievable. So how can you say no to racing up here, especially if you're an Aussie? I think the swim's a really interesting one up here. It's luckily enough for us Aussies, we get to swim in the ocean, which is really special for an Australian race. And the course, I think in the morning, like, it is nice and flat and calm here. There's not, waves to contest with or anything like that. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a fast swim. A lot of the Aussie boys and girls, we're keen to get out there and really kind of set the pace early on in the day. Having raced up here before, I know the bike course relatively well. It's a really beautiful one. I mean, we're along the coastline a lot of the time, so that's always nice to get a bit of a distraction and look out to the side. But I think it is deceptively tough. There's a few little ups and downs. There's a lot of corners here and there. So it's not a straightforward bike course, and I think you'll just have to have your wits about you and see how the race plays out too. I think multi-loop courses give you that opportunity to really see where your competition's at. And this course is great for that. So I think we'll see some fast racing on the bike and guys and girls looking where each other are out on course, which always makes for a different kind of tactical dynamic of the race. I think the Race Ranger device is something that a lot of pro athletes really embrace and love, because it kind of gives us the accountability out on course as well, to know the distances and see where we're at. So yeah, really excited for that. And I think it'll make for a really fair World Championships, which is what every athlete really desires. It's definitely a smaller, more refined field. I was lucky enough to represent Australia at the World Triathlon Long Distance World Championships a couple of years ago in Oklahoma, in Sweden and in China. So this is my fourth World Triathlon Long Distance World Championships, which is exciting, and it is a different field. I think it's really strong in terms of the Australian side of athletes. We've got some really good Europeans, a few athletes from the States that have come over here, but I mean, it's a World Championships, so I don't think it's going to be an easy race. It's going to be a good field, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to just getting out there and kind of seeing what we can do with the Australians, and then all the age groupers too that have raced over this last week. I'm sure a lot of them will be out there cheering us all on. So the atmosphere is going to be amazing. It's an awesome course, and yeah, really looking forward to the race and seeing how it all plays out.
From Aussie Sam Betton. So that is our male elite field. There is a great bunch of names, nearly 21 athletes taking part. Let's go over and take a look at our female list in the elites. One of the athletes we want to talk about straight up is Marta Legownik. She is one that really does stand out in this field, Belinda.
She does. She's a favourite on paper, strongest over all three disciplines, and has had a solid season so far with 2 middle distance wins, including the European middle distance champs in Portugal. This, however, would be her first time over this distance, this longer distance. distance, and I expect her to get some stiff competition from both French athletes Charlene Clavel and Marianne Legrand.
And one other name that does stand out, and we love her, Ayuida. She's a 3-time Olympian and certainly could be in the mix today.
And now, honestly, this woman has some resume to her name. Absolutely incredible. 41 years of age, 3-time Olympian, switched to long course racing in 2022, and she is just such a fabulous ambassador for our sport.
We also caught up with the amazing Ayuida from Race Briefing. Let's have a look at that right now.
I'm so happy to back to the World Triathlon racing, and this race is coming to Charlotte, and Legrand has a long time together continue the racing. Townsville is a very hot sun. I like to the hot and high humid and up down course as I like it. Yeah, I hope so get the podium, and my power position the running. The uphill is very good, and the downhill is a little bit not good technique. I think so. The first running, the small pack, and the hiking. Now I try the Ironman racing and the long distance racing. I think so. At first, duathlon racing to get the speed, and I hope so more level up, and continue the. I love triathlon, Olympic distance, sprint distance, and long distance. Every love the triathlon. I hope so. Not stop the. Yeah, enjoy. Yeah. All athletes. Thank you for make the event, the World Triathlon and the Townsville people. We enjoy the Multisport Festival. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting.
Representing Japan, that is Ayuida in our elite women race this week. There are some pretty incredible women racing in this event. You've picked out another couple we should definitely keep an eye on.
Look, I mentioned it right before. Charlene Clavel from France and Marianne Legrand. Marianne Legrand, I mean, she's already had such success here. She was the gold medalist at the duathlon sprint distance, also in the mixed duathlon as well. So 2 gold medals to her name already. She is by far the fastest runner on course that's racing today. Beautiful runner. So we may not be talking about it too much to start with, but I think by about that halfway mark of the run, we will be talking about her.
And she'd probably like that. She'd be happy with that. Just to sit back and then bang, be there at the finish line. And again, that's what it is all about as we get set for what is going to be an amazing day. Lights starting to shine brighter here in Townsville. There is our start line, of course, before we send our swimmers out for their deep ocean start. Preparation is everything. There's no doubt about it. What's going through the athletes' minds right now as they're preparing for the long distance? You've done this before. What's in your head right now?
You know what? All the hard work's been done. The most important thing now is to keep the nerves calm. You know, it's important that you are nervous, because if you're nervous, it means you care.
Yeah, right.
And you need to care because you know that you are going to be pushing yourself to your limits. I think that's how I knew when it was time to retire, because I get to a start line, I'd be like, oh, I don't mind how I go today. I just want to have fun out there. You know, these athletes will be nervous. Nerves are good. They're a good thing.
All right, well, let's find out how it looks. It is time to go down for our introductions. Let's go down to our Master of Ceremonies on court. Let's go down and catch up with Pete Murray.
Delegate Catherine Hall, Australia. Head referee Juliet Fay, New Zealand. Medical delegate Dr. Jonathan King, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the elite men athletes of the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, Townsville. Wearing number 1 from Slovakia, 2022 Middle Distance Duathlon World Champion, 7th at the Middle Distance European Championships 2024, Andrei Kubo. Wearing number 2 from Spain, 2nd at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championship Ibiza 2023, Middle Distance European Champion 2024, Antonio Benito Lopez. Wearing number 3 from Belgium, Middle Distance European Champion 2023, Louis Nair. Wearing number 4 from Ireland, Ackland O'Reilly. Wearing number 5 from Australia, Sam Bennett. Number 6 from France, Arthur Horsau. Number 7 from Australia, Nicholas Free. Number 8, born and bred in Townsville, Jai Spriggs. Number 9 from France, Dylan Manuel. Number 10 from Japan, Tsukasa Kuyama. Number 11 from Nepal, Santosh Ray. Number 14 from Australia, Charlie Quinn. 15 from the United States, Jonathan Doolan. 16 from Australia, Calvin Amos. 17 from New Zealand, Jason Christie. 18 from Australia, Ben Hill. 19 from Nepal, Santosh Kamachaya. Number 20, Ironman New Zealand champion, Steve McKenna. And 21, the Ironman Asia Pacific champion from Australia, Matt Burton. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our elite male now on the water, ready for a race start at 6:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. will be the start of the World Triathlon Long Course World Championship race. Our males are on the swim course. We are due for a great day of 3K swim, a 116 kilometre cycle, and a 30 kilometre run. Men, we need you back between the two orange boys. Please drift back. Please move back between the two orange boys. Stay where you are. That's perfect. We are 35 seconds away from race start. Stay where you are, gentlemen. Have a great day. This is the World Triathlon Long Course World Championship. 20 seconds to race start. 20 seconds to race start. Stay where you are. You are in the starter's hands.
On your mark.
Well, we are underway. Some of the world's best elite on their way to the 3K swim, 116 cycle, 30K run. 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 116 cycle, 30K r Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the elite women athletes of the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, Townsville. Wearing 25 from Poland, the middle distance European champion, 2024, Marta Lagowink. Wearing 26 from Japan, the 2023 middle distance national champion, Misaki Tanaka. Wearing 27 from Japan, the 2013 Triathlon world champion, A. Ueda. Wearing 28 from France, Charlene Clavel. Number 30, 9th at the Triathlon World Championships, Townsville 2024, from Germany, Julia Klein. 31 from France, 2024 Triathlon World Champion, 2x2 Triathlon Mixed Relay World Champion, Marion Legrand. 32 from Australia, Catherine Gillespie Jones. 33 from France, 2019 Under-23 Aquathon World Champion, Yuli Emelor. 34 from Australia, Emily Donker. 35 from Australia, Sarah Thomas. Our elite female on the start line of the World Triathlon Long Course Championship. "20 seconds to race start, 20 seconds to race start for our elite female. Great lineup, ladies. Stay where you are between the two orange boys. The World Championship elite female. You are in the starters' hands."
On your mark.
Our swim is underway. This is a 3-kilometre swim. Our elite males and our elite females are out on track for our long-distance triathlon with a deep ocean start, Belinda. We've seen a lot of starts in triathlons and those sorts of events. Ironman, where you're off the beach, into the water, but this was a deep ocean start.
Look, I love a beach start because it lends itself for dramatics, dramatics and fireworks with people tripping over. I think because it's a world championship, a deep water start, it's just more efficient. There's less chance for things to go wrong.
Yep.
It's an even playing field for all athletes, hence why we've seen it here today. And you can look down there now at this men elite race, and you can see we've got two distinct packs already that have formed, with two athletes leading the way. I love it when they start to get into formation,
Yeah.
and obviously, you know, you've got someone just off the front. They're our fastest swimmers for our men's race. Antonio Lopez, Steve McKenna, Nicholas Free, and Charlie Quinn are our standout swimmers for our
Yep.
elite men.
Let's also notice, and you picked this up, a little bit swelly there at the start. So what are the sort of things that our swimmers have to keep in mind? It's not a big chop by any stretch, but that little bit of swell, what have they got to keep an eye on?
Yeah, well, for 6:30 in the morning, you know, you can see that ripple on top of the water, so it is a little windy down there already. But the biggest thing that I could see, and you can see it on screen now, is there is definitely a bit of swell forming. We could see that when we had the shots at the beginning. And what this does is it will mean that the athletes will need to sight the buoys just a little bit more often than what they normally would, because that swell can push you off course before you know it. Obviously, efficiency-wise, you want to be able to swim and just breathe like you normally would, but the athletes are going to have to lift their heads a little more often now just to sight those buoys to make sure that they're on track.
All right, so it's a little congested out the front, which it can be at this time, but it does split a group of swimmers from other athletes who are maybe not the swimmers that they'd want to be, but they'll pick that up as we get onto the bike and the run. So this is the opening leg. Remember, it's a 2-lap swim, 3 kilometres. As you mentioned, once they get out of the water, there's a great little bit of pack up onto the beach.
That is, and I mean, Aussie exit, and you know, we get asked all the time, why is it called the Aussie exit? And I think it's something that we've done here in Australia since triathlon first came to this country, we've always had the Aussie exit, and it makes it exciting. It also helps spectators see where the swimmers are. On a long swim like 3 kilometres, we get to see the athletes now at 1,500 metres before they then jump in the water to complete lap 2.
How difficult is it? I mean, obviously this field, particularly with the men, we've only got 21 competitors, and I imagine at times there's a whole lot more, but how hard is it? I mean, getting a kick in their mouth every now and then, a bit of a smack in the back. It's interesting how much that could change the dynamic of your day as well.
Yeah, 21 athletes, that's actually nice. That's a nice number to deal with, and there wouldn't have been a lot of what we call argy-bargy at the beginning. And you can see already they've worked their way out, and you've got that beautiful spearhead that you can see down, the great footage that our drone's giving us today. For the women, only 11, so that would have sorted itself out very quickly. And some of these athletes that are racing today are originally from short course backgrounds. We talked about Ueda, 3-time Olympian. She's used to starting with about 60 or 70 women in the swim. So this is heaven for her right now.
A good opportunity. We've got our female swimmers out in the water already. A couple dropping back a little bit. But as we expect, because as you alluded to, we have some really high-class quality female swimmers in this, and some that aren't so good on the swim, but will certainly make it up later in the day.
Yeah, well, we talked about Marianne Legrand. She's the fastest runner in the field, but she's a duathlete. She did win her first middle distance race this year, so, really has been working on her swim. But her swim is definitely not a strength, whereas her teammate, Julie Iamolo, also from France, very, very strong swimmer. Actually, she's a standout swimmer here. With the men, we know that we're going to get a group of about 4 or 5 out together.
Yep.
But with our women, Julie is definitely the standout swimmer.
All right, we're seeing the turnaround buoy. The men have gone around that now, and the women athletes are starting to make some ground. One of the things that you mentioned to me a little bit earlier, the fact that we do have our age groupers today. There's a nice gap between the female elites and the age groupers. In the past, we've had some events where that's been a little bit closer start, and that causes a little bit of fun and games during the day as well.
Yeah, look, as a former pro, obviously the age group men often used to play a part in our race, and what I've loved today, and obviously when I started doing my research for this race, was the huge gap. I think it's 23-minute gap.
Gotcha.
Back to the age group men, and it just means that the women get a fair and clean race to themselves, and they don't need to worry about the age group men catching them. And any age group men that do happen to catch them at the latter stages of the bike, they're going to be going that fast that it won't be an issue. But it's always good to see the women have a clean race.
One of the things that we're loving is the drone pictures, and look at that, the sun coming
coming
up,
up,
that beautiful
beautiful
glimmer on the water here, and we've seen it all week with the incredible vision of our great city of Townsville. Today, as we mentioned, 21 elite males, 11 elite females, and this is the opening lap of their 3-kilometre swim. The ladies coming up to their first big turnaround before they make their way back down along the strand. And at the moment, that little bit of swell, we saw some conditions earlier in the week on Tuesday for the cross triathlon, which weren't great, but apart from that, the swimming and the event has been spectacular. And you were saying this is your first time in Townsville. I can't believe that.
Honestly, I can't either, and it's absolutely beautiful. I've got some friends back home in Noosa who come up here regularly for holidays. And I'm thinking, why would you do it when you live in Noosa? But now I understand it's absolutely lovely. And look at that, just as I predicted, that is Julie Iamolo with a humongous lead, only 6 minutes, 11 seconds into this race, and she is already establishing herself. Unbelievable. Look at that pan back. So really, she is such a class swimmer. And she's got a big group behind her. That lead is only going to grow over the 3 kilometres, and she's going to get onto that bike with a really solid lead.
That is an absolutely incredible lead in such a short distance. Now, if she's going to keep doing that over a 3K swim, that's a really good head start. What's her bike and run like?
Look, she's a solid athlete. She's got as I said, her swim is her standout, but she's a solid bike rider. She's not the fastest on paper, but she'd certainly be up there in the top 3. And her run, I would say that of the 3 disciplines, her run is her weakness.
Yeah, okay.
But you know what? It's a world championship, and it's incredible when you do a race of this caliber, when it's got such a prestigious title behind it. Crazy things happen, and you almost you grow wings. So I would love to see Julie have a great race here today. But yeah, she's very, very strong swimmer, solid biker, but her run is where it's going to change.
And we know the French have been super good at this
Brilliant.
over the last couple of years in particular, haven't they?
Well, look, last year in Ibiza, of course, Marjolaine Pierre was the winner, and her partner, Clément Mignon, both won, so 2 French athletes. And what I love about the French is they've got such a strong federation. And we've seen here already, they've got a great group over here with managers, physios, photographers. They really take this championship very, very seriously. And because of that, they reap the rewards.
We've got more shots of the men as well. Back to our lead woman. So out the front in the males, it looks like we've got a group of maybe 4 or 5 in particular. And again, pretty much what you were expecting to see from the opening swim leg.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the Aussie boys, Charlie Quinn, Nicholas Free and Steve McKenna, are all class swimmers. And Antonio Benito Lopez, also very, very strong swimmer. He'd be going for the title. He was second in Ibiza last year, so I know for a fact that he'll want nothing more than to step up on that podium into the top spot.
That is pretty big gap open up in the women. And again, there's our group of elite males. Probably a little bit more than, 5, 6, 7?
It's actually a big group, a lot bigger than what we'd anticipated, but we are still in the early stages of this swim. We definitely know that Antonio, Steve McKenna, Nicholas Free, Charlie Quinn will be up there, but you can see now a few more managing to hold the feet. Definitely a huge advantage if these men can stay in this group. Sitting on feet, you save a lot of energy, so these men in a great position so far.
One of the things that we will see a lot in this event today, there's a lot of opportunity where you do get to sight your competitors. So if you do have a bit of a lead, there's a lot of areas, particularly through the bike and the run also, where you can get a really good idea of where your nearest competitors are. You better steer them straight in the face. Yeah,
well, that's a lot of 180-degree turns, so you get to see where you are. And for someone like Maddie Burton, we haven't spoken about Matt Burton, but Matt Burton, one of the favourites here for the Australians, not renowned for his swim, but incredibly strong cyclist, the strongest cyclist on course, and has really improved his run. Had an incredible race in Ironman Cairns in June where he took the win. Probably the best race I've ever seen Matt do.
Wow.
And so for athletes like him, he'll know he's going to come out with a deficit, so he knows he's going to hit T1 with a deficit over these men that we see on screen now. But having the advantage of being able to see exactly where they are on certain parts of the course, it's just he's going to feed off of that, and it's going to make him want to catch that front group.
But you made a really good point there. If you know exactly how you are as a swimmer and know that you're going to have a deficit, you're not coming out of the water with any surprises. You know that there's going to be a group of your competitors ahead of you, but you know what is your strengths and weaknesses. So that's got to play a big part of not getting a surprise as to getting out of the water and go, well, where did they go?
No, you're right. Look, I went to the pro briefing yesterday, just wanted to be there to see the athletes.
Yep.
You often get a feel for how an athlete is feeling physically, mentally, emotionally. And one thing, Maddie Burton was a little disappointed when he heard that it was going to be no wetsuits, that it was pretty certain it was going to be no wetsuits for the elites because he knows that, obviously wearing a wetsuit would be an advantage for him being a slower swimmer. But, once that gun goes off today, he knows he's got a job to do, so it'll be all business for Maddie.
All right, so we do have a group of our elite males leading out at the moment, just over 13, almost 14 minutes into their long-distance event today. The women a couple of minutes behind, and already we've seen that gap open up at the front of the field in our elite females as the sun starts to shine like diamonds on the water here in Townsville and Cleveland Bay. From here to Magnetic Island, 20 minutes on the ferry. It's only about 8 Ks. We do, of course, have the Magnetic Island to Townsville swim, which has been an annual event for something like over 50 years now. Back in the day, it was done with shark cages. Those cages have long gone, but it is a very well-renowned ocean water swim.
And how long's that swim?
It's a couple of hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, so it's a decent
It's a decent event, but there's been a lot of big-name, water swimmers who have come and swum that event over the years. So a lot of tradition in that swim. Today, these guys, fortunately, nice and close to the shore, a 3K 2-lap swim.
Well, speaking about Magnetic Island, I know that World Triathlon organised for quite a big group of age group and professional athletes to go over there and spend the day over there and see all that they had to offer. And from all accounts, and speaking to some of the athletes, they had an absolute ball. A lot of them overseas athletes from Spain and France getting to cuddle koalas. Yes. I mean, even for an Australian, that's something pretty special.
It is, of course, one of the biggest koala populations on the northern coast of Australia on Magnetic Island, and a great facility where they do a lot of research, and the medical care for the koala population is pretty incredible. And that is about to grow into a worldwide tourism event at Maggie Island, the sanctuary there, which is fantastic. So once again, our swimmers just rolling through that swell. Obviously takes just a little more out of you.
It does. It definitely, when I first got here on Friday, it was like a mill pond.
Yep.
So to see it today, it doesn't look so bad from that aerial shot, but you can see that there is quite a lot of swell around, and it is going to be a little bit more difficult today.
All right, so left-hand turn at the buoy marker to head us back towards in the shore for that Aussie exit. We'll see that on camera very soon with our leading group of elite male swimmers. Just a quick look up from a couple of the competitors, sight where their opposition is. What have we got there? About 5 or 6?
5 or 6, I would say, and it's going to be interesting to see who. You can see it starting to it's split just a little bit. You can see one swimmer off the back of that group now, but definitely bigger than the 4 than we'd anticipated. One athlete we haven't spoken about, one of the French athletes, Arthur Horsale. Now, he's the training partner of Sam Laidlow, the current Ironman world champion. He's also coached by Sam's father, Richard Laidlow. Now, he won Ironman Austria back in June, so we know he's in pretty good form. Long trip for our Europeans.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realise we know how far we are from the rest of the world.
We do it all the time, that's right.
It's not until a lot of people get on those planes and make those flights out to Australia they realise just how far Australia is away. And, of course, here in Townsville, we're 1,400 kilometres from Brisbane, the capital city of our state of Queensland. So we are a long way away. And for a lot of these athletes, they would never have been to a region that far away from the capital city of that particular country. That's what it's like in Australia. 1,400 k's from Brisbane, but it is only a 2-hour flight from Brisbane, so it is great for tourists to get here. But yeah, a very different part of the world and a very different winter to any of the winters that a lot of our athletes have ever known.
And I did see, that looked like it was Jonathan Dolan. Now, that's an athlete we haven't spoken about. He's a young American athlete racing here for the first time over this distance. At 22 years of age, he's the youngest in the field by quite some way.
Yeah. He is, though, going to be an athlete that's got a penalty to serve when he gets to transition.
He will, and that's why I'm really interested to see that if that is him indeed that is leading, about to come out, having completed a little bit of a dolphin dive there. Beautiful swimming.
So our first male elite athlete.
Yep, and it is him indeed. So he'll be now doing what we call the Aussie exit and making his way into lap 2. And as you mentioned, he will have, at the completion of this second lap, unfortunately, he was late attending the pro briefing yesterday, so he did incur a 1-minute penalty, which he will have to do in T1 before he actually heads out on the bike ride.
One of 2 athletes that will be doing that, Jason Christie from New Zealand, also will get a 1-minute penalty. So this is an opportunity for Jonathan Dolan. If he can give himself a little bit of time on this second lap of the swim, reduce the difference of that 1-minute penalty he's going to have when he does get to transition. So if he can open up a gap, even if it is 5, 10, 15 seconds, that's less time that's going to take out of his lead.
Yeah, mentally he's just going to have to accept the way it is. It's really difficult because he's obviously going to get out of the water in that lead group. He's going to watch them all disappear while he has to stand there and wait. But there's nothing he can do about it. He has to accept that now, and he just needs to stay cool and calm. 22 years of age, he is very, very young, so it'll be interesting to see how he actually handles this.
All right, so the men have done their first lap, 19 minutes in, the women on 16, and again, we have a very big lead from our lead elite female.
We do. Julie, she's an exceptional swimmer. We've already mentioned that. We expected her to get out on her own. We're expecting her to have a lead of around 2 to 3 minutes, actually, at the end of this 3 kilometres.
Gee, that's considerable, isn't it?
It is. And then behind her, it should be a reason. There was supposed to be, on paper, this is all on paper, I have to say, it was supposed to be quite a big group. But you can see already, if we pan back, that women's group has really split. We've got 2 swimmers swimming on their own behind, and then it's a small group just off the back of that. But we know Marta Legownik, Charlene Clavel, Emily Donker, they are all reasonably similar in their swim. So it'll be interesting to see just what those gaps are once we get to the end of this 1,500 metres.
That looked like Sam Benton just getting his first lap complete. The Aussie exit, back into the water he'll go. Is there a benefit in being out on your own swimming, or is that pack a little bit like a lot of racing when it gets to this? Sometimes being out on your own is a little bit more difficult. Obviously, it's not making a difference for our leader at the moment. But is there any benefit in having that little bit of a pack in the swim?
Oh, definitely. If you've got someone that's slightly faster than you and you're able to sit on their feet, the gains that you get and the energy you can conserve is priceless.
Yeah.
I always used to love sitting on feet. I never used to like leading. I used to like making sure I found some feet that were just slightly faster, and it was so comfortable. And sitting on feet is a massive, massive energy gain.
Well, there you are. You start to see the opening splits. We've got Dolan from Quinn, Benito Lopez in that opening pack. Magnian, McKenna and O'Reilly are your top 6 swimmers out of the water for the elite males. They're back into the water for the second half of their 3K swim. The 1.5K lap it is for our swimmers. And this looks like another athlete about to jump out of the water as well.
And great to see that was the other French athlete, Dylan Magnian, also very, very strong. So he's having a fantastic swim right now, being able to sit the feet of those 4 top swimmers that we spoke about earlier.
And that looks like that might be Nick Free.
And I'm actually surprised because Nick Free's, he's a solid swimmer.
Calvin Amos.
Calvin Amos. I was going to say, because Nick Free, he's a really good swimmer, so I wouldn't expect him to be that far down. Calvin Amos, not renowned for his swimming.
So a majority of our male athletes out of the water onto their second lap now.
Wow, and our lead female, Julie Iamolo, what a swim from this young French woman. She really is such a class swimmer. And it is a nice place for her to be. She would be used to being in this position. She knows she's a strong swimmer. Being out there, she gets to swim at her own pace. She's got no one touching her feet. Nothing, no distractions.
If you're a strong swimmer, you take advantage of it
Absolutely,
every time, right?
you do. Yep.
So she is not too far away now from the Aussie exit. She'll jump out of the water, up around the boys, and then back in for her second lap. The women now on course for just over 19 minutes in this long-distance event. Remember, let's run through it again. It's a 3K swim course, 114 Ks on the bike, and the 30K run course to wrap us up for this World Championship here in Townsville. First feet back on the sand, and out of the water comes Julie Imola from France, born in 1999 in Australia. And a quick little tap of the watch around the boys and back into the water. She'll be able to have a quick look over and see where everyone else is and know she has a very strong lead.
She really does. She's 25 years of age, from France. She raced Ironman Hamburg, finished 6th there, got the national record, so she's the fastest French woman over the Ironman distance. So very, very solid athlete.
Not another woman in sight in the shot.
That's incredible. Look at that.
That's a big gap to open up. He's our second competitor now. That's a huge gap over 1.5 Ks.
Well, we've predicted around a 3-minute lead coming into transition. So it will be close to that at the end of this second 1,500 metres, but wonderful, wonderful racing from Julie so far.
Second and third positions also pretty clear of the rest of the bunch as well. So reasonably tight between 2 and 3, and then dropping back to the rest of the female elite field. We'll see our second swimmer out of the water very, very soon. There we go.
Here they come now. A little bit of a dolphin, so you can see now that the swimmers, usually what you do, as soon as your fingertips can touch the sand, that's when it's time to start dolphining to get yourself out of the water onto that sand. Really tough feeling right now because all of your blood is in your upper body. It's all in your shoulders and your arms, and all of a sudden you're asking your body to run up onto sand and around back into the water. So it's not a pleasant feeling, let me tell you that. And then, of course, you don't want that blood to go down to the legs because you need it back up in the arms again for once you dive in for that second lap. So I always love the Aussie exit because it really does. It mixes things up and makes it a little bit more difficult for the athletes, which is always great.
We love that. And there's a fair bit of difficulty to come across the rest of the day. Another big group of our elite females coming out of the water.
That was Tanaka from Japan.
See the likes of Charlene Clavel in that group, wearing the number 28 cap.
And, of course, she is one of our favourites to take the win here today. She is the strongest cyclist on paper. Very, very strong rider.
I can't believe how big a gap has been opened up at the front of this field.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Look at that, 1 minute 49 between Amola, Tanaka, and back to Clavel.
So that's even more than we anticipated, because we thought it would be 3 minutes by the end of the swim, but she's almost got 2 minutes after 1,500 metres.
Wow. If she doubles that out, that is pretty considerable, and probably a little bit more than we even expected.
But great to see Marta Legownik up there, and Emily Donker. Of course, Emily Donker, partner of Toby Coote, the infamous. You've had a great week with Toby Coote here on the live coverage.
We had Toby in commentary, of course, last weekend for the duathlons. He's running around outside. He will join us at times throughout the commentary today to give us a little bit of an insight, particularly at the back end of the swim, some of his thoughts and other little things that he'll be able to see out on course for us today. So we look forward to Toby joining us. He'll have that little bit of anticipation in the back of his mind, keeping an eye on his swimmer, of course, Emily, as well. The males out for 26 minutes, women 23. And I've got a feeling, from looking at those shots, those two swimmers were the men, last couple of men coming in between, because I thought they might have been the film, but the women are all bunched together in that second spot. So interesting just how quickly we've seen our leader go out. Can she maintain that through the rest of the day? Well, that's going to play out on the streets of Townsville a little bit later today.
And that big front group of men, we know Jonathan Doolan from the USA leading the way. Charlie Quinn is in that group. Antonio Benito Lopez. Dylan Magningan having a great swim. Steve McKenna and Aiken O'Reilly from Ireland.
So they're in a bunch of about 6 before we get back to Nick Free, currently almost on his own, about 6 seconds behind that lead group. And then we drop down to another bunch after that.
And I have to say, it is the worst possible place for Nicholas Free to be. 15 seconds off that group, so he can basically see them. Just can't quite get to them. That elastic band has just started to snap. He really, you almost want him to put in, if you could put in a surge and just get on the back of those feet, because it would be a huge advantage for him.
So we do certainly have some congested swimming, but we do have some that have, as you said, got that little bit of a gap in no man's land, which, as you've alluded to, is certainly not a place you want to be at any of the stages during a triathlon.
No, definitely not. And Nicholas Free is a class swimmer. We know that he's great over the middle distance. I'll be really interested to see how he goes over this distance. It's not quite an Ironman distance race, a full distance race, but it's certainly a lot longer and a lot more difficult than a middle distance, particularly when you look at the swim. It's a long swim and it's a long run.
It does take a lot of time. And I guess when you allude to the fact 3Ks, people think, oh, it can't be too far. But there's a lot that plays into it condition-wise as well. A little bit of swell, a little bit of chop now because we do have this lead group. But they do have enough space in between them. It's not like they're actually swimming on each other's shoulders, particularly first, second, back to third, fourth, maybe sitting on each other's shoulders. The rest got a little bit of room to move, so not too much of a challenge.
No, and as I said, to be able to find feet that just that a little bit faster than you, it gives you an opportunity to conserve some energy. So you can see there's one athlete on the outside there in the yellow cap trying to make their way around. So he's actually swimming out there on his own, whereas the rest of them are quite happy to sit on those feet in front of them.
Remember, this is the second lap now. Final lap of the swim before we start out on the bike course. Conditions, temperatures starting to rise a little bit. We're getting up into the 20s now, the early 20 degrees. Humidity not particularly an issue at this stage, and humidity hasn't been a major problem during this week so far. 50s and 60s, which for us is pretty good. Once you get to summer, we start getting the humidities up in the high 90s. It can be a little bit traumatic at times, particularly from people way out in the who've come from distances where it's been quite cold. You get that humidity, it's a bit of a shock.
For the Europeans, the humidity is the killer. Most of our Europeans, obviously, we were talking about the conditions and whether they would play a part with our European athletes. But, I was just over in Europe and they've had a pretty hot summer, and particularly countries like Spain where it's been upward of 40 degrees, but it's a dry heat.
Yes, very different.
It's not that humidity that we get here. So I honestly think that the conditions we're going to see here today, I'm not sure they're going to play a part like we thought that they would. For many of the Australian athletes, they're coming out of winter. And so our athletes that live down south in New South Wales, Victoria, even down in South Australia, they're coming out of a pretty cold winter.
Yeah.
Whereas our Europeans are coming from a very, very warm summer. So I think we've got a fairly even playing field. It levels things out a bit, yeah, absolutely.
Out there at the moment, we've got a southeasterly at 7 kilometres an hour. So it's certainly not a major issue, but has created a little bit of swell. Back to the front of the field, and the men you can see that gap from the main group back to Nick Free, who is out on his own at the back of the field. Just that little bit too far off the group.
I really feel for him because, as I said, you know, every time he looks up and sights them, he can see them. He just can't quite get to them. But hats off to Nicholas. He's just got to keep his head down and just keep doing what he's doing, rolling those arms over, trying not to let that gap blow out any further than what it is. But for the men up front, you know, it's certainly a lot easier when you are sitting on those feet.
So this is going to be fantastic to have that group of 6 athletes come out of the water and get into transition. We'll talk about that more as we get there. But there you go. We have an incredible shot down along the waterline and the gaps that are opening out back in the field.
Oh, that's incredible. Absolutely. Look how far back that is. That's amazing. Great aerial view, though.
Gives you that view of that little bit of swell that you've talked about as well. You can just see that gentle rolling swell rolling across the swimmers.
Unbelievable. If we pan right back to the start, you can see that is actually, we've got our age group race also going here. We've got our para athletes also racing here today. And then a little later on, we've got our aquathon. So all of our age group athletes that are participating in the aquathon as well.
Yeah, a total of 540 athletes out on the long course field today, 370 in the aqua bike, and of course across this week, over 3,000 athletes from 39 countries. It was incredible to do the Parade of Nations back Thursday week ago to see all of the flags, the nations represented, who have come to Townsville for this World Championship. Quite diverse countries, and just the smiles on their faces as they made their way in for the opening ceremony was a memory that I'll hold for a long, long time.
Look, I must admit, I got off the plane Friday afternoon, came straight into town, and I went for a walk because I wanted to get my bearings, and I could not stop smiling. I had the biggest smile on my face, seeing everyone in their country kit. You know, seeing all the Australians in their green and gold.
Yeah.
And I think because we've just had the Olympics in Paris and we've been watching it on television, it just seems so appropriate. And so it was an amazing feeling. It gave me goosebumps just to see everyone so proud wearing their team uniforms.
And this location, pretty spectacular as well. The Strand is our waterfront esplanade. We have a lot of cafes and restaurants. There are some great residences along there as well. It's one of those places that almost everybody comes to do a walk in the morning or the afternoon. That afternoon breeze, particularly in summer when it's really hot, a really nice breeze that comes through there. It's nice and flat. The families get out there. You've got people rollerblading and out on scooters and running and walking. It's just a great location. And then looking straight back over Maggie Island. It's a beautiful place to be.
It really is. I took a walk down the Strand, and the amount of beautiful cafes and restaurants. And I must admit, my friends who have been here quite a few times have given me a list of fantastic places to go to. I've been ticking them all off every day. It's fantastic. And the big banyan trees. Yeah. That's what I love the most. And absolutely gorgeous. You know, it actually gave me feelings of Kona. So it feels a little bit like Hawaii. It really is absolutely beautiful. So as I said, this may be my first time to Townsville, but it most certainly will not be my last.
All right, we're seeing that look back down that final leg of the swim. The wrap-up of the 3K swim is getting pretty close for our lead elite males now. A big group of elite males. And then we go back. The field does start to spread out a little bit, as we've talked about. Nick Free is that little bit off, further back to the rest. And our lead female athlete is just blowing the field apart. Julia Klein has set the standard in swimming today.
Julia Molo, yes, she has. Yep, she has. She's an incredible athlete, as we mentioned. And you can see there now, if you're wondering who those other swimmers are, that you can see to the right of screen. They, of course, we've got our Paralympics, and we've also got our age group athletes getting ready to go, and our aquathon as well. But you can see once our elite men make their way to those green turn cans, they are the last cans that they will need to turn before they then make their way into shore. And it's around a 450-metre run from the swim exit up into T1, into transition. Yeah,
nice soft sand, and then the run up the beach to get up into transition is something really, really cool. So we'll see that very soon. We've got a lot of cameras out there. We'll have our motos out on field as well and show you some of the incredible sights of our city as well. Our long-distance triathlon world championship today, the final events in what has been an incredible 12 days of the World Triathlon Multisport World Championships in Townsville.
And can you just try to wrap my head around all of the different events? Obviously, I was reading about them all on my way up on the plane on Friday, but we've had the duathlon sprint, the duathlon standard, the 2x2 mixed relay, the cross triathlon, the cross duathlon. We had the aquathon.
Yep.
We had the normal. Yesterday there was another triathlon. I'm thinking, what is this triathlon? I didn't.
It was fantastic. So that's our local Townsville Triathlon Festival.
Right.
It's been running for nearly 15, 20 years now. Annual event. It really was a great community event because we have the enticer and sprint distances for people who just want to give it a go. You know, we have corporate team event. So people get out there and do a triathlon leg for the very first time. And we've seen over the years a lot of people come and give it a try, a TRY, and go on to be TRI fanatics after that. So it's a really good get a taste of triathlon event.
Unreal. I loved it. I mean, I was lucky enough to be staying at the Aquarius right on overlooking the beach. And I went out on my balcony. I'm like, I'm sure there's not meant to be a race on today. Have I missed this race? And then I realised it was the local triathlon. It was fantastic to see so many locals participating.
The other thing that was fantastic, the amount of juniors, the kids. There was a lot of kids. We had the under-10s and the under-13s.
Amazing.
There was great numbers. And you know what? To watch the smiles on those kids' faces as they got out of their short swim before they hit the bike was just something to behold.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And we can see not long to go now for our elite men. We have got a lead group of 6 swimmers.
And a couple that you expected to be in contention are certainly in that group.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, obviously, Charlie Quinn, Antonio Benito Lopez, Steve McKenna. We expected them to be up there. Great to see Jonathan Dolan, of course, our youngest competitor at only 22 years of age from the US. He will need to stand down, have a 1-minute penalty in transition. And Dylan Magnion from France, great to see him also having a very, very strong swim here today.
All right, so we are only moments away from our elite males lead group hitting the beach and heading up into transition before they get onto the bike. Remember, it is a 3-lap course, 114 kilometres, and I can't wait to showcase our amazing city to the world as the bikes go out onto the course today. It's going to be fantastic.
You can see they're starting to pick up that pace just slightly. When you can see that finish, that beach, you just want to pick the pace up. There we go. You can see that American outfit of Jonathan Dolan. He will be the first out. Wonderful swim from this young man from the US.
Every second counts for him going into this 1-minute penalty that he'll have to serve. So it might only be a couple of seconds, but it's certainly going to not be having to trail from behind and make up, because that's going to be awfully hard for the day.
Very. And you've got Charlie Quinn from Australia, the first of the Aussies out. This is his first time over this distance, having only done middle distance racing. So it's going to be interesting to see how Charlie fares over the slightly longer, particularly when it comes to that 30K run. Recently moved to Noosa, so he's from the Gold Coast, but he's been living in Noosa for the last couple of months, moved up with his family.
So our group of first athletes, only 13 seconds separate our top 6 as they go into their first transition of the day.
And great to see Eichlin O'Reilly. He was just off the back of that group for a little while there on the second lap, but he's managed to bridge across. Unfortunately, Nicholas Free unable to do so. We know that Nicholas is probably around that 15 to 20 seconds back from this lead group, but you can see now quite a long run from that swim exit into transition, 450 metres in total.
Which is fantastic. So they're now making their way up into an area that we know as Jazeen Barracks. It was barracks used in the wars over many, many periods, and the Americans, in fact, spent a lot of time here. So it's great to see that USA leading the way up into transition for Jonathan Dolan. We do have a big memorial to the USA up on top of Kissing Point, which looks down over Jazeen. So across the grass now, he'll only be a few metres before he makes his way into that transition area, which he's about to do right now.
And you can see he really is pushing the pace here on that transition, because he knows like you said, every second counts. He will have to have that 1-minute penalty. And if he can whittle that down and try and get a lead of around 15, 20 seconds, that's just less time that he's going to have to try and make up once he's able to leave.
All right, once again, back out onto the swim course, more of our swimmers. So our males coming up to 40 minutes into their event today. As we look over into the transition area, our technical officials keeping a very close eye, and that is the penalty being served by Jonathan Dolan.
And, you know, it's very important for Jonathan now, 22 years of age. He's going to see his competitors coming in. think about this. He has just led this entire swim.
Yep.
So all of these athletes we're seeing coming in now have been sitting on his feet, getting a free ride. And he's having to stand there doing the right things. He just needs to play it cool, stay calm. There's nothing he can do about it. Getting stressed is not going to fix the situation. He just needs to take deep breaths, get his heart rate down a little bit, not down too much, stretch out those legs, and just concentrate on the job ahead. Once he's allowed to go, it's helmet on, strapped up, get that bike and make his way out to transition. But definitely a really tough position for him to be in. So now we have a new leader. Charlie Quinn is first up. We've got Steve McKenna there in second. For me, Steve McKenna is the favourite here today. I just feel this distance suits Steve's strengths. He's coming into this race fit, happy, healthy. He's had quite a few issues with sickness. He's got 2 gorgeous young children, but of course with gorgeous young children comes childcare and bugs. It's one of those things, but he really is coming into this race as we now see Nicholas Free. So well done to Nicholas Free. Not too far behind. Did you see that? He's actually made his way out in front of Jonathan Dolan. So at least those two will have each other going out onto the bike.
Which, as we know, is certainly a benefit once you get out on the bike, to be able to get a group
Just have someone
work
with
together
you.
a little
Absolutely.
bit. So I want to talk to you right now. We talked about race range.
Race Ranger, yep.
Tell me a little bit about this, because this is quite unique. You'll see the numbers on the back of the bikes, and there is something really important to play out in this event that a lot of athletes have not used before, and a lot of them talk about it as being quite a benefit when it comes to drafting in these events.
Oh, look, Race Ranger has absolutely been a game changer. It's fantastic, and I didn't even realise that they were going to be using it here today, but absolutely, I know the athletes were very, very happy when they heard about it. Obviously, with the Race Ranger, there are 3 different lights. You've got the red light. If the red light comes on, that is not a light that you want to see, because it means that you are 12 metres or below,
yep,
and you are drafting, so you have no choice but to continue passing. Blue light, you're between 12 metres and 14 metres, so that is your safe zone. That's where you probably want to be. And then there is an orange light if you're between 14 and 17 metres. So for me, if I was an athlete, I would be wanting to ride seeing a blue light in front of me.
Yep.
I don't want to see anything else.
All right, so there's our lead male athletes out on the bike, and they'll do a turnaround before they head back along the strand and head out. We go back to the water to get a bit of an idea of where our elite females are. And again, we know Amolo has certainly split the field big time.
Yeah, look, she's having an incredible swim. I'll be really interested to see just what that gap is back to our next female swimmer.
So she was, almost 1:50 at the end of the first
Yeah,
lap.
1:49 to Masaki Tanaka from Japan, and 1:52 back to Charlene Clavel, and that was the end of lap 1.
And as you alluded to, Marion Legrand, something like 4 minutes 46 back. We knew it wasn't going to be a strong leg. That is a big gap, and that was at the first turn.
Yeah, Marion Legrand, definitely the weakest swimmer. She's renowned for being a duathlete, not so much a triathlete. But we know that she's on paper the strongest runner by quite some way. In fact, she's the only runner predicted to go under that 2-hour mark. So it's going to be very interesting to see what that gap is. But she's definitely back in 11th position right now for Marion. But Julia Iamolo leading the way here. Great position for her to be in. Going to be a bit of a lonely bike ride for Julie, though.
But she would be prepared for that. And I suppose it's one of those things. In an event like this, it's good to have some riders around you. But if you've been able to establish this kind of swim lead, you know your strengths and weaknesses. You'll get on the bike and you just go, right, let's go. Let's make a day of this.
Absolutely. And our Australian women, we've got Kate, better known as Kate Gillespie-Jones. She's back in around 7th position, but she was just over 3 minutes back at the end of that first lap. Kate, she's only been in the sport for racing professionally for about a year and a half now. She comes from an AFL background, so she was a professional AFL player. I love it when we see these athletes coming from different sports and crossing over.
There seems to be a trend with that across a whole lot of different sports now, because in particular, a lot of the women's sports have really started to rise to prominence, no matter whether it is Australian football, rugby league, rugby, any other sports. We see a lot of athletes. I know there's a lot of athletes in Australia that have gone from the likes of Aussie Rules to play elite basketball, and then they go out and do triathlons as well, because the exposure has grown, and a a lot of women go, well, you know, we can have a crack at all of this now.
Absolutely, and they do so well. And it's a great sport. It's, not just the sports side of it, but the social aspect of it as well. It's, I've been in this sport now for coming up to 30 years, and I love it as much now as I did when I first started all those years ago.
Well, we're not going to go back to those dates because I don't want to do that
It's too far along.
But okay, so as an athlete, what's going through your head now? You know you've got a pretty handy lead. What's going through your head as you come out of this into first transition?
Well, she's in a beautiful position right now. She's got no pressure coming from her from behind. All she needs to concentrate on what she needs to do up front. So right now, long transition, she doesn't need to do anything crazy.
Yep.
As I said, that blood it takes time to get blood from the shoulders, from the arms, all the way down to the legs where it's needed. So she'll just make her way through here. She won't do anything silly. Just get to transition. She would be thinking about, okay, what are the things I need to do once I get to my bike?
Yep.
I need to make sure I get that speed suit off. All of their gear needs to be in that box, in that tub.
Yep.
There are penalties if anything is outside. The goggles, the cap, the speed suit need to be safely in that
so
box.
you're still going to have your head about you, right?
But she's got time for that because she's got no pressure coming from behind. So there's no reason for her to make any mistakes.
So there's quite a little incline in that run up that road there to get to the grass to head across to transition. We saw it a lot in the duathlon. It was an area that kind of stopped a couple of athletes because it was a tricky little incline. You have a look at it, the aerials of this, and you do think it's quite flat. Then the run across the grass, we go back and see our second place women who are still out in the water. So this gap is really going to blow out in front for our leader, Julie Lamolo from France.
Yeah, and you look at that. Julie swam 41.36. Now, if you compare that to our men, Charlie Quinn, 40.11. So very, very close to, and that great shot of Julie right now, making her way towards the bike. As I said, she doesn't need to do anything silly. She can take her time. So speed suit comes off. That'll go safely in the box. She needs to make sure that that helmet is on and strapped before she touches her bike. There you go. See, making sure everything's in. Socks are going on. Now, this is quite interesting. So obviously, putting socks on now, this will save her time in T2.
Yes.
Now, great choice by Julie. She has the time to put socks on now.
Yeah.
You don't normally put socks on
to
ride. No, you don't. You don't need to. But she knows this is where she has time to do it.
Yeah.
So socks go on now. Helmet goes on. When she gets into T2, she won't need to waste time in T2
Very
putting socks
smart,
on. She's already got them on. So really smart move by Julie.
And she's certainly done a great job.
Beautiful
and
transition.
Gone past a number of the male athletes as well. So she'll now head out on the bike courses. We see the rest of our swim field coming up to the beach to head to transition, and we'll get some indication of just how big a gap Julie has been able to open up against the second place athlete.
No, that's an amazing swim. So now we have our second female making her way up the sand and into transition.
We'll get a bit of a time split on that very, very soon.
That is Marta Legownik. So great swim from Marta. Wow.
She must have made up a little bit of ground there.
Definitely has. She's having a great season so far. I was in Europe earlier, about a month and a half ago, and she really is doing very, very well.
So Julie just coming down past our compound where we sit, just on her left-hand side, and about to go out onto the course proper in the back of North Ward, our beachside suburb here in Townsville, through the first one of many roundabouts they'll go through today. Something we talked a lot about in the duathlon, the camber is quite different, and a lot of the guttering is quite raised, so you have to be very careful you don't clip any of that. We did see a number of athletes come unstuck during the duathlon with that.
Yeah, for a lot of our short course athletes, this sort of course, the technical aspects of the first part of the course won't be an issue. But for our longer distance athletes who are traditionally, they're used to just getting down on those error bars and staying down on them, that pure time trialing position. So a little bit of tricky, and these athletes are just going to have to keep their wits about them till they get onto the course proper.
She'll come up to her first left-hand turn at the next roundabout as we see our lead athletes going past our amazing Queensland Country Bank Stadium, home of our North Queensland Cowboys in the National Rugby League, who this weekend have a bye in the competition but have been confirmed as they will finish in the top 8. Look at that beautiful shot across our city. That is our central business district from Maggie Island on the left across the CBD. The ports of Townsville just been widened, so the big cruise ships will start coming in. Our beautiful stadium that opened back in 2020. That is a beautiful shot of our city, and so good to see so much green. We had a whole lot of rain just over a week ago, nearly 100 millimetres, which is very unusual at this time of year. That has greened things up as we see our male elite riders. That view into our stadium, just spectacular. What a great landmark it is.
It's unbelievable. I got an opportunity to run past that yesterday, and it's a sight to behold, that's for sure.
So they'll make a turn over the last bridge, and this is where they'll head into the main central business district. A big swing around here. They'll also, in this part of the ride, head down to our supercars track. We'll tell you more about that, but our second place female, Marta Legownik, is now in transition.
Yeah, she's had a great season. She is the European middle distance champion this year. That was held in Portugal. But the only little unknown with Marta, she's never raced over this distance. So this is her first time racing anything over a middle distance event. But I have no doubt that she's going to excel. Again,
Central Business District. View there of Castle Hill. This is where the city sits, right at the base of Castle Hill. They now swing up onto Flinders Street. This is a precinct where we have a lot of offices. Our cinema district is not too far away from here as well. And again, the visuals, the palm trees. I mean, it is a tropical city.
And you can see the rest of our women. So now we have a few more. That was Charlene Clavel that has now taken her bike out out of transition and onto the course, as well as our Japanese athlete Tanaka. Charlie Quinn there, quite content to just sit back. Not renowned for his bike strength, certainly not a bad bike rider, but he'll be quite happy to just let the two men up front, Steve McKenna and Dylan Magnian, set the pace here, and he will sit off the back. 12-metre draft rule that's being employed here today.
So swinging down past that area that is soon for redevelopment, the old railway yards of Townsville, which are soon to become a thriving population of housing, eateries as well. And this is where they'll cross over the railway line for the very first time. Worth noting, we've been able to shut down the rail lines and the rail transportation through Townsville over the next 8 hours for probably the first time ever in our city's history. So that just goes to show you how much this World Triathlon event means to the city of Townsville. The railway station, the current railway station just off to the left-hand side, before we then swing into our supercars track coming up very, very soon. So they'll make a left-hand turn here. Let's go back out to the bike. Here's our lead female athlete. This is Julia Molo from France, who now has a 3-minute lead.
We were pretty spot on then.
Pretty much absolutely what you would expect.
Well, I have to give a shout out to Torsten Rader. He helps me with my statistics, so my on-paper stats. And I always love to see if things pan out or if they don't. You know, obviously conditions play a huge part, but he did predict that she would have around 3 minutes, so just over that 3-minute mark for Julie Imolo.
Quite a little gain of elevation here. Again, it doesn't look much, but it really is enough just to take a sting out. And hello to everybody there. Back out onto the bike. So now we are in the supercars track. So supercars is one of the leading motor racing categories in Australia, and this is the track specific. So when we race here, we utilise part of Boundary Street, which is a main thoroughfare, and we'll ride on that very shortly. This is not used for anything else other than motor racing. So it's a specific circuit. You see all the barriers. They'll be on and off this a number of times throughout today.
I mean, what a treat for our athletes to be able to come here and actually race on that course. I mean, we see it maybe in one or two other races around the world where we've got a couple of races that get to go on F1 courses.
Yep.
And it really is. I've raced it before on the race course. It's amazing.
And there it is there. So that's how close we are to the Central Business District.
Wow.
This is the main Boundary Street. So footage we shot during the week, just to give you a little bit of an idea. That is the main thoroughfare. This is one of the footbridges where people walk over the track. This is a really fast part of the course. They come down to a big U-turn at the bottom of this race here. They can be doing upwards of over 230 odd kilometres an hour in the supercars as they come through here. As we see the second of the penalties. This is Jason Christie of New Zealand. A 1-minute penalty for being late to briefing. Gee, you'd be filthy if that cost you a race.
Well, you can see. But again, hats off to these athletes for keeping their cool. I was at the pro briefing. I saw these athletes come in late. I knew that there would be issues. All of these athletes were sent emails reiterating the importance of
the
being
timing.
And you know, at the end of the day, professional athletes, it is part of your job, part of your profession.
Yep.
You need to be at that mandatory briefing and you need to be there on time.
So this would be the last corner that the supercars would race before they get out onto the main straight. So this effectively is the main straight. You see on the right-hand side the purpose-built pit buildings that were built back for our race beginning in 2009. That's where all of the pit stops happen for our cars. No pit stops for the riders today, straight down Boundary Street. This is the quickest part of the motor racing circuit. The speeds here are amazing. One little kink, which is turn 1 before they get down to a big right-hand turn at Flinders Street, which is where the supercars would go. But today, a little bit different for our bike riders.
Yeah, and on screen right now, Dylan Magnin from France. He's 29 years of age. Had an injury earlier this year, which prevented him from running for around 2 months. So it's going to be very interesting once we get off the bike and onto that run, whether that's going to play a part, because I'm assuming he's had limited preparation for the run, 30-kilometre run here today.
So here's Molo. She's now done her loop and he's going back out around to Boundary Street in South Townsville. Just on her right-hand side will be the stadium. So she'll come back up past the stadium very shortly as well. And again, an area that was developed pretty much from our very first premiership that the Cowboys won in 2015. Our captain, co-captain Jonathan Thurston said, well, we've got the premiership. It's time you built us a new stadium. And that happened. And we played our very first game there in March of 2020. And 2 days later, the world shut down with the COVID pandemic. Before that, Elton John was here playing in the stadium to open it. A few weeks later, our first game of rugby league, and then the world went bang,
Boom.
stop.
Wow.
So much changed from there.
Oh, absolutely. So Jonathan Thurston, does he live in Townsville?
JT still lives here with his family. He still loves North Queensland. This is his home. He has just been put into the National Rugby League Hall of Fame, one of the greats of the game of rugby league. So right now we're on Woolcock Street. So this is a very long, fast, straight stretch that the guys can really open up on. This is where they can really get motoring on this course.
Yeah, and you can see now the 3 men. So we had a group of 6, as we said, out of transition, but that's now become a group of 3. So these 3 men, Charlie Quinn, Steve McKenna and Dylan Magnin, are riding very, very well. It looks like they've been able to get themselves a little bit of a gap. I can't see back to the other 3, but it does look like that they've been able to secure a slight gap.
Can I just go back to Race Ranger? Because I want to come back to this particular setting that's being used. You will see the numbers on the back of the bikes do have lights that give us an indication, because it is an illegal drafting race that we have here in Townsville for the World Championships. So just run us through how this Race Ranger works again.
Well, you can see right now in the box, we're back to the women, but we had Dylan Magnin in the box seat, the same with Julie Iamolo. These riders, so you've got Steve McKenna currently in second place. He would need to look up at Dylan's bike to see those lights. He does not want to see a red light. Red light means he is drafting. It means he is within that 12-metre draft zone. If that is the case, they have been told they can't drop back. They must make the pass. So you can see on screen now, Benito Lopez, he was second last year in Ibiza. He needs to be making sure that the draft zone, so between himself and the athlete in front, it doesn't matter if he sees a blue light, it doesn't matter if he sees an orange light, he does not want to see a red light.
Once that red light is in play, you need to make that pass, and if not, penalties can apply.
And what would be tricky here with Benito Lopez is that if he does see that red light, which is not flashing right now, you can see that it is not on, so he is definitely outside of that 12-metre zone. Not only would he have to make the pass on that athlete, he would actually need to make his way all the way to the front of this group, because there is no place to slot in. That is also not allowed. You cannot slot in.
All right, so this is our first turnaround at the end of Woolcock Street. Remember, this is a 3-lap, 114k bike course. So a big U-turn coming up right here. On the right-hand side is a region in this city called the Lakes, which has been developed. A lot of residential in there, some commercial businesses as well. And that's the first of our big turns on Woolcock Street. And this will take them back into the sun, back towards the stadium once again.
And looking at that, you know, just before I was saying it was just that group of 3. So Antonio Benito Lopez also in that group. So we have 4 men. I couldn't see anyone else as we took that 180-degree turn. We know that we had a group of 6. It does now look like a group of 4. This man is the danger man. This man from Spain on screen right now. He is definitely the fastest runner. He consistently runs so incredibly well every race that he does. But this group of 4, everyone in this group was expected to be here.
Absolutely. We've seen another couple of athletes on the other side. We see another one of our bikes coming toward us now. And again, this is going to be a real pivotal course where you do get to sight your opposition as we get deeper into this bike leg. Magnian from France.
So you can see now Dylan Magnian, Steve McKenna, Charlie Quinn and Antonio Benito Lopez. They are our group of 4. And then we've got about 42 seconds back to our Irish athlete, Eichlin O'Reilly. So Eichlin having a really good race thus far, but just not, he's 42 seconds. He can see that group. He would have seen that group at the turn, but nothing he can really do about it.
The benefits of knowing your nutrition, absolutely important. We see Benito going in for some bars and gels. It's really important with a long-distance event like this that you're hydrated and you're getting all of the nutrients that you need as you make your way through this course.
Yeah, look, it's a long-distance race. These athletes are going to be out here for hours. So important to get that in early and not leave it to the last minute. If you don't start taking in nutrition, hydration early enough, you get yourself into a deficit, and it's very, very difficult then to get it back on track.
As you talked about that group of 4, we then go back 42 seconds O'Reilly and then Free at 1 minute 38. So you're leading 6 cyclists out on course at the moment in our elite men. This is the long distance triathlon world championship here in Townsville, North Queensland. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to my beautiful backyard. So proud of our city. It has to be pointed out that this was supposed to happen back in 2020. We talked about how COVID played its role. I remember the awarding of this event to us back in 2019. 2020, obviously, COVID came in. We didn't get to run. It was pushed back. We had another delay, but finally, here, 2024, we're racing World Championships in Townsville.
Absolutely, and what a place for it. As I said, first time up here, super impressed. Just with the way that the race is going today, you know, beautiful roads, completely closed roads, fantastic conditions. We've got Toby Coote in the house. You've been out there on course. You've been amongst it all. What's it like out there?
It's interesting watching just out there. So the swim went to plan. A bit of chop out there and that kind of stuff. The Aussie exit caused a little bit of problems for some of our athletes, and because it is so deep and then goes into the sand here, I noticed a few of them coming out. Some were really fresh, some were, I'm out of water, I've got to go again, and that. So it was good in that aspect. The other thing that I noted really well is throughout a transition, once they came out onto the bike, there's a little false flat. Yep. We talked about this in the duathlon Minty on some last Sunday and Friday, and a lot of them weren't in the right gears. So, you know, matching a bit of a gears and going in and through. Our world champion, Marion Legrand, I watched her come out composed. You know, we expected her to be out behind the girls in the water and on the bike and got into a rhythm straight away. So I'm expecting to watch her come through.
What about Julia Molo? I mean, what a fantastic swim, a 3+ minute gap. She really did nail that swim.
She did, and it was surprising because that second pack all came out of the water together after the first loop and noticed that they started stretching out a fair bit as they came in. The other thing to note as well is in the back streets through here, through Townsville, the wind hasn't come up yet. Down on the beachfront, the wind is already up and making a bit of presence, but out through here in the back streets where we've got the ladies there are riding through at the moment, this is all pretty protected out on the raceway that we're seeing through there. Look at the trees, and we're seeing that they're not moving, but they are down here, and I'm expecting it out towards the back end of our cycle course.
There is a lot of protection in this back part of the course, which is a little bit off our coastal areas. You see the bike riders, as we mentioned, going through the supercars track, an area we talked about a little bit earlier, Toby. This is where the supercars would swing around the final turn before they head down the main straight. And this, for Julie, is a chance to really put the feet down now, because this is a long, strong stretch to go out to that Woolcock Street turnaround.
Well, that's it. And the other thing to note with this course too is very stop-startish. And it's hard to get into a rhythm. And, you know, it's just seen there on the videos there, little U-turn, you lose a bit of speed. You got to get back out of the saddle. You got to pick it back up again. gear selection is going to be very important out there today. We're talking one lap here.
Yeah.
They've got 3 of this to go through, and the wind will pick up as the day goes on. It has the last couple of days, and expecting the heat also to come through. Quite cool this morning. Down there was Nelly jumper for Townsville, which is pretty scary, Minty. I know you go how
it
nice
is winter.
It is winter, I know, but it's a lot of people down there with jumpers on, but now starting to really warm up.
So for the first time, our elite males are making their way back in the opposite direction through the supercar track. Castle Hill there just sitting in the background. It's iconic when it comes to coverage of supercars and seeing it here for the first time in our World Championship. So Julia Molo now out on that section. Normally as they get to this area here, the supercars would swing right to go back into the circuit, but these guys will ride straight on, heading down that Woolcock Street stretch that we saw the men on not too long ago.
And you can see Julie is just about to come up on one of our elite men, one of our Australian team. So riding very, very well at the early stages of this bike.
This will be a little bit of a benefit of her, so she won't have to be sitting out riding on her own for a little bit. Not that she can draft, but handy to have another rider that she can sort of just pace herself against right now.
And the other thing to note too is have a look at her body position sitting on. You can tell that she's actually pushing quite hard there because there's a little bit of rocking and rolling going in and going through. Her cadence is really good and pushing in and through compared to, you have a look at the guy just in front that she's about to overtake. He's got a little bit of higher cadence, but Julie, they're really strong. We expect that from the French. They are very strong bike riders, and she's going out there doing what she can do.
Toby, as a recognised coach in this category of racing, what are you saying to an athlete on this bike course?
Well, you're looking for those areas that, okay, so where's the tailwind? Is the tailwind behind me? That's my chance where I can get my hydration, nutrition in it and that kind of stuff, because you're not pushing as hard, and also you're going to be able to stomach it a little bit better. When you turn around, you're coming back into that headwind, it's always a little bit harder because your watts and your heart rate's going to go up a little bit higher. So a lot of them will be going off what wattage they're going to push. Some will be going off heart rate, some will be going off speed, some will be going off cadence. So it just depends on what you've done in training to what you're going to portray across into that race scenario.
Yep. Again, we talked about the importance of hydration and making sure you're feeding the body throughout the day. How important is that on this opening leg of the bike?
Oh, it's massive important. This is the time where you can get your hydration and your fuel in, and you want to be hydrated off the run, because I can tell you, I ran up on the back roads last night at 4 o'clock, and these guys and girls are going to be out there a lot earlier. It was brutal. With the tailwind behind you, it is very, very hot. And I expect them, they're going to have the same thing. So hydration on the bike becomes very, very important.
We're about to enter into that central business district, one of our leading gyms there on the left-hand side. We see the bottles hanging on the back.
Well, look at that. And talking about that, we've got 2 bottles on the back, 1 on the front. So Antonio taking no chances here. Definitely got enough hydration there to last him quite some time.
You're about to see some really spectacular shots coming into what we would call our main central business district. We're going in through Flinders Street in the CBD, and that is the location where on a Sunday morning we normally have the big markets. They're having a bit of a rest today so we can do our World Championship, but really, really classy markets and a long, long history. Street art. There is so much street art in our city. If you wander around the CBD, there is something like 40 or 50 street art setups throughout our city. And just look at that shot, and you'll see right in the middle of the picture now, something that looks like a sugar shaker. You see that almost in the middle? Well, that's what it's called. It's one of our big hotels right in the middle of the city of Townsville on Flinders Street, renowned as the Sugar Shaker, and a real standout as you see how they're all pieces together. The supercar track, the stadium, and the city. Just spectacular.
And for you, the stadium on Thursday night's going to be a buzz with the last round with the
Last
Cowboys
round, that's right.
playing up here.
We play the ladder leaders, the Melbourne Storm. 2 games to go. A big swing up now, back in through the city.
Oh, bit of a wrong turn there by one of our athletes. So just losing a little bit of just being a little bit complacent, losing some concentration there, but quickly realised that they'd gone the wrong way, did a little bit of a U-turn, and hopefully we'll be able to get back on track, because it was one of our lead athletes in this group.
It was
so
this green and gold. It was a green and gold.
It was green and gold.
One of our Aussies too.
So not sure if it was Charlie Quinn or Steve McKenna, but it was one of the two. I can't quite see who that is. I mean, obviously it's an Australian leading right now, but it was either Charlie Quinn or Steve McKenna that made that little wrong turn.
So this will be a little left-hand swing up and quite a little gradient from this part of the city, quite a gradient up over the hill to go back to the strand as we see our athlete rejoining.
I think that might be Steve McKenna. It just looks like the way Charlie Quinn.
No, it was Charlie Quinn. It was Charlie.
Yep.
So just a little, and this is really important, because often when you're riding in a group like this and you've got someone dictating the pace on front, you can lose concentration when you're back there because you think, well, I've got someone up the front just setting the pace. I've just got to sit back here, make sure I stay outside that 12-metre mark. But you can lose concentration, can't you, Tobes?
Yeah, you can. But just look at Charlie. He's composed.
Absolutely.
He's sat there. He's gone, okay, I'm at the back of the pack. I'm sitting my legal distance. What can I do? What can I control? Let's get my hydration. Let's get some fluids in. Let's just start setting myself up for this race. He's having trouble trying to get that bottle back in.
Yeah.
And this
well
is
said
the
about
hard
composure, and then he took 10 minutes to get the water bottle back in.
But he's also doing it over the top of a hill. So probably the best place would have been to do it now on this side of the downhill and that. So it's also knowing the course and going out there. This is the first lap. Once they get their bearings in and around, second and third lap, then
much easier.
Then it becomes a lot easier. Exactly,
Absolutely.
BG.
So we're going to have a look at the replay of that miss coming up for you right now, and we'll see that opportunity where Quinn is just taking his eyes off the mark. That's back out towards Palaranda. Here we go. No, so this is coming back down past St Patrick's College, back down onto the Strand, where they'll make a left-hand turn to ride once again along the Strand, back towards transition before they head out to Palaranda.
And if you see the flags there, just flapping there in the background, you can see that wind moving around a lot more along here on the Strand. So they've gone from being protected in the back streets to now, the flush of the tailwind. They're going to have that predominantly behind them.
And we are looking now. You can see there, that's where Charlie took that wrong turn. So he went right when he should have gone left, but quickly realised the mistake he'd made. Bob, straight back. So no harm done this time. Hopefully we won't see Charlie Quinn make a similar mistake in laps 2 and 3.
So let's talk about this ride along the Strand. We go back to the duathlon last week. It is pretty technical as we go through, Tobes.
It is, and like I said, over through the roundabouts, there's all changes in surfaces. There's pavers out there. There's speed bumps. There's all sorts of things that they have to, to navigate in and through. Look like they're coming up towards that Strand dogleg that we talked about last week, and it is quite narrow through this section.
And we do have one athlete that's in this lead group, Antonio Benito Lopez, who did race in the duathlon. He was 11th. So he did it as a little bit of a shakeout.
Yeah.
So he'll have an advantage over these other athletes because he's actually ridden this part of the course before.
Yeah, and numerous times. So he knows how important this D is around the back of Strand Park, which is kind of where we have all of the presentations, and an athletes' village has been set up there as well, which is pretty cool. And that will be the home for the closing ceremony a little bit later on today as the riders do that left-hand turn back onto Strand before they head out towards Palaranda, which wasn't a part, of course, of the duathlon course the other day. So they'll be taking a look at that. And again, a real fast area, but the wind can impact you out there.
It can, and they'll have predominantly tailwind going out towards that point, and then that'll be that first lot. They'll have the flush of the headwind straight on their faces. The other thing to take into consideration too, they're all wearing time trial helmets. A lot of the air vent doesn't come in and go through, so they are quite warm as well. So don't be surprised if you start seeing athletes as they go through aid stations picking up water bottles and pulling it over the back of their necks and over their faces as well, just to try and cool down.
So this is back into Mitchell Street, which will take us back up towards where the transition is and our broadcast location before they swing out up through Howard Street and then head out to Palaranda. Again, a beautiful part. We were at Palaranda during the week for the cross section of the World Championships, the cross tri and the cross duathlon, where the riders went up on a beautiful mountain bike section. Beach is just spectacular along this area, and we'll see that very soon. But right now, Benito just sitting back, keeping a bit of an eye on everyone. That pack of 4.
It has started to string out just a little bit, so there is a little bit of a gap from our lead 2, Steve McKenna, up front. And there was just that little bit of a gap back to Benito and to Charlie Quinn. So Steve McKenna and Dylan Magnian, you can see them right now riding together. And I don't think it's anything crucial, but Charlie Quinn needs to keep an eye on and make sure that that gap doesn't grow out too far.
So that transition area just on the right-hand side they pass now as they head back in towards the suburb of Rose Bay, which will take them then on the big looping run out towards Palaranda, which they will run on later on today as well.
Yeah, that's correct. I watched the mount dismount line just to make sure no one actually jumped on beforehand, and from what I saw, all athletes were clean, so we shouldn't expect any penalties from that. And most of the boxes I saw, everybody had their gear in. So
Great.
I think we should have a clean race from that aspect. So, but we'll get confirmation of that as the morning goes on as well.
And just to let our audience know, if there was to be a penalty, we wouldn't see it till the run, because there is a penalty box out there on the run. And for penalties, infringements such as gear out of the box, or getting on too early, or getting off too late on the mount line, they will be penalties that will be served during the run.
So this is now where they'll come up to a section where they'll swing around and head out towards the beaches of Rose Bay and Palaranda. So again, tricky little turns, little chicane in through this area. Again, suburban streets. Now they make that turn out towards the beach region now. We'll go out past one of our big caravan parks, one of the big golf courses in Townsville as well.
One thing I just noted just going in and through that section was a gear selection, the cadence going in and through, and also their body positioning. The front two really low body position straight over the bike, so the centre of gravity is spread over. Now the back guys probably just a little bit, especially Charlie. Charlie's a taller athlete, so it's always harder, but he was sitting up a little bit high. Lost a little bit of time through that section, but still inside of these. But this is what we're talking about. Those little stop starts is enough just to keep firing on those legs that, at the back end of this ride, we'll make some,
And particularly once they hit that 30 kilometre run. And you can see Steve McKenna and Anthony Benito Lopez starting to make his move. He was sitting back there. I think he was just testing the waters a little bit, and he's decided, you know what, I need to up this pace. And for the first time now, since the swim, we have a new race leader. Antonio Benito Lopez has taken the front of this ride, of this race.
For the first time, we see the lights actually glowing.
Well, you can see that red light. So, that is a red light. So they will need to distance themselves. This often happens when there's a change of lead. So once there's a change of lead, obviously Benito's allowed to come straight in. It is up to Dylan Magnian now to make sure that he stays out of that 12-metre zone. But you were talking about Steve McKenna on the bike. He's done a lot of work lately on his position. The bike, over the swim bike run, you would have to say that Steve's weakness, if you were to call it a weakness, would be the bike. It's something that he's had to really work on. He's been coached by Tim Reed now for just on 6 years. They've recently just split, very amicable split. They're still very good friends in partnership together with their nerd belts. But he has decided to take on a new coach. He's been with this new coach for just over a month now. Jamie Stanley from the South Australian Institute of Sport. Now, Jamie Stanley works with Cycling Australia. He is a cycling coach. And we find that now, Tobes, more and more, a lot of our elite athletes have decided to not go with triathlon coaches per se, but take on a cycling coach. Ash Gentle's just done it. Chelsea Sodaro has just done it. We know that the likes of Annie Haug, Jan Frodeno, Kyle Smith, they all had Dan Lorang, who was originally a cycling coach. Why do you think? I asked Steve this question. He said, the cycling is where I need to make the most gains. I feel like I've got the swim and the run, I've got it covered. I need someone on the bike.
And cycling, also, the Australian team is operating out of Adelaide.
Of course, so it gives him
easy some
for
extra people to ride with as well. So that might be another catalyst of why he has changed to that. But like you said, BG, everyone's looking for those 1%ers.
Yep.
And that's what we're looking for as athletes, as coaches, and performance-wise.
So we are an hour and 17 into our broadcast today. Hello, everybody. My name is Glenn Minturn, a proud Townsvillian. Joining me in commentary today, Belinda Granger and Toby Coote is on track with us. We saw a visual shot from Castle Hill down out towards Palaranda. It is quite open. Very coastal area. A little bit of a sweeping bend to get out to the big turnaround point that we'll get to at Palaranda today. But again, a real big part of our fitness trails. Footpaths all the way out that you can ride on and run on all the way out towards Palaranda. And we'll see different parts of this today as we go through the ride and the run.
Well, last week we only saw the short areas in and around the Strand, up over Kissing Point, Jezazine Barracks. But yeah, we're going to see the whole lot of Townsville today. I'm going to head back out on the course. I'll come back in after our male and females come in off the bike.
Brilliant.
And get any more updates on what the weather, what the wind's doing and that kind of stuff. So hopefully we will see some action out there for you.
Well, you know as well as I do that those first few steps as they dismount their bike are very telltale signs that we are given. And if you're down there right amongst it all, you'll be able to tell us who's looking the goods for this 30K run and who's looking a little spicy.
Well, that's it. And I'll be sitting back and watching not just the front ones coming off, because that's where the cameras are. We'll try and get the back markers and see like someone like a Marion Legrand, which we may not see for the whole ride, but we will see, towards the back end of this race.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tobes. We'll catch up with you. Julia Molo currently leading our elite female race with a 3-minute 41 lead over the moment. And second place, Charlene Clavel, who is in second place. And then we go back to Marta Legaunik, who is 4:25 further back, and Ayuida in fourth place from Japan at 5:15 over.
So you can see Charlene Clavel has already made her way up into second place. She is the strongest rider on paper, but really Julie's riding very, very well, because we know that she only had around a 3:05, just over that 3-minute mark, lead over Marta Legaunik. It is now, I think it's actually out at 4:25, so she's definitely increased her lead over Marta, but great to see Charlene Clavel, as predicted, making her way up into second place. So the French are on fire right now in first and second place here.
So this is coming down to complete the first part of the outer lap before she heads out towards Paloranda. Again, tricky little roundabout. It is quite off camber as you come around and swing down past St Patrick's College on the right-hand side. One of our all-girls schools, beautiful location down on the beach. You'll swing down towards the Strand again. Start to enter this Strand part of the ride, which does have all the roundabouts, the different cobbles, the speed humps. Really have to pay attention to this, because it can bring you unstuck very, very quickly, Belinda. And
you often find, right now we're still in the early stages of the race, only about an hour 20 for our men, hour 17 for women. So your concentration levels are still very high.
How good is that?
It's amazing. And as I said, one of my favourite things, these beautiful banyan trees, they're absolutely spectacular, and they line the course down here on the Strand. But as we get further and further into this race, concentration starts to weigh.
Yeah.
And you do find yourself doing some silly things. And that's, particularly sections like this where you can see lots of cones, speed humps, roundabouts, but also age group athletes.
Yeah,
the
100%.
aquathon athletes. So we've got, at the moment, the pro athletes have got this course to themselves.
All of a sudden, that changes pretty quick with 3 laps.
Absolutely. So once we start getting into lap 2 and 3, when they're going to have to not only look at things like those speed humps there on course, but also other athletes being on course as well.
So she'll come up now to this D section around the back of what we call Strand Park. Redevelopments took place along the Esplanade here in Townsville back after a major rain event back in the late 90s. We then developed this incredible Esplanade, the Strand, with the parks, the headlands, the cafes and restaurants that were added to this has been absolutely spectacular for our city. And Julie now will do a right-hand time to get her out of the back part of the D before she heads out towards Paloranda, which will come up very, very quickly. And as we said, a little bit more impact from the wind as a look down over Kissing Point in the foreground, part of Jazeen, where they did the transition. This is the blue carpet of the finish line, where we will wrap up. We've seen so many world champions crowned on that blue carpet here in Townsville this week. Has been absolutely spectacular.
Oh, look, there would be nothing better for these athletes than finally getting to see that blue carpet and to run down it. And to say, I mean, they're vying for a world title.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, incredible to think that we're going to be crowning a brand new long distance world champion in both our elite men, our elite women, and also our age group and para athletes.
A little bit up and down to get off the Strand, to get back out into the back streets here of Mitchell Street. Now a run. A little bit of elevation through here as well, where they'll come past our broadcast compound, swing left and go past where the transition sits at Jazeen Barracks before that, a couple of Ks before they get out into the Paloranda stretch, where the fellas will be getting towards the end of that now. They'll have a big turnaround at the end of that and make their way back. And again, it'll start to get busier as the laps progress, as Belinda alluded to, having today something like over 540 athletes out there as part of the long distance. So a lot of bikes that you can quite easily get caught up with in these tricky road streets.
Yeah, it's going to get a little hectic later on, but nothing that these athletes aren't used to. But Julie Iamolo from France, of course, the French, they're always strong at the long distance world championships. Marjolaine Pierre, the winner last year. I'm sure the French would love to take that title home again with them this year.
A little bit further to take it back home too this time.
That's for sure.
Beautiful shot of the back of one of the locals parking here, which was fantastic. So there is that view straight down the Strand. Where you're staying, the Aquarius, the big building right in the middle. We won't see any more buildings at that
That's
level.
right,
We
we were
have it
talking
capped at
about
around
that.
five stories
Fantastic.
now, which is fantastic. And the shoreline is beautiful.
And you can see on course just there, so you're probably wondering, someone like Julia Imola, who's got such a big lead, how will she know where she is on course? We know that there's several sections on the course where they do 180-degree turns, so she'll get to see her competition, but she's got such a lead right now that she might miss that. But they do have their coaches out on course, so the French have come over here with a fabulous team. And you could see that one of the coaches was on course. He would be able to scream out splits to her, so she will know exactly where she is and how much of a lead she has.
Anyone that loves bike riding will see there are some beautiful quality bikes out in this course today.
Oh, yeah, I walked past the aquathon because obviously the aquathon transition is completely separate to our long distance transition. Yes, some gorgeous bikes in there. Now, speaking of bikes, very interesting to note that obviously, being a 114-kilometre bike ride here today, all of our athletes are on time trial frames. But we do have one athlete, just one athlete in the women's race, Julia Klein from Germany, who has chosen to ride a road bike, which I find
unusual?
quite... Yes, absolutely, it's unusual. I mean, road bikes for short distance, so for sprint distance, Olympic distance, particularly obviously our draft legal races that we've had here this week and last week, yes, obviously. But for this, a non-drafting long-distance event, majority, all of our athletes should be on what we're seeing right now on pure time trial frames.
One of our coastal creek crossings as they make their way out to Paloranda. Again, not much in between Rose Bay and Paloranda as far as residential go, but they'll come into a bit of a residential area at the end. It is a gorgeous part of our city, there's no doubt about it.
Oh, look, and this is a triathlete's heaven right now. The pure time trialing course, flat, slightly, just the tiniest bit of undulation, but nice, straight, flat roads where they can stay down in their error bars. This is a time for them to keep their heart rate at a really nice, steady pace. This is what triathletes train for.
Yeah.
You know, all the long-distance triathletes train for. All that section through the city, the stopping, the starting, like Toby alluded to, where you're up and out of the error bars, back down, changing gears. You know, that's tough for a long-distance triathlete. This is what they train for. This is what they're used to, staying down in those error bars, being in an error position, pushing a gear that's just the same gear, perfectly positioned. It's perfect. It's what they want. It's what they train for.
Absolutely. And you will see there are other cyclists out on course at the moment. They're all part of different races across today as well. So our lead group is still a lead group of 4 riders. As we go back to our lead female, this is Julia Molo from France. A very strong lead at the moment, but is racing out on her own at the head of the field. 1 hour 24 into the women's elite long distance world championship here in Townsville.
And we know that lead was around the 3:30 to 3:40, those 3-minute 40 mark over her fellow countrywoman, Charlene Clavel. I thought Charlene would start to take time out of Julie, and that's not to say that Julie is not a great bike rider, but we know that Charlene is the strongest rider here. But Julie having a really solid race and holding her own right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, yes, Charlene's moved herself up into actually putting time into her. We've just got the latest split through. They must have been listening to me then. Latest split through, and it's actually out to 4 minutes and 2 seconds. So Julie Iamolo riding very, very well. 4-minute lead over Charlene Clavel.
So they really are dominating out at the front of the field at the moment. And again, she looks comfortable.
She does. She looks
like she's set
terrific.
Beautifully for the day,
really.
doesn't she?
And you know, often I say, when you're leading a race, when you're in control of a race, you grow wings.
Yeah.
You know, your confidence builds, you feel good, you look good. And so she knows that she's leading. She would have been given the last split from her coach. And anyone that's given a split this early and, you know, it's upwards of 3-4 minutes, you're going to be feeling pretty good about it.
Absolutely. So now heading out, this is the Paloranda section that she's currently on. As we come back to our male group of riders, we've got Quinny there sitting on the back of that pack at the moment. I think there's an extra rider from another division who's in amongst that, because we do have a lead bunch of 4 males before we drop back to the Irishman. And I think last time I looked, in 6th place we had Nick Free, something like 2.5 minutes back last time we went through the splits.
Well, it's interesting because I'm looking at the latest update, and of course we've got Antonio Benito Lopez of Spain leading the way, Steve McKenna from Australia in second, Dylan Magnian from France in third, Charlie Quinn in fourth, but it does look like Eichlin O'Reilly from Ireland may only be, I'm trying to get, obviously we can see that there's that group of 5, but I'm wondering if we could pan back just a little further because our timing update has him at only 5 seconds back from this group. So it will be interesting to see if Eichlin has been able to bridge across.
There is Clavel now making her way out through towards the Palaranda section as well as we go back to the lead female, Julie Amolo from France, looking comfortable. She makes her way out. This is quite a long stretch from the transition area to get out to the big turnaround at Palaranda, which is where we had our village for the cross section. They'll make a big turn out there. So 4 minutes, then back to Marta. Marta, of course, in third place. Legownik from Poland is in third place, a further minute and a half back from Charlene.
So she's lost a significant amount of time to our leader because we know that Marta was only 3:05 out of the water behind our current leader, Julie Iamolo. So losing time, which was not really predicted on paper, but hey, that's why we love racing.
We most certainly do. And that would be Marta there, I'm guessing?
It is Marta indeed in the Polska, in the Polish colours.
Through some of our beautiful coastal residential areas, just stunning. And again, back to the lead of the field. So quite a little bit of wind area through this section, as Toby alluded to. Probably get a little bit of tailwind driving you out, but you will get that impact. And this is an area that I know through triathlons we've done here before, and a little bit of riding I did a long, long time ago. When the wind howls down here, that headwind can be absolutely fearsome.
And you know, we might not see such the effect that it actually has in this first lap because everyone's still fresh and ready to go, but you will start to see, if that wind does play a part, you will start to see it take its effect on that second and particularly third lap of the bike here.
All right, so we've got our Aussie out in front.
Oh, you can see it is Eichlin out front, so that is the Irish. What a ride he is having. You know, I was actually, I'll be honest, Irish names are the most difficult names for me to pronounce. And I spoke to Eichlin yesterday and I said, oh, I really hope I don't have to say your name too many times today.
Well, he's put paid to that.
He's like, I'm going to show you, my friend.
And he is doing that. So this is coming back into town now for these lead riders. They'll go back around towards transition now before they head back out on lap 2. So closing in on the end of their first bike leg, we do have 5, and it is Eichlin O'Reilly of Ireland who has caught up to this group and gone to the front. So he sort of came from nowhere, and then with that break back to Nick Free, which is something like 2.5 minutes at this stage, sitting in 6th position, and Matt Burton in 7, something like 3 minutes 25
and
back.
Great that you bring Matty Burton up, because obviously we know that we knew that he wasn't going to play a significant role in the swim. The swim is his weakness, but he is an incredibly strong bike rider. So not a position he's not used to being in. He knows that he always has to make up a deficit. He won't be doing anything crazy. You won't see him trying to bridge across straight away. He's such a brilliant rider. He'll be slowly but surely just making sure that deficit comes down. We know he's in great form. He's coming off a career best race in Ironman Cairns in June. Interesting story with Matty B. He was in hospital last year with an infection that actually made its way to a bone in his little toe in his right foot. I mean, really very, very serious injury. The infection took hold in the bone, almost to a stage where he lost was going to lose his foot. Recovered from that, thankfully, and is absolutely on fire. So I expect the second and third lap of the bike to really start to see him make his way to the front.
So what you're seeing there is some of our other riders in age groups coming out of transition to make their way on. So this is a little bit hectic now. As you alluded to earlier, we start to see other athletes at different speeds just getting onto their bikes as a lead elite group. You've now got a lot of traffic that you've got to maintain, as well as cones, roadside areas, and of course the roundabouts are coming up very soon. You had a group of 5 now. There's 15, 20, 30 riders around you.
Exactly, and strategically, this is probably a position, it's quite technical, this next section of the bike. And when you've got a group like this and you've got athletes that want to get away, sometimes they can put a little bit of a surge in, and they can actually get out of sight, out of mind. And with all of these other age group athletes in between, sometimes it's hard to see where they've gone, and before they know it, they're out of there, and they've opened up that gap, and it's very, very difficult to bring it back in.
So a good position for Eichlin O'Reilly to be in, that he's gone to the front of this cycling elite group while we're getting in amongst this traffic, and it's going to only stay like this throughout the day. We're wrapping up the first lap, so out onto the second lap for the bike leg now for our elite males. 1 hour 34 into the event, so that's 1/3 of the bikes. 3-lap race for 114 Ks.
So 38 kilometres per lap here today. You can see our elite females. Julie Iamolo leading the way. Charlene Clavel back in second, just over that 4-minute mark back. Marta Legaunik from Poland, 5:32 back. Ayueda having a great race. I know she'd love nothing more than to make the podium here today at 6:43 back. And then our two Aussies, Emily Donker, 7:23 back, and Kate Gillespie-Jones at 8:42 back.
And once again, as we expected, the name of Marion Legrand not in the top
Not
6.
in there yet, but we know that she will be lurking back there.
Riders coming through. And again, we're seeing so many countries, 39 countries represented across this championship. Over 3,500 athletes. Pretty sensational. Amolo coming past one of the drink stations out on course. This is heading back in towards the transition area along Paloranda through Rose Bay.
So you did see that 30-kilometre sign. We know each lap is 38, so she's only 8 kilometres away from making her way back here to where we are before she starts a lap 2.
Clavel still making her way out on course, out towards the Paloranda turnaround.
So this is a really interesting part of the course, because it won't be too long now before these two athletes, our second place athlete on screen now, Charlene Clavel, will be able to see, not sure what she did there,
Yeah,
keep going straight. She just, a little bit of a lack of concentration, just wants to make sure she's going the right way. And of course, because she's on lap 1, she is out on by herself. You can look up the road, there's nothing there. She starts to second guess herself. Am I going the right way? I can't see anyone in front of me. But it won't be too long before she sees the likes of Julie. There's an athlete there, so she can confirm she's definitely well and truly going the right way.
So
but
probably
she will see Julie coming back.
There is one of the turns for the run. So the run section is in about that area there.
So she
in
may
her
have
head,
seen the turn.
She may have started to see what would be a turning area a little bit later on the day, because the run section doesn't go all the full way out to where these cyclists turn around at Paloranda.
And there you go, the two women. That's first place on the right-hand side of screen, and Charlene Clavel on the left here. So that is an opportunity for Charlene Clavel to see exactly how far in front her countrywoman is.
Which we know is around about the 4 minute mark.
4 minutes, just
last
over
time we
4
looked.
minutes. But great shots there of our two lead females.
Back to the lead group of elite males. O'Reilly, McKenna, Magnian, Benito Lopez, Quinn, and Matt Burton at 3 minutes 11. So he's coming strong on this bike leg.
Yeah, and look, Matty Burton, as I said, a rotten start for him for the beginning of this year. He was in and out of hospital. I mean, as an athlete, to be told that there may have been, you might be losing your foot. I mean, I couldn't even imagine what he was feeling. And so for him to come back now and to be in such great form, and I sat next to him at the pro briefing yesterday, and he's such a quality human. He's just lovely. He's got, obviously, his wife, and he's got a little baby, Tom. They're back home in Perth. He's from Perth. Just started working with a new coach, Chris Halloran. Now, the funny thing about that is I've known Chris for years, so he's a Bondi boy. And where I'm originally from back in the day when I first started in the sport of triathlon. And I know Chris he moved to Perth. He's been there about 3 or 4 years ago. And Matty Burton and Chris have just started working together and take a very scientific approach to the training. So doing a great job so far, but great to see Chris and Matt working together.
I used to hate that little climb there. As someone that I did a charity bike ride, Townsville to Cairns, we did for the Children's Cancer Institute over 3 days. So by far, nothing in an athlete mode like you, but that little incline there used to kill me in those morning training sessions. It's short and sharp, and it really does punch hard as they come down for a right-hand turn to go back through Flinders Street, through the CBD district again. We would normally have our markets here. We have some really historic buildings. fabulous brewery on the left. We've got the Sugar Shaker coming up on the left-hand side as well. It used to be a mall many years ago, but they reopened it to traffic to try and revitalise our city. On the right-hand side just here is the Cowboys Leagues Club, the home of the North Queensland Cowboys in the National Rugby League as well. Some great little laneway cafes and restaurants through this area as well. A couple that you had on your list to get to while you're here over the next couple of days. That's where you need to head to see a couple of those. Take a left-hand turn, dip down now as we head back out towards the stadium. These guys, again, really sharp little turns. Straight through now. This is coming down to Louse Bridge. So
we were talking about Race Ranger.
Yep.
Just want to give a little bit of an update because obviously James Elvery, big shout out to James Elvery, he is the mastermind behind this whole Race Ranger and the units. He did just tell me, we thought before we'd seen some red lights.
Yep.
So these are their Gen 1 units. In Europe now, they've got their Gen 2. So these are the Gen 1 units. The orange light on camera, so on TV, often looks red.
Right.
But it is not.
Yes, gotcha.
So he said solid orange that looks red is actually 14 to 17 metres back. Solid blue is 12 to 14. Flashing red is within the 12. Right. So fantastic. James, big shout out to you for letting us know that. So what we need to see now is flashing red light. That means that the athlete is within that 12 metre, 12 and under.
So how quickly do they need to react to that before they can start seeing penalties? I mean, obviously, a little bit of leeway, but not too much.
No, not too much. And, obviously, if an athlete is continually pushing their way into and seeing a flashing red light in front of them, it's obvious that they are doing the wrong thing. And they know that they were told that at the pro briefing yesterday. That's why I sat in there to make sure that I knew what the rules were as well. And they will need to move forward. But look, these men right now, it's 12 metre drafting rule. They're all staying out of trouble, sitting, on around that 13 to 14. Because let's be honest, you don't need to stay 17 metres. If the rule is 12, then they just need to sit outside 12. That 12. So they can sit just outside of that 12 metre draft. And in fact, that would be the smartest place for them to be. And like we said, that is that orange light that we talked about. So that orange light is 14 to 17, solid blue. So the solid blue is where we need them to be.
All right, so this is the big U-turn. Right across that railway line is the other side of the supercar racetrack that they'll be on in another few minutes. So the overpass here, a little bit of uphill and downhill. Again, back uphill with the brand new Queensland Country Bank Stadium there.
That's an incredible looking stadium.
It really is.
I have to admit.
Everybody loves it. There's not a bad seat in the house. We can get around about 25,000 people in, and we'll probably see that on Thursday night as the Cowboys take on the Storm, who are leading the competition at the moment. Downhill from here before we swing back through the city and come back towards the supercar track. And there's probably only 20 metres from where they were at that turnaround to where they'll be on the other side of the track. So back to Julie Amolo at the moment, leading with 4 minutes 7 seconds over second place Charlene Clavel, and in third place Marta Legownik out at 5 minutes 59.
Wow, so that Marta is continuing to lose time on our leader. But Charlene Clavel keeping it fairly steady. Now out on course, Toby Coote is out there. And he said Clavel looking really, really strong and looking the best on the bike. But in saying that, Imolo is, I think it's about 2 or 3 seconds that she's increased her gap over Charlene Clavel. So Imolo running very, very well. We know that Emily Donker, the fastest of our Australian women so far, also looking really good. And Gillespie Jones, and she's a monster on the bike. She's so strong. So great to see Kate Gillespie Jones also riding very well out there so far.
And in between that group of lead three and the Aussies, Ayuida, 3-time Olympian, and she just lights up.
She really does. As I said, she's a fabulous ambassador for the sport of triathlon. Every time I've seen her, I've met her, she's that bubbly personality. Yeah. She's been in the sport for an incredibly long time, has achieved just about everything that there is to achieve. But you can see she still has so much love and passion for the sport.
I was reading an article that you had quoted in talking about longevity of athletes. The fact that we are seeing 40-plus athletes in the top level, and you managed to spend a long time in this sport as well. It was interesting to read that you're a little bit concerned that maybe some of the junior athletes have gone long distance too quick,
early.
That maybe might impact them as they go later into their careers. Tell me why you think that.
Well, it's funny. I mean, old school was you start triathlon in Olympic distance or sprint distance. You then move up to Olympic. You then move up to middle distance, and then you take on the full distance. It's just not the case anymore. You know, you've got youngsters. We've got the 22-year-old from the US, 22 years of age, already taking on a long-distance event.
Yep.
You just didn't do that back in my day.
Yeah.
And I think what it did was it set me up for a long career because you're not putting too many demands on your body at once. And then you've got the likes of an athlete such as Sam Long, who's done, an extraordinary amount of full-distance races so far. I've changed my mindset a little since that article. I think it depends on the athlete and on their physicality, on their build and whether they're prone to injury or not. And you get someone like, I just mentioned Sam Long. He's a big, strong, strapping athlete who doesn't seem to get injured very often. So maybe an athlete like himself does still have, even though he's been doing long course for a long time now, maybe he still has that longevity.
Yeah.
Where I think you could come unstuck a little bit is the mental side. So maybe physically your body is capable of having that longevity in the sport, but mentally, it is hard yakka to go out there over and over and over again for long periods of time and to get through a full distance race.
Yeah.
It hurts. And I know for myself, when it was time to hang up the shoes, it was the mental side that got me more than physical side. Physically, I could have kept going for at least another few years. Mentally, I was done. I just couldn't see myself getting out there time and time again and giving them my best.
But you didn't hang it up altogether because you still go out and compete.
I said, well, I still love the sport of triathlon. I don't want to get out of it completely. I just don't want to race anymore.
Exactly.
So I just swapped over to the other side.
So the athletes now have swung off the main road and come back into the supercars. So our elite males are now back into the supercars track for their second time. So they go out and back. So through this section, an area that isn't used by the general public, they are on this specific part of the track. So it was set up to be a street circuit, but also have a parkland opening. So very different. In supercars racing, you kind of race on streets or in parklands. This was a combination and built specifically for that. So some flowing areas, but some really narrow areas where you've got walls pretty close for the racing. It does open up in parts.
So can I ask you, I'm assuming Will Davison has been up here to race?
Absolutely. Will's won on this track, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's really
good friend
interesting.
Of yours.
A good friend of mine, but also an avid triathlete, a very good triathlete as well. So interesting that you find that a lot of F1 drivers and our supercar drivers, they do triathlon as their fitness, so to speak. But I know both Rihanna and Will love the sport of triathlon and are both very good at it.
And they've come up and taken part in our triathlon festival. So that event you were referring to yesterday, both Will and Rihanna have been up and done that. And also, they joined me on one of the Townsville to Cairns bike rides as well. We did the fundraising for the kids. So they know their way around. We've done a ride together out Paloranda. And the day we did that wind was horrific. And I don't think Will or Rihanna were particularly happy.
Have they ever forgiven you for that?
No, I don't think so. Again, so this is the big chicane area. So a big bottom loop of our supercars track. An area that was developed. There wasn't much going on here when we put this supercars facility in. First raced here in 2009. We've got Townsville High School just on what would be the left-hand side of the riders as they make their turn here before going back out towards the Woolcock stretch. But it really has been a great showcase for our city. The leading motor racing championship in Australia comes here every July. And have been doing so since 2009. And the other thing I'm loving, as I referred to, having that rain just over a week and a half ago has greened everything up.
Looks beautiful.
And here you can see, this is on the middle of the circuit is the overpass that the riders came through before from the stadium. So really close together. From here across that railway line to that turn at the bottom of the overpass is not too far at all. So riders just working themselves out here. O'Reilly has dropped back off the lead bunch just a little bit. Again, a bit of traffic as we go through one of the aid stations out on track. Lots of great volunteers, all of our local volunteers in their yellow shirts.
Well, we have to say, the sport of triathlon, as fabulous as it is, it relies heavily on our volunteers.
Yep.
And one thing, I know I've only been here since Friday, but one thing I have noticed, and it was abundantly clear, that the Townsville and the surrounding areas have really embraced this 12-day extravaganza. They really have. And, all of the cafes, I went out last night and I got a burger for dinner. And, of course, I had a voucher that they'd happily given me as part of the race. And I think that all of the companies and all of the surrounding areas have really embraced this entire week.
Now, I think O'Reilly may have dropped off this lead pack.
Yeah, that was
just a little
interesting.
bit.
I don't know what's happened there. I was trying to see if he had some sort of an issue with his gears or with something has gone on, but it was very strange because he certainly looked in control when I saw him last. But you're right, he really has started to drop off.
There was a shot a little while ago, and he did wave his arm around
so
at one stage that I saw him, and from that point, he has dropped back. And there has been a bit of a break in these lead male athletes. Again, we do have a lot of our age group athletes out on course at the moment. So if you are tuning into the coverage right now, we do have a number of athletes who are part of this lead group. Only a lead group of 5 athletes at the moment, but they have certainly spaced O'Reilly from Ireland.
Yeah, let's see when we see them go across here. But you're right, it's not. This is a guy that just caught these lead groups, so you don't expect him to just blow up like that this early in the race. We know he's 29 years of age, from Ireland, but actually lives in Perth. So he lives here in Australia. He was 6th last year at Ironman Western Australia in Busselton. So solid result for Eichland, but we'll see if we can pan back a little bit further in a second. We can see right now on screen that is Charlie Quinn. In front of him, Steve McKenna. We then got Dylan Magnian from France in 2nd position, and Antonio
Benito Lopez from Spain is out the front, and he'll be pretty excited to win this World Championship if he can, because the World Championship's heading to Spain next year.
That's correct. That would be amazing, but yeah. So we're back to our professional elite women. That is Marta Legałnik from Poland.
So again, this is coming off the Palaranda leg. She'll be heading very shortly back past transition to complete her first lap of the bike course. Wow, one of the American planes. There's a large
Did you
number.
organise that?
I wish I could say yes. There's a big exercise at the moment. We are a big military base up here in Townsville.
Okay.
So Army, we are a garrison city with the military here, and the RAF, the Air Force as well. There's a big exercise on at the moment. And I can't remember which planes they are, but there's about 8 of them at the moment from the US who are here part of a big exercise which is happening, C-32s or something. I'll have to come back to you and tell you what they are. But
Incredible.
They are absolutely amazing. We do see a lot of training done up here for the elite fighter pilots, and the best of the best come up here to do their training. So military plays a very big part in our city as a garrison city of Northern Australia.
Wow. You are an absolute wealth of information. I love it. No, well, it's fantastic. It's your home. And you know what I love? I love just how proud you are, and why not? I mean, yeah, beautiful part of Australia. I'm from, obviously, Noosa, from the Sunshine Coast. Very proud. Love it there. We've got Noosa Triathlon there every November, an incredible event. But to have an event of this calibre in Townsville, fantastic for the sport and fantastic for Australia.
But it reminds me, we had this conversation with Toby the other day, and people don't realise just how big Australia is.
I know.
And our state. Yep. As I said, from your home to here is over 1,000 kilometres away.
Madness.
You know, we're 1,400 kilometres to Brisbane, our cap city.
And what have we got here? We've got one of our Australian athletes. I'm not sure who that was, but you can see the hand up. So it looks like, is it Steve McKenna that was hand up? I'm not sure what's wrong, but he did put his hand up about something. But yeah, Steve McKenna right there on screen. You've got Charlie Quinn just out of screen now. Doesn't look like anything is wrong. He doesn't look like he's got a mechanical, but definitely put his hand up for something.
So again, leading the way at the moment for the elite men, it's Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain, Dylan Magnian from France in 2nd place, and then we drop back to Steve McKenna, the Australian, in 3rd, and of course Charlie Quinn. So he's our top 4 in the elite males at the moment. Pretty well bunched together. Quinny just sitting off the back just a little bit, but that's our lead for men at the moment, and we just don't know exactly what's happened to Eichland O'Reilly, who was leading the bike leg a little bit earlier in this lap, but has certainly dropped off the pace a fraction.
And speaking of Steve McKenna there, 3rd place on screen. He's been doing a lot of work recently. As we said, he's working with Cycling Australia now with Jamie Stanley. They've done a lot of aero testing. He lives down in Adelaide. There is an aero testing lab there, and Steve's been able to get in there and use it. And looking at his position on the bike right now, it's something that he has worked. It's been a work in progress, but he does look really, really good. Nice and aero.
So our top 3 riders at the moment. Little look over his shoulder there from Benito.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, but if you have a look here, something went on. You can see there Steve McKenna's raising his hand. I'm not sure why. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it's interesting. We don't have a support vehicle out there.
No. So I don't know if he was calling up one of the officials, but looks like they've worked themselves out right now. And as we said, you can see that light. That is actually an orange light and not red. It looks red, but it is actually an orange light. If it's red, you'll see it continually flashing. So within that 12-metre draft zone, it will be flashing red.
The great thing is, from listening to the athletes, they're all pretty happy with the technology and what it
Yes.
brings into the sport. Sometimes it doesn't always work that way, but on this occasion, from what I've heard, they all think it's really good technology going forward.
Look, and it's taken quite some time to nut out all the issues, but James Elvery and his crew are doing such a terrific job. I know that there's a race going on right now, a European Championship over in Tallinn in Estonia, where they're also using Race Ranger. And when you get big fields that we're not seeing it so much here at this race, but big fields of 60, 70, sometimes 80 professional men racing, you know, it gets very, very tricky. You just don't have that many draft busters officials out on bikes. So we rely, I think we're going to rely more and more on Race Ranger to make sure that it's a fair and just race for everyone.
So what I haven't asked you, does this transmit back to a central point where that is monitored?
Absolutely, it does. And you know what? At the end of this race, we will be given data with names, and we will be able to see exactly how long particular athletes have stayed within certain zones, including the draft zone. So yes, we can see it. And obviously with the way this particular race works here, where you've got so many technical sections, where concertinas with a lot of the U-turns going in and out of roundabouts, you've got to have a bit of leeway there. So they've worked it out mathematically. They've got the statistics that says, okay, if an athlete is in the draft zone for 3 to 4 minutes over this period of time, that's normal. That's allowed.
Yeah.
That's what you'd expect coming in and out of aid stations where it bunches up.
Yes.
In and out of roundabouts, dead turns.
So all taken into consideration.
That's all taken in consideration. But obviously there will be athletes where their time within that draft zone is too long. We don't do anything with that information right now. It's just for our eyes only. But down the track, a little further down the track, we may decide that, no, we're going to start using this and name and shame.
All right, so the athletes now swing off Boundary Street. So this is normally...
and good to see that Eichlin O'Reilly is still there. So great to see that he's still... I'm not sure. He doesn't look comfortable. There's something not quite right. You know, he's up out of his aero bars. Maybe he's just getting in some hydration. Oh, you can see Steve McKenna. He's asking athletes to go around. Now, this is probably the only thing that Steve needs to keep a lid on, so to speak. I know he often gets a little flustered or a little frustrated if athletes don't do their fair share of work.
Having a go
at the front. And he's just calling Charlie Quinn through to say, you know what, mate, you've been on the back the whole time, which he's allowed to do.
Yeah.
He's allowed to stay on the back out of trouble. So the only thing I don't want to see is I don't want to see Steve McKenna waste energy, precious energy on this.
That's really important, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the lead of the elite females. The gap still around about that 4:07. Julia Molo is leading with a 4:07 gap, and then it goes further back now to 6:30, back to Marta Legaunik. So doing a great job, Julia Molo out front, strong.
Brilliant.
On her second bike leg.
Yeah, really, honestly, she's having a great day. I expected Charlene Clavel to start to nibble away at her lead, and if anything, it's going out by a few seconds, staying fairly stable, but over that 4-minute mark, I mean, if she's able to continue to have around that 4.5 minute mark coming into transition, that's a beautiful place for her to be starting this 30K run.
All of our elite athletes getting close to that 2-hour mark into our race today. Remember, we're racing for a world championship. The 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships here in Townsville, North Queensland.
And just talking about that, I mean, if we go back over the history of this race, we've had some of the best of the best of the best win this title. I mean, going way back, Chrissy Wellington won it back in 2008. Chris McCormack and Carolyn Steffen back in 2012. Lionel Sanders, Sarah Crowley back in 2017. Javi Gomez from Spain back in 2019. And then in 2022, we had Pierre Lecour from France and Lucy Charles Barclay, and that was in Shamar in Slovakia. I was there for that race. Wow. It was an incredible race. And of course, last year in Ibiza, we had Clément Mignon from France and Marjolaine Pierre. Beautiful day for the two French. They are partners.
I was going to say, that's a pretty big day of celebration for a couple.
Absolutely, for a couple. Both from France. It was a wonderful day.
Again, we have a crossover of the railway line coming up. This is where a lot of us get caught going into the city at times. We have a lot of freight that goes through this part of the world, and it's a very big freight line that goes through right in the middle of the city. A little bit of passenger transport to get from Brisbane all the way up to Cairns, up in far north Queensland. The real older part of the city as we come back down through this area. One of our big gyms I mentioned a little bit earlier. So this is that overhead shot, just to put you in the picture of how this all sits. So the riders have come off the supercar course now, right in front of us. The long building in the middle is our new railway station, and that is the railway line that they've just crossed over to head right back up into the city. And then, of course, Castle Hill sitting right in the background shot. It's just fantastic.
So you can see another one of the French team. So one of the coaches on the side there, just letting Julie know what an incredible job she's doing so far. There's nothing better than getting continual splits where the time's either pushing out or at least staying stable. So as we're in sixth place here, sixth place female, and it looks like right in front of her, whoop, just taking that corner a little bit sheepishly. But Kate Gillespie-Jones doing a great job, having to make sure that she stays out of trouble there as she took that turn, but only been a professional athlete for about a year and a half now, doing an incredible job. She's such a brilliant athlete per se. We know that she was an AFL player. She played for Carlton and North Melbourne.
Well, that's unfortunate. I grew up in Victoria and follow Aussie rules pretty closely. And unfortunately, I'm a supporter of Collingwood, who missed out on the top 8 this year in the AFL. But, I mean, again, we go back to that. Once you're fit, yes, it's big moves into different sports, but when you have a fitness background, you then just got to concentrate on the basis of those individual sports, right?
I got to meet Kate for the first time yesterday at the pro briefing. Of course, I know who she is. She's had an incredible year so far. She got her first podium as a professional athlete this year in Ironman Australia, where she was 3rd. I know she's got the goods.
Yeah.
We know that physically she's brilliant. But what I loved, what impressed me from the moment I spoke to her yesterday, was her head switched on. Yep. She's got that drive, that determination, that competitiveness that you need at this level of sport.
I think that's Ayuida.
It is
in
indeed.
front of us from Japan, the 3-time Olympian, coming over Louts Bridge. This will be the turnaround with the stadium on the right-hand side. And sitting in about 4th place, I think, from last time we had a look at the settings for the women. So she's, reasonably comfortable there in 4th place at the moment. Something just over 6-7 minutes back from our lead rider in Julia Molo.
Well, started racing long distance events in 2022. Before that, we know she had an illustrious career as a short course athlete, having represented Japan on 3 occasions at an Olympic Games. I mean, that's 12 years between that. It's incredible. It is extraordinary. There's only a small handful of athletes that have been able to do that.
Obviously very dedicated to the sport, and I think the thing that I took out of what you said a little bit earlier, as an ambassador for the sport, she's right up there at the very top.
She really is. She just exudes positivity. Every time you see her, big smile on her face. I know she was sorely missed from World Triathlon once she moved across to long distance. So to have her here today, it's a real treat for us all.
And she had a good mixed duathlon as well back last Sunday.
They podiumed, did they?
Yeah.
They did. That's
got on
brilliant.
the podium, I think, in 3rd place.
Wow.
So pretty sensational. I know she was a little bit disappointed with her duathlon, on her solo duathlon, but the smile was certainly on the face on the podium as they sprayed the champagne last Sunday.
Well, hopefully she can make up for it today, because I know, as I said, she'd love nothing more than to make that podium here. She'll have to get past the 2 French athletes who so far today are having a superb day out on the bike. This woman on screen right now, Julie Iamolo, she led from the gun, continues to lead. She's on the 2nd lap of 3 here today.
So we're just seeing on the timing that Kate Gillespie-Jones might have gone past Ayuida. Unless we've missed something in there somewhere. Yeah, she has. So Kate Gillespie-Jones has gone into 4th place. Ayuida has dropped back, and they're around about 9 minutes off the lead. So great stuff from Kate Gillespie-Jones.
You know, Kate, very, very strong athlete. Her bike is her strength. Coached by Clint Rawlings, part of Tim Reed's the RPG team. So I know Reedy is up here. It's a big shout out to Tim Reed and Clint Rawlings. They've got a great crew of athletes doing an incredible job.
Wouldn't you just love? I mean, we're sitting in air-conditioned comfort right now, but have a look at the people.
I'm actually a little chilly.
She's gone for the blankie over the knees. You'll be right, love. Come on.
I'll be okay.
But the people sitting in the cafes having breakfast and world-class athletes going past your breakfast table, does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't, and there's some beautiful cafes down here on the Strand. As I said, I've visited a few already. I intend to visit a few more. I don't leave till Monday afternoon, so I've got a little bit more time. But yeah, perfect way to start Sunday.
So we'll be seeing the blue carpet there is the transition for the
Aquabike.
Obviously taking place at the very same time. So out on course today, we have 540 long course triathletes and 375 aquabike athletes out there as well, all happening at the same time. And you can see there's a fair bit of traffic along the Strand right now.
And again, as we mentioned, the athletes just need to keep their wits about themselves, just make sure that they don't lose concentration, don't look down too often, make sure that they're always looking ahead.
Quick little rise here to get up to the back streets of Mitchell Street, which will take us back towards past transition, and again out on the second leg out to Paloranda. Tight little turns, and the camber does change quite a lot through these back roundabouts. So we're looking at Aiklin O'Reilly from Ireland, sitting at the back of this lead pack of 5 riders at the moment. And back in 6th place would be Nicholas Free from Australia. Around about 2.5 to 3 minutes back last time we had a look on our splits. And this is this next little rise through the roundabout at Howard Street. Our broadcast compound just sitting there. You'll see us there on the left-hand side is just where we'll
give a wave. We'll give a wave.
I don't think they notice somehow,
Nope.
Belinda.
No, they've got a job to do. But interesting you were talking about that, but I just did see, it's rolled over now, but on our timing, it looks like Benjamin Hill's actually made his way up.
Oh, wow.
Into about 6th position. So we've got our top 5 on screen right now. But Benjamin Hill moving very, very well through the field. Nicholas Free actually dropping off. So he's back in around 8th position, I believe. And Maddie Burton also staying steady in around 7th position.
I'm loving these fantastic drone shots that we've seen overhead so we can see where these riders are going. They've gone past the transition area, again through the back residential streets of North Ward. They'll come down this little bend and make their way out through Rose Bay towards Paloranda. This is the second leg of their 3-leg race on the bike, a total of 114 kilometres. Again, a lot of the riders taking the opportunity to hydrate, get the nutrition on.
Yeah, look at that. Nearly every single one of them. You've got Antonio Benito Lopez with a gel in his mouth. And then Magnian making sure that he's getting enough hydration, electrolytes and water. You can see that now. Steve McKenna making sure he's getting some electrolytes, some hydration in that front cell. Much easier for him to be down on the aero bars. He doesn't need to move if he's got the hydration in the front end of his bike.
Were you ever a fan of gels?
Do you know what? No, I honestly, I don't think there's anyone. I don't think one athlete out there truthfully would love to take a gel.
That's why I asked.
But I never had a problem taking them. And I know for some athletes they're ghastly. But for me, it was never an issue. I think it was one of my strengths when I used to race is that I could stomach anything.
Yeah, right.
But do I like them? Have I had one since I retired?
Heck
Absolutely no. Not.
Means to an end.
No. Definitely not. I'm much better with a flat white and a nice scone, like you saw me yesterday.
So is there anything else that you take nutrition-wise? Was it always just the gels or bars or anything else that you...
You know what, when I first started, as an age grouper, and I didn't really know what I was doing, bananas, Vegemite sandwiches with the crust cut off. So, it was a smorgasbord back in the day. And you've got to remember, I was doing it back in the day when we didn't have these specific nutrition supplements.
Yes.
That company, the nutrition business, has come such a long
way, hasn't it?
I mean, I look at it today and there's the science behind it all.
Yeah.
The gels that are made, the specific amounts of magnesium, the calories.
Yeah.
It's a whole different playing field right now. And so, and there's so many different types that you can take. Yeah, it would be wonderful. I mean, I look at the advancements that have been made, not just in the areas of nutrition, but like on screen right now with disc wheels, the aerodynamics
Well,
in
the sports
suits,
science,
the sport
everything.
Absolutely, it's insane how far it has come, and I love to look at it. I love to see. We get old photos come up sometimes, my husband and I, and we have a good chuckle. You know, things that we wore and things that we did that we thought were the bee's knees at the time, but now it's like, oh,
So,
what were we thinking?
do you get a little jealous that you'd like to have had a crack in this, or are you happy with?
You do think.
Well, I mean, what you had at the time
absolutely.
is what you had,
Yeah,
obviously.
of course.
But when you start to see the extra technology, the
Yes,
science,
yes.
the nutrition that is available to these athletes, you must think, gee, it'd be good to have a
Absolutely,
crack
you
in your
think,
peak.
what if, how
Yeah.
fast could I have gone? You know, carbon-plated shoes.
Yes.
I mean, far out. It would be wonderful. But sitting on the other side, doing what I do now, and being able to see these athletes do things that I would never have even dreamed possible back in the day. I mean, it makes me smile ear to ear. It's brilliant.
So you did 2 long-distance world championships.
I did one back in 1998. I don't even remember that being that far back, which was on Sado Island in Japan, and
Yep.
then back in 2004 in Saita in
So there was
Sweden.
a big gap between
it was
the
a big
two?
gap. I'm not sure why. I
There
think
are other things that came up,
other
I'm
things
guessing.
that came up, other
Yeah.
racing, whether it just fit into the program at the time. But I do remember going with the Australian team to Sweden in Saita. It was a wonderful race, and I think for me, even when I was doing it professionally, it was still about new experiences and going to countries or places that I hadn't otherwise been. And
Yeah.
I know definitely racing in Japan, one of the most beautiful countries in the world to race in, because the culture is just so different to ours. Absolutely loved racing in Japan.
All right, so out on the course at the moment, that's our lead elite female, Julia Molo, leading her way. She's down Boundary Street on the Supercars track. Let's go back and take a look at some of the vision of our elite men coming out of the water, going into transition a little bit earlier, as we're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. This was the beginning of the swim. A field of 21 elite males took it away and very quickly developed a breakaway group in the swim, Belinda.
Yeah, they did. And look, it was a little bigger than we anticipated. We knew that there would be that breakaway group of 4. But Dylan Magnian also in that group. And, of course, Dolan from the US leading the way.
He certainly felt the pressure of that 1-minute penalty that he had to serve when he got to transition, because it did separate him from the group pretty quickly, didn't it?
It did, but beautiful stroke. He did everything he could to try and limit that deficit once he made his way into transition. But Charlie Quinn, great swim from our Aussies, Charlie Quinn and Steve McKenna. Long run into transition. It's almost like a cross-country event. 450 metres in total.
The footsteps in the sand as we go back out on course. We are on our Supercars track, specifically used for our motor racing series. So that's Julie Amolo leading the race. And this comes back out now to our
Marta Legownik in third
place.
place, that's right. So Marta Legownik from Poland, riding well. First time over this distance, so actually playing a really smart race. She doesn't want to do anything too crazy. As I said, she doesn't have any experience on anything longer than middle distance racing. So I think she's playing it really smart. And I know if she was able to go home with a podium, she'd be over the moon.
nice stretch of the legs from Julie. So sitting in third place right now, Marta Legownik is around about the 6.5, 7 minutes back. In second place is Charlene Clavel, and she's been sitting at about that 4 minutes.
It's just
Gone up
pushing
again.
up. Just a few seconds. Every time we get an update on the timing, Mats, it's just a few seconds.
Yeah, she's not
more.
closing the gap at all.
She's not, and I really thought that she would be. And you can see now Marta Legownik right on screen now. She's at 7 minutes and 11 seconds back from our leader. So really surprised. Not surprised to see the gap opening up between Legownik and Iamolo, but definitely surprised to see that gap continuing to grow between herself and Clavel.
So just quickly reflect on me. So as Julie goes through, this is her second leg on the bike. They'll go to the third. Her run. How good is she when it comes into running? Is she someone that can maintain this now with that gap of what is over 4 minutes?
It's really interesting. That's a really good question. She's definitely on paper not the fastest runner at all. But as I said, what you see on paper and what you see on screen, two completely different things. And right now, she's in the box seat, and I think mentally she's in a very, very good place. And it's incredible how strong that mental side of things can play a part. When you're feeling good, you know you're going well because you're continuing to put time into your competitors. And so, you know, on paper, she's one of the slower runners, to be honest. So maybe we'll see her pull something out today, but definitely Marta Legaunik, Charlene Clavel, and of course Marianne Legrand are all much faster runners on paper. Yeah, all right, we'll see how that plays out across the day. We're also going to go back and have a look at our females in the swim. So our elite women today, 11 competitors taking part in this World Championship. They're off the start, and very quickly, we could not believe just how quickly that we got to see Julia Molo make a break on this field and set up a gap so fast. It was incredible, and we predicted that it would eventually be around that 3-minute mark, and it was indeed just a smidge over 3 minutes at, I think, 3:05. Back to the next female competitor, so wonderful swim from Julie. She makes her way to her bike. Beautiful transition here. What I loved was the fact that she decided, I've got the time, I'm going to put socks on now, save some time in T2, and really, she has not looked back since the get-go. On the left-hand side, the printing press of our local newspaper, the Townsville Bulletin. So she rides down back into the main CBD area. And again, great vision of our city, the beautiful palm trees. It could be anywhere in the world. I love it. But what I love the most, and I have to say, it's so incredibly clean and tidy. Yep. Beautiful for a major city. Yep. Unbelievable. Looks brilliant. So we are a population of about 200,000 people here and a little bit wider. The thing that I love about our region, I think, something to really bring home, within an hour and a half in any direction, you're in unique parts of Australia. Hour and a half, you're out on the Great Barrier Reef. Hour and a half, you're out in the outback setting out west of Charters Towers. Hour and a half, you're in the rainforest in Paluma. Hour and a half, you've got the islands of Magnetic, Hinchinbrook, Orpheus. I mean, it is extraordinary, all within 90 minutes and all very, very different. Weather conditions, landscape is so completely different. An hour and a half from the middle of where these athletes are right now. Unbelievable. Well, I must admit, you know, as I said, I'm a 2-hour flight south, but on the water, so very similar. Yes. But even I, when I got off the plane on Friday, couldn't believe the difference in the temperature. Yeah. So there's definitely, the further north you go, the hotter and more humid it becomes. And again, for people watching, this is our winter. We are coming towards the end of winter. Right now, just having a look at the temperatures outside, sitting at about 23 degrees. It feels like 24. We've got southeasterly winds at 7 k's. Humidity 74%, but that's morning humidity, so not so bad. But effectively, we're sitting at around about 23 degrees out in the city at the moment. A little bit warmer in some parts because you're not getting the breeze because of the way the city gets locked in. So there will be areas where there's no air whatsoever. And look, speaking though of the elite athletes that we're obviously looking at on screen now, all of our Europeans coming from summer, the Australians definitely, even though they're coming from winter, are used to these sorts of conditions. I don't think that the weather conditions today are going to play a significant role in the outcome. No, I really don't. Agreed. I think these athletes are used to it. A lot of the European athletes have been here for quite some time now, so they've got used to it. They've acclimated to the conditions. Coming from summer, it wouldn't be so difficult. Really, the only thing was just the length in travel and the time difference. So it is a significant time difference of around 8 hours from here to Europe. So that can often take its toll, but most of these athletes have been long enough now to overcome that. And again, Eichlin O'Reilly just sitting off the back. Hovering off the back. Yeah, hovering. Staying out of trouble. He's sort of been on and off that for a period. About this point on the opening lap, he went to the lead of this group of 5 elite males out in front. Then he sort of dropped back almost 15, 20 seconds, but made his way back on again. Just sitting off the back, you can see right through to the front, the bright yellow and red of our race leader, Antonio Benito Lopez of Spain, out in front at the moment. In Spain, definitely a country that loves the sport of triathlon. Girona in Spain, one of the big hot spots for all of the professional athletes, both long course and short course, where they base themselves when they're in Europe. I know we've got quite a few Australian athletes that make the trek over to Europe for the European summer, and they base themselves in Girona. Spain, it's a beautiful part of the world. One of my favourite, if not favourite, countries in Europe. I love going there.
So there's further back on screen, you see some more of our elite males we haven't seen a lot of. Hill, Nayart, back to Kubo, and Free, as you said, has dropped back another couple of positions.
And great to see Jai Spriggs there on screen. Of course, the local, born and bred here in Townsville. He will for sure have the most support on ground.
Pretty amazing to think, you know, you get to run a world championship, the only Townsville athlete in this elite group, male and female, home.
Unbelievable.
In
What a
your
feeling.
home
What
city,
a feeling.
Born and bred and racing a world championship. You would never think that that could be possible.
No.
And then all of a sudden the opportunity comes. He has got a smile on his face.
And to have your family, your friends, that sort of support. I know he's got a lot of brilliant local sponsors that have been getting behind him. It'd be a pretty special feeling. One very, very difficult to beat.
You'd have a lot of Ks on these roads around Townsville. There is no doubt about it. Once again, we go back to the front of the field for our females. Julia Molo back through the D section at Strand Park. So this will be good to see her come back up towards the transition. So a lot of chops and changes here, as we've talked about a number of times. This takes you off the coast just a little bit, protected by the parkland that does raise up a little bit. Now back onto the strand itself. A little bit of impact from the wind, and again, back to the speed humps and the changing road conditions before a left-hand swing up out of the strand, back out onto Mitchell Street.
Great to see so many people, spectators out and about already.
Again, tiny little rise,
Yeah,
just enough to stretch you.
And it is, and look, in one aspect it's great because when you stay down in that aero position and you don't give yourself a break, you're using the same muscle group, you can get that really sore lower back. Sometimes it's quite refreshing to actually get up out of the saddle, change gears, gives your lower back a little bit of a break. You're using different muscle groups, and then you get back down into that aero position, as you can see Julie has done right now. And it's actually nice. It's a nice rest, a little bit of rest and recovery before you get back down in that position and start stomping the pedals again. But yeah, you're right. The more times that you have to get up and out of the saddle, the more gear changes you have to make, the ins and outs, it is demanding, and it does take its toll after 3 laps.
So this will be Julia Molo coming up through this little roundabout with our compound on the left-hand side.
Look at that
There we
shot.
are. There's our little donga. Hello. You can't see us in there behind the tree.
That white building just off to the left.
Again, another little tiny
Little
rise.
out of the saddle, but again, a little chance for her to stretch the legs a little bit.
Tricky turns. Watch out for the cones. Transition on your right-hand side. You can just see it in picture there.
Beautiful transition zone. Lovely and green.
Heading back out towards Palaranda. So 2 hours and 18 minutes in for your female elite race leader in Julie Amolo. Charlene Clavel in second place.
And speaking of the French, you know, they've got such a rich history in this event, going all the way back to, say, 2008. Julian Loy won the event back in 2007, 2008. You've got Bertrand Ballard, he won it 2013, 2014. Cyril Vianot in 2015, Sylvain Sudry in 2016, then of course Pierre Lacour in 2022 and Clément Mignon in 2023. Unbelievable, and then Marjolaine Pierre last year as well. So the French, very, very rich in history here in this race, and it's looking highly likely. I never like to predict anything too early. I've been shot in the foot for doing that before.
Yes.
But right now, for our females at least, you know, we've got 2 French females in first and second place. It's looking highly likely that another French athlete will at least make the podium here today, if not get on that top step.
Well, a big shout out to anyone who is watching our coverage in France. Of course, they've just come through what I thought was a fantastic Olympic Games.
Brilliant. Oh, I loved it.
It was stunning, wasn't it?
I legitimately had depression once it was all over.
Me too.
Because my day was set up with, you know, you'd sit down every afternoon, every night, and you'd watch the Olympics. I'd get up at the Cracker Sparrows to watch the reruns, and you know, I signed up to stand so I could watch all the I didn't want to miss a thing. You know, I had the worst FOMO.
But wasn't it spectacular?
Oh, amazing.
You couldn't imagine an Olympics with so many landmarks, sporting events.
It was insane.
The beach volleyball with the Eiffel Tower
Crazy.
behind it. racing in Marseille, and of course the triathlon, which of course we know was impacted first up because of the water conditions are the same. But when that finally got going, I mean, it was just spectacular.
Brilliant. And that mixed relay, whoever was responsible for that addition to triathlon and particularly to the Olympics, I mean, hats off to you, because that was nothing short of spectacular.
Every single time they went around a corner, there was another absolute landmark. So back out on the bike once again, this is your second place elite female, Charlene Clavel from France. Has been around about that just over 4 minute mark the entire way through.
Starting to push out to around that 4:20 mark. So, as I said, not losing a lot of time, just a few seconds every time we go over a timing mat that's just a couple of seconds further out. But still looking very, very comfortable on the bike. She's a brilliant bike rider. She has incredible bike handling skills. But Julie just having one of those days right now.
So it's France 1-2, and sitting in third place for your women is riding from Poland, Marta Legownik. Again, that's your top three, and a lot changing further back from that. We'll keep you updated as we get the next series of splits. This little rise here, we talked about when Julie went through as well. When you come off this, it's a really tight turn at the roundabout, and you very much quickly, you watch this get to the guttering just on the left-hand side. We saw a couple of the duathletes. See, if you swing too far,
you're going to end up in the
hit
gutter.
That very quick, and we saw that with the duathlon back last Friday and Sunday. A couple of athletes really failed to navigate that. It is tight, and that guttering does pop up really quick, and it is quite raised.
And that's where, you know, skills, really good bike handling skills like Charlene Clavel, all of the French women and men have brilliant bike handling skills. That's when they really come into play. And also knowing the course. I mean, most of these athletes have been here for quite some time now, and they would have had a chance to go over this part of the course. They've been out watching the events. They would have seen the athletes, seen the mistakes that they have made, and make sure that they are not going to make the same mistake as well.
So that's back through the roundabout. We saw Julie some 4 minutes earlier go through the little rise back up before a left-hand turn to go back past transition.
So again, latest split 4:19. That last split was at 4:17. So as I said, just a couple of seconds every time these two women go over those timing mats.
Looks like the men, they might have just crossed paths with the elite men there who've been out to Palaranda and back. So we see Charlene Clavel through these little suburban streets, suburb of North Ward, just in behind Jazine Barracks. These people get to be a part of a whole lot of great events. As we go back to the front of the men's field, we have a lot of great events here. Our Townsville Running Festival has only just happened. Several thousand runners running from marathon down to half marathon, 10K events, 5K sprints as well, all based out of Jazine. Run Army was another big event that was focused on the military, but we're starting to see a lot of the local community get involved in that, and a lot of festivals and events positioned there at Jazine. It really is an incredible park.
Fabulous park.
Yeah.
And originally it was barracks.
It was the Army barracks, and it wasn't until about 2006 that the Army gave that land back to the community to be developed into parklands. The thing to note is that our Army Brigadier still lives in the Brigadier's building at the top of Jazine Barracks. You can walk up there and have a look at that stuff. Go and knock on the door and say good day to Dave McCammon. He's the local brigadier.
Don't mind if I come and have a little look-see?
He'd probably make you a cup of tea and scones out on his balcony as well.
Perfect.
But he still lives up there, so he'll probably be trapped up in his house today, having a great day watching this on the coverage. Big shout out to the Brigadier. I know he'll be watching.
But you can see on course now starting to really get quite busy with majority of our age group athletes, our para athletes also out on course now with our elites. Great to see so many age group athletes from all over the world proudly supporting their countries.
Yeah, it does get super tricky now because these are quite narrow little roads. The roundabouts become tricky as you start to get athletes that are riding at different speeds, and our elite group of 5 out in front. That elite group has been together for all of this ride now. A couple of changes. And again,
but you can see now, look, brakes on, just starting to, and this is no one's fault, it's just the way it is, but it's where you really need to start keeping your wits about you. Stay out of trouble. Don't do anything foolish. You know, you're not going to save time, but if you crash, you're going to lose a lot of time. So they just need to play it safe right now until they get out of this section of the bike course.
You talked about it a lot. That concentration factor is so important. all of a sudden you have a group of slower riders, you go to make the move, you hit some guttering, you hit one of the cones, you end up on the other side of the racetrack. This is where those mistakes can happen and can basically
and they're very,
end your
very
day.
costly. They
Yeah.
can, yeah. And we don't want to see that with any of our elites today or our age group athletes. 114 kilometres here today, slightly shorter than we're used to seeing, normally around that 120 kilometre mark. But 114 kilometres, 3 lots of 30. Oh, and he's just lost a bidden, so you can see they're going over that speed hump.
Speed humps.
He lost one of his biddens. Now, he will not be penalised for that. You know, obviously, we do not have littering on course, and there is a penalty if you do litter, but that is seen as accidental. Littering. So, but really, you've got to be quite careful, because often when a bidden comes out like that behind, if you are behind and you go over that, I've seen people crash because of biddens flying out the back of...
We've seen in triathlon, as an avid watcher of something like the Tour de France, how quickly an accident can happen. Someone slides that bidden across the road, and next thing, you're over a big fall, and all sorts of damage, and people's races have ended.
Are over.
Yeah.
So lucky there, no damage done. Someone will collect that.
Clavel in second place. Again, we're approaching the 2.5 hour mark for the men. The women only a few minutes behind that.
Now, this rider behind is an age group athlete, obviously.
It's my favourite thing to see where it says surname.
Surname. Pretty sure it's not surname.
It's one of the first traps I think I ever fell for, was calling someone's surname, and then I went, okay, that's where the surname should be inserted into that.
But he's one of our age group athletes here racing today. So deciding to go around our second place female, Charlene Clavel from France.
Gee, Lagaunik is now back out to almost 8 minutes.
7:56, yeah, it's sizable. In fact, Marta Lagaunik in third at 7:56 back, as we can see on screen, and it is Kate Gillespie-Jones in fourth position. So Kate having a great race, and I don't think it'll be too long before she is able to bridge up across to Marta Lagaunik.
So again, these athletes are now riding out towards Palaranda. This will be part of the run as well, a little bit later on today. When we get to the run, it's a 3-lap course, 30 kilometres, first 2 laps of 12K, and the third run leg at 6K. So they will make their way almost 2/3 of the way out onto what is this bike leg before they do the turnaround. They'll do that twice, and then the final leg, 6Ks, before we get to the blue carpet finish of our World Championship, and we will crown the elite men and elite women long distance world champions here in Townsville a little bit later on today.
It's going to be incredible. And of course, we've got our aquathon champions that we will also be crowning, as well as our para athletes and all of our age group athletes. Now, with the aqua bike, there's only age group. There is no elite in that field, so only age group there. But some incredible athletes, including one, Kevin Ferguson. Now, I have to mention him. He's an Australian athlete from Tassie. But wow, I think this today will be 6 from 6.
I don't think he's missed anything.
Now, he was originally down to do the long distance, but I think after doing the cross try, got a little bit of a niggle in the knee, and he is training for Kona, so decided to play it smart. And luckily for him, he can still do the 6th event, so he just swapped across to the aquathon, to the aqua bike, excuse me.
It's been phenomenal to see. We've watched some incredible athletes. Larry Nelson from the USA, he's racing in the 80-plus category, out there doing all of the events as well. I mean, he was running in duathlons, he's done cross duathlons. I don't think there's anything he's missed along the week as well.
Unbelievable.
And you just look at these people and go,
how are you doing this?
Extraordinary.
How are you doing this?
You know, when you look at some of those events, you've got your elite athletes finishing races in 1 hour and 30. 4 hours later, these guys are coming across the line, and you go, that's just phenomenal to think at that age you're still able to finish these races.
And then backing it up and doing it again. Yeah.
And doing it day in, day out. I mean, just phenomenal. And we've seen it across so many of the age groups. It's been wonderful.
Well, with Kevin Ferguson, I think he's 65 years of age and still such an incredible athlete. I mean, he wins his age group in nearly everything he's done. I don't know how many golds he's got here this week. But it's several. It's 3 or 4 and counting. And then another athlete, big shout out to Belinda Sozen from Multisport Australia. They are at the timing company here today.
We love Belinda.
I love Belinda. I've known her since I very first started. She took me under her wing over 30 years ago now. When I first started in the sport of triathlon, I raced against her back in the day. She just won her age group in the 70 to 74 World Aquathon Champs. She's an absolute
Phenomenal.
legend on and off the race course. So big shout out to Belinda. She's probably out there working today with
She'll
the
be
timing.
working
It
for
wouldn't
sure.
surprise me. And this is what I love so much about this sport, the incredible people you get to meet along the way.
We've been lucky enough to have Belinda here, part of our Townsville Triathlon Festival, for many, many years. She's always in for a chat.
Yep.
She is
Brilliant
absolutely
woman.
one of the nicest people, and a big shout out to her. I meant to get the name of the other athlete that I wanted to talk about from Great Britain, who this week became the most medalled World Championship competitor in history.
Wow.
Tied it up at 42 early in the week, and I think at the duathlon cross event, won his 43rd World Championship medal,
crazy.
representing Great Britain. I'll have to make sure I go back and find his name, but it was just phenomenal. We looked at each other.
That's amazing.
Pete Murray and I were doing the commentary, and we got that information. We just looked at each other and went,
How is
"That's
this possible? How is this possible?"
43 World Championship medals.
That's outrageous. Well, if anyone's listening out there and you know who we are talking about, please let me know, because we would love to give him a shout out. That's just
stunning.
truly remarkable.
So here is your elite women at the moment. So Amolo leading from Clavel, 4 minutes 19 back, then Legownick. And then the two Aussies in 4th and 5th having good days out as well. Kate Gillespie-Jones and Emily Donker as well. So Ayuada dropping back a little bit now. But the Aussies sitting there in 4th and 5th.
And did you see that? Clavel managed to overtake Mr. Surname, the Kiwi athlete, so from the age group athlete from New Zealand. She's gone back round in front.
That's a bit of a trap, because what if his name was Surname?
Oh, whether we'd be in trouble. But you do find this sometimes, you know, the ego sometimes gets the better of some of these men, and they're like, well, you know, it's a female athlete, I'm going to go around it, but they don't
Don't last
realise
long.
just how brilliant these elite female athletes are.
And the return slap comes very fast.
It does. Fast and hard, that's for sure. As we're back with our leader. She's been going now, Julia Molo, for 2 hours, 31 minutes and 55 seconds. She has led since that gun went off this morning at 6:33 a.m. and just looks so smooth and so in control.
Yeah, 1 minute 47 on the first leg, 3 minutes on the second leg of the swim, and now sitting 4 minutes and 20 on the bike. So going along great guns, which is absolutely fantastic. Your female elite race leader, Julie Amolo from France, looking to return the championship back to France after winning last year in Ibiza. This year, we'll get it done in Townsville. The way she's going, you'd have to say she'd have to do something pretty bad to drop back on this. We go back to our elite males, and at the back of the 4 or 5-man lead bunch is Eichlin O'Reilly from Ireland as they swing back into Flinders Street. This will take them down to out on their 3rd lap on the bike. This will head back down past the railway station onto the supercars track, and there is
now
your
there's
gaps.
a big move. This is what I was waiting to see. Matt Burton from Australia in 6th position, 2 minutes and 8 seconds back. So we anticipated that this would happen. I mean, it must be frustrating for him. He would know that this group is working well together up front. Very, very difficult to bridge a gap when you know you've got people up front, some really strong cyclists in this group that are going to be working hard together. But hats off to Matt Burton, 2 minutes and 8 seconds back right now.
So, yeah, these guys are just swapping around in their positions. You see Magnium from France, O'Reilly. We've got the Aussies in there as well.
And I do believe that is Charlie Quinn. So great to see Charlie Quinn up front. I know Steve McKenna was pushing him to do so a little earlier on in our coverage. So good to see Charlie Quinn. You know, of all of these athletes in this group right now, Charlie Quinn is the only athlete that has never raced over a middle distance race. So this is unknown territory for him. Once he gets past 90 kilometres, that's unknown territory. He's never gone any longer than a middle distance race. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he deals with it.
So can I ask you another question? Obviously, individual races, no doubt about it. But if you've got a couple of countrymen, do you find that you tend to work a little bit together? Or is in this sport, is it just totally forget it, I'm out there on my own?
No, you know, it is an individual sport. There is absolutely no question about that. But I think it's always nice when you have a fellow countryman or woman up there with you to share a little bit of the pain. And so right now, great to see Charlie come to the front of this race. That'll make Steve really happy. And these two, they've got power in numbers here. You know, we've got one Frenchman, we've got an Irishman, we've got a Spaniard, and 2 Aussies. They're in the box seat.
Yeah.
So they should take advantage of this and work legally together to make sure that they get into transition, into T2, in the lead. And right now what I'm seeing is exactly what we want to see. There's 2 Aussies working together, still an individual sport. Of course, once the running shoes come on, it's each for their own. But great to see them at the front of this race really dictating the pace.
Really excited to keep an eye on Matt Burton as well, whether he can bridge that gap down to a 2-minute 8-second gap from 5th place back to 6th. And Matt has certainly put the pedal down a little bit, so it'd be great to see if he can catch up to that bunch as well. Keep them nice and honest. If we had 3 Aussies in that lead bunch, that would be absolutely sensational. Big shout out to everyone watching all around the world. Welcome to Townsville, Australia. This is the sunshine capital of the state of Queensland. 320 sunny days a year. Very unusual to get any rain at this time of year, but just over a week and a half ago, a few days out from the start of this World Championships, just over 100 millimetres of rain fell on the city of Townsville, and we were all like, oh no, but it's cleared up beautifully. So Magnium from France. So this is the circuit that we're talking about. We shot this so we give you a little bit of perspective of what it looks like from the aerials. The circuit, purpose-built for motor racing. The railway station on the left-hand side, the bridges that take you all the way through to the stadium in the background. On the right-hand side, the purpose-built pit buildings that are used specifically for supercars. But we have other events. We have agricultural fairs in that precinct as well. We've had concerts. Guns N' Roses played in the precinct there as well. And a look over the city. I mean, this is my beautiful backyard, and I'm so, so proud of it.
As you should be. It's absolutely spectacular. And who would have thought that I would be able to go to somewhere new and not even leave the country? So that's pretty cool for me. I love it. Still getting to experience new places, meet new people.
Yeah, in your own backyard.
In my own backyard, even after all these years in the sport. And one of the things I loved about being up here, just running into so many old friends from back in the day, back when I used to live in Sydney, when I was first in the sport, getting to see them all again. Some I literally haven't seen for 20 years.
Yeah.
So that's been a really lovely experience for me.
This is something you talked about, bunching up as you get in towards the aid station, when you've got a lot of age groupers as well.
Very dangerous section of the course, because you've got age groupers that are only concentrating on, all they've got eyes for is grabbing a bidon, grabbing nutrition. And you'll see, did you see their majority, if not all of the pro athletes, went right out to the right-hand side of the road, so right out wide, to make sure that they did not get anywhere near any of those athletes as they went through the aid station, because often athletes will go to take bidons, they'll drop the bidons, those bidons roll over. So all of the professional athletes steering well clear of that.
Importantly for Eichlin O'Reilly, he got to get a second bidon back on his bike after losing one on the strand a little bit earlier in this particular lap as well. So these guys are going to make their way down Woolcock Street. So this is the big long stretch along Woolcock Street now, over the creeks. This is all still part of what would normally be the supercars circuit. Supercars, they'll be coming down here well over 230 kilometres an hour and do a big right-hand turn here at the Office Works corner.
A little bit different speed to what we've got today.
Right through here, big right-hand turn to take them back around to the railway station and back onto the track. But today, straight on the Woolcock stretch, a little bit of an incline up through here before the long straight run back to the turnaround at Woolcock Street.
Well, most of these athletes, the elite males that we're seeing on screen now, and they'll be getting upwards of speeds, not necessarily here on this particular part of the course, but on the pure time trial sections of the course, they'll be holding speeds of around 50 plus kilometres per hour. So definitely very, very strong bike riders here. This woman right now, definitely riding around that 40 kilometre an hour pace. Really strong running. She just looks so smooth and in control. So impressed with Julie's racing.
So this is coming back past transition on the left-hand side. You see the bike exit there for the athletes. And Clavel, it's blown out again.
4:28. So, as I said, nothing crazy, but just Julie Iamolo just continuing to widen that gap and just putting time in the bank once we get to the T2 and 30 kilometres of running. And it's just, as I said, the confidence she's going to get from that is, she doesn't have to do anything crazy for the first 10 to 12 kilometres of this run. She can take her time to find a rhythm to get into this run. It's
Those
great.
gaps are amazing. 8 minutes 31 back to Marta Legownik. and Kate Gillespie-Jones is over 10 minutes. So pretty amazing gaps that are opening up in our elite females. It really is Julia Molo's race to lose, you'd have to say, at this stage, as she goes and gets set for her third lap out.
And so completely different to what we're seeing in the elite men's race, where we've got that group, that very tight group up front.
Big contrast, isn't it?
Definitely.
All right, keeping an eye on this. We're 2 hours 43 into the race. And Julia Molo will come down to this little roundabout, the tricky one that we talked about earlier with the guttering on the left-hand side. She'll do a left-hand swing, down the rise, back onto the strand one more time.
So unfortunately for our elite males, we have just been given word out on course that wearing race bib number 1. So Andre Kubo from Slovakia has unfortunately not been feeling that well all week and has retired from the race. So really disappointing from Andre. I caught up with him yesterday at the race briefing and he was really excited to race, but knew that he wasn't going to be going into this race.
It must be a horrible feeling as an athlete.
It is a horrible. You know, you know that you're not well leading into a race, but you think, okay, let's just give it a go. Sometimes you pull it off.
Yes.
But majority of the time, you know pretty much straight away that things just aren't, that you're not feeling good. But it's a shame because he's a great athlete. He had a really good race earlier this year in St. Pölten at Challenge St. Pölten in Austria, where he finished 2nd. He was 7th at the European middle distance champs in Portugal. So, solid year for Andre so far, so really disappointing. So shout out to Andre. I hope you're feeling better soon.
Julia Molo is now out on her 3rd lap. Of course, the elite men now at the turnaround at the end of Walcott Street before they head back towards the Strand and their final run out to Palaranda as they close in on that run. They're making good time, 2 hours 44. The Aussie flag
flying
supporting
high.
the two boys out in front. Our 2 Aussies, McKenna and Quinn, with Benito Lopez stuck in between.
Well, if you think about it, in our elite race today, 8 Australian men, so 8 elite men and 4 elite women. When you compare that to, say, France, where they've got 2 men and 3, love the teddy bear.
Pajamas.
Oh my gosh, 2 men and 3 women. Then Japan have got 2 men and 2 women. So Australia definitely with the largest team of age group athletes and of course elites, as expected.
We've seen some amazing celebrations at the awards presentation, the medal presentation ceremonies, and the national anthems and the flags. But the Aussie contingent have certainly done a great job, and we've seen world champions come right across the age groupers in all different groups, male and female, our para athletes as well. It just has been spectacular to see this event here in Townsville. Back to Walcott Street. Magnian from France, part of that lead bunch of 5. Just ahead of him is Eichlin O'Reilly from Ireland. Some of our age groupers on the left being overtaken by the elites.
And Magnian of France, we know that Arthur Horsau is also here from France. A little bit further back, Arthur not renowned for his swimming, but he's a little further back than what I would have anticipated right now.
We go back to the Strand, Julia Molo. Again, through these tricky little roundabouts with these athletes, and we've mentioned it so many times, you've got different levels of athletes in different age groups, different speeds. Can get really, really tricky.
And it is interesting looking at, we've got our 2nd place, Charlene Clavel, on screen. As we go back to our elite men here, what often can happen, particularly as the race starts to move on and we get into the nitty-gritty of the bike ride, we know that we have a lead group here of 5, but all of a sudden, when you get into lap 2 and particularly into lap 3, these athletes start thinking about the run and the fact that they've got 30 kilometres to run. And so the pace can often slow down because people start to save themselves. And what you see is that they slow down and riders from behind start to make up big chunks of time. And if you look back here, we've got now Louis Nayart from Belgium at only 1:48 back and Matt Burton in 7th at only 1:50 back.
They're coming.
They're coming, exactly. You can see it on screen. So they are coming. Now, okay, they've still got just under 2 minutes to make up, but they are making time up. And what these athletes on screen now need to do is they need to make sure that they don't slow down too much because that will give the opportunity from those athletes behind to start taking up big chunks of time. And it is difficult because you're thinking, well, I've been on the front this whole time. I want to have a rest. And then you've got no one wanting to take the lead. But they've got Antonio Benito Lopez pushing the pace now. We know that the Frenchman was the one leading the way originally, but he's decided to sit back and just say, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of a break now.
The thing to look at is those next group of riders in 6, 7, 8 are riding as a pack together. So they're at 148, 150,
Exactly,
151.
driving, exactly.
So there's a group of 3 that working together legally, as we've talked about before, are starting to take away that ground to that top 5. So it's not like there's one guy stuck in the middle ground. You've got 3 pretty decent riders now who are coming at them.
And the fact that it's only 3 actually lends to it as well, because it's only 3. And because it's such a small group, all 3 will want to work and want to help for the same purpose. Let's try and catch these guys in front.
If we can get back to the lead group, then away we go.
Whereas this group's a little bit bigger. I know it's only 5, but those extra 2, they're like, the mindset is, oh, well, we've got plenty up front doing the work, so I'll just sit back here.
Sit back, which we've seen the frustrations already
from Steve McKenna, precisely.
Earlier on. So, again, back out onto Boundary Street. This is a main thoroughfare. A lot of industrial traffic on this. We see a lot of big trucks down this way, coming up to what would be the railway line crossing. So the U-turn from the overpass is directly behind those red barriers. We've seen them come down there and do that big U-turn, go back down and up the overpass by the stadium. So there's athletes everywhere here. It's amazing to watch.
And, of course, one thing we haven't spoken about, obviously we don't speak about it because it's such common practice for us here as Australians and our New Zealanders as well. But for a majority of these athletes coming from overseas, whether it be from the US or from Europe, they're so used to riding on the other side of the road.
Yes.
Now, not a problem when you're in sections like we're seeing on screen right now, but often when you get to intersections or roundabouts or really sharp turns, your mind plays tricks on you. I know when I go overseas and I'm in Europe, when I'm driving a car, often when you're cornering, you're like, you automatically forget. You go back to what you're used to.
Yeah.
And so particularly with our age group athletes, and that's another thing that they have to deal with right now, particularly as we move on into this bike race, that you are making sure that you stay on that left-hand side of the road at all times.
Well, that's it. You do it without thinking.
Of course.
It's like most things.
It's a subconscious thing. Yep.
How many times you get into a car and you turn the windscreen wipers on because the indicators are on the other side? It's just it's a habit. And no matter how much you train, if you're used to making those turns a certain way,
you'll continue to do it. That's right. You can get caught out and then you can be in a little bit of trouble. But look, so far it's been fantastic racing, nice and clean. No accidents. For this lady on screen, she's had probably the easiest day in regards to just being able to do her own thing and concentrate on nothing but herself. For the men, it's been a little tricky. Obviously, we're using Race Ranger today, so they need to make sure that we don't see any flashing red lights. So far, from what I've seen, it's been pretty good. You can see, if you see that light go on now, that is an orange light, and it is allowed. It's when we see a red flashing light, that means that they are inside that 12-metre mark.
Which is really different for cycling, because normally you get those pelotons, those little groups of breakaway riders, and they're all quickly zipping past and taking their turn at the front. Not quite as much of that happens because it is a 12-metre distance you've got to make up, go past and put another 12 metres on if you're going to make a passing manoeuvre. And
look, they have done, obviously studies have been done, and there is definitely still an aerodynamic advantage. So there is an advantage even at 12 metres that these riders will get, but it is minimal. But obviously within that 12, it's too much of an advantage, and hence why it is illegal here today. We want it to be a fair race for everyone, particularly when you think about the athletes coming from behind, so the likes of Maddie Burton and Benjamin Hill. You want it to be a fair and just race for all, and so far we're seeing a clean race.
A beautiful view for Julia Molo over our stadium. Thursday night, the Cowboys will play the Melbourne Storm. Second last home and away rounds before we get to the finals. Clavel up for a bit of a stretch.
Again, just taking that opportunity to get up out of the saddle, to give her quads and her glutes a little bit of a reprieve. Start bringing in those hamstrings.
So in distance, from where we see Julie now to Clavel, is not too far. It's only a couple of 100 metres around a corner, but on the distance on the back that she has to ride, it's over 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. So from here, they could almost see each other. It's crazy how tight it is through the city. They could almost see each other. There's really only about 400 or 500 metres from where they are directly across a bridge here to where Julie is.
That's incredible.
But with the circuit that she has to get back there, 4 minutes and 19.
And again, you can see coming through this city section, It's a little, not as much room to move, so they need to make sure that they give the athletes, the age group athletes, enough room, keeping out of trouble.
A lot of that's discussed in briefings.
It is,
for,
and they know
the
it.
elites and
on
the,
any
the
looped
age
course,
groupers
they
as
know
well.
that that is going to be the case, and it's not something that they're not used to. This happens in majority of races around the world now. Just because of constraints and road closures, you often have looped courses. I know back in the day when I used to race, when it was obviously a lot easier to close roads down, we've got these big one-looped courses, and they were wonderful. But, we live here today, in this day and age, it has to be looped courses. And the athletes are told, the age group athletes in their briefing are also told that they need to make sure that they stay left to give the elites enough room to come through on that right-hand side. But so far, all of the athletes doing the right thing.
Wonderful vision of our city going out today. And again, this is one of my favourite. Over Louth Bridge, this area is closed down for pedestrians. When we get to a game day or an event date, we actually had Pink played 2 concerts in the stadium earlier this year. Sold out concerts, 30 plus crowds. Absolutely sensational. The city was buzzing.
I bet it was.
So let's go back to the front of our elite women as we get close to the 3-hour mark of our World Triathlon Long Distance Championship today. Julia Molo, and then back out to Clavel.
And it's interesting that you talk about that. We are coming up to that 3-hour mark, and for most of these athletes, they race over that middle distance, so 1.9 kilometre swim, 90k bike, and a half marathon, 21 kilometre run. And for most of our men these days, it's around the 3.5 to 3:45 that it takes to do a middle distance race, and for our women around that 4 to 4:15. So once we start getting over that, that's when you'll start to see shifts.
Who's medium and who's long.
And who's taken care of themselves, who's got ample nutrition in over this duration so far, who's taken in ample hydration. Because 30 kilometres of running, while it's only 9 kilometres longer than a half, it's a long way. 30 kilometres is going to it's going to really sort them all out. But Clavel, you can see now looking really, really good on this slight downhill, really attacking the bike. She's probably realising now that this gap's not coming down like she would like it to.
Yep.
And she's thinking, okay, I really need to start pushing this a little bit harder. I need to start really trying to bridge across, or at least limit this deficit to her teammate right now on screen, Julie Iamolo.
Because at no stage has she been able to really take time back. So if she could start to get someone telling her, I'm starting to get a few seconds now, lift the confidence a little bit, and she did look like she was starting to just power up just a little bit more to maybe get that first bit of feedback to say, look, you are starting to close the gap. The gap has sort of grown 4:02, 4:07, 4:19, 4:22.
And Charlene Clavel is definitely by far the superior runner of the two.
Right.
So much so that we have her down here as running around a 2:08 here today, as compared to Julie, 2:20.
Wow.
That's a humongous difference. Now, again, this is all on paper. When you're leading a race, you grow wings. So I'm expecting Julie to run faster than that here today. But Charlene Clavel would know that she is a far superior runner.
And if she can pick up in this third leg of the bike, 10,
She's still
15, 20,
well
30
and truly
seconds.
within striking distance.
Absolutely.
So I think we really did. That was great, great videoing of the moment in time where I think Charlene really decided to make that decision. Right, I need to really start to up my game here.
All right, so some tight racing back. Kate Gillespie-Jones, 11 minutes. Ayuida at 13 and Emily Donker, 13:43. So those two fighting for 5th and 6th position at the moment. The top 3 reasonably settled and hasn't really changed, although Legaunik's gap has blown out to 8:55, sitting in 3rd position. So can Kate Gillespie-Jones, who is 2 and a bit minutes behind, can she pick up ground and maybe find a way to podium today here in Australia? So Clavel certainly seems to be powering it up just a little bit more now.
Yeah, she was losing a couple of seconds, as I mentioned, every time. Matt, it now looks like she's pegged a little bit of that time back. So it's only around 10 seconds, so nothing significant. But still, it's time in her favour.
Yeah.
That's what she wants to see. And sometimes when you're told, okay, you've only made up 10 seconds, but that's enough. You haven't lost 10 seconds.
Correct.
So it's actually,
But that's
okay.
that mental thing, isn't it? Once again,
Absolutely,
it's all about the
mental
mentality.
thing. Yeah.
I'm now going forward. So you start to think about that in a more
And
positive
the confidence
frame.
that you get
Yeah.
from that, yeah. It really makes a difference.
Well, every time your coach is saying you've dropped 2, you've dropped 2, you've
No,
dropped 2,
that's
now all of
not
a sudden
what I
I've
wanna hear.
gained 2. Well, hang on, I'm going back in the right direction. Great crowds out along our strand today. So this is that little left-hand swing back up Landsborough to get down to Mitchell Street, where they make the run back towards transition to head out to Paloranda for the very final time. Our men in the back half, well and truly now, of this third lap. The run out to Paloranda before they come back to transition for their run. So timing-wise, going great. Again, that run course today, 30 kilometres, 3 laps. First 2 laps at 12K, third and final lap at 6 kilometres before the blue carpet finish, and a world champion will be decided. I've got a feeling it's going to be a bit of a tight finish. If this group all stays together and the trailing 3 catch them somewhere in this, we're going to have some pretty exciting racing for the men's elite race here today.
Well, looking at this lead group, obviously the fastest runner, Antonio Benito Lopez, consistently runs really lightning fast times. He's done two Ironman distance races, 2:37, which is brilliant running. He's the fastest. He's predicted to run around a 1:46, 1:47 here today. Closest one to him would have to be Steve McKenna at 1:51.31. So we know Steve's a great runner. Charlie Quinn, we can only guess because he's never run this distance before,
Correct.
so we don't know. He is a solid runner.
But gee, a bit of an unknown.
Which is great. A little bit of mystery there. He's coming off a win at the Airlie Beach Triathlon. So a lot of these Aussie athletes that we see racing here today, another great event up at Airlie Beach.
Yeah.
Another gorgeous,
What a great
gorgeous spot
Gateway
in
to the
Australia.
Whitsundays,
Oh my
out
gosh.
to the beautiful islands.
Yeah, beautiful. So
Sensational.
in that race, Charlie Quinn was the winner, Steve McKenna was second, and Matty Burton third. So
Okay.
all 3 of those athletes here racing today, and yeah, both all in good form.
So our top group of 5 have stuck together all the way through. So a big group of 5 athletes out in front, and then that gap back to the next 3, which certainly have been motoring along a little bit. It'd be interesting to see the next split to see if they've taken any more time out of this lead group, because they have over the last couple of checkpoints that we've been able to see, and we should see that very, very soon.
And Steve McKenna, who's at the front of this group, and you look great, perfect graphics, right where I wanted them. 8 seconds, so that doesn't sound like anything, but 8 seconds means that Steve McKenna has got a little bit of a gap over Charlie Quinn, whereas you can see from behind Charlie with O'Reilly and then Benito Lopez and Magnian, they are within seconds of each other. So I'm not sure if we can get eyes on Steve McKenna right now. You can see Matt Burton and Lewis Nayart down to 1:35. So they are continuing to take time out of this lead group. I don't know whether Steve McKenna's been told that they are continuing to take time, but Steve looks like he's really starting to push the pace. I'm not sure if he's trying to get away. I don't think he will, but maybe he's realised that these boys are coming from behind and they need to actually start to pick it up.
And again, big traffic area right here in this run out through Rose Bay, one of the big holiday caravan parks on the left-hand side. Look at those little cabins looking straight out onto the water. That is a beautiful location. They'll make this run out to Paloranda for the final time before they come back for the run. So that gap, if they're able to keep pinching those seconds, maybe make that up to a minute, we are in for a classic here in Townsville today for the elite males. And then when you swing over to the ladies, it's a big 4-minute gap. Can we see Charlene Clavel shut that gap down in our elite women? Still some big question marks over that. Clavel still seems to be turning those pedals over nice and quick. The cadence is nice and strong. She wants to make a run for it now. Continuing. So we've gone over the 3-hour mark. Clavel is in the supercar circuit, down in the hairpin in the bottom of the track, looking up to Castle Hill in front of her. 4 minutes and 8. So it has dropped back. 4 minutes and 8. It got out over 4:20 a little bit earlier in this ride. So gradually, Clavel is picking up on Amolo, and Legownik has gone out over 9 minutes now. So it really is a race in 2. Clavel is really the only person that could impact the race of Julia Molo, fair to say.
No, that's true. I mean, obviously, we still need to remember Marion Legrand. We haven't seen her. We know that she's a fair way back. I'm not exactly sure of that split, but by far the fastest runner. The only female predicted, actually, to run under 2 hours. So that's incredible. So I think they've got a 1:58.50, so it'll be very interesting to see whether she is able to make up enough time. Right now, it's looking unlikely, but Julie Iamolo in the box seat.
And Clavel, again, chipping away. Is it going to be enough as we get to the run? We know that they are different levels of runners. We've talked about that already today. There is room for Clavel to be superior on the run leg. So she's got to just keep maintaining, chipping away to give herself that possibility. At the moment, though, she's sitting second on the podium in a world championship, and it will be France 1-2. I think either way, it's unlikely we're going to see anything other than a France 1-2 in our female elite, with our third position getter from Poland, Marta Legownik, now over 9 minutes back from the leader.
Great shot there of Race Ranger. Charlene Clavel in second spot right now. Our spotters out on course saying she wasn't looking quite as comfortable as the first lap, but to me, still looking very, very much in control.
All right, so Amolo.
Oh, so we have been, there's some great, this is why we love having all of our eyes and ears out on course. No wonder we hadn't heard of Marion Legrand. Unfortunately, she has pulled out. Oh. And you know what, it's so funny because I knew that, obviously we knew that she was way back out of the swim.
Yeah, but you thought I know that was going to make some ground up.
Absolutely. I thought, why are we not seeing her in the top 10 here? There's no way that she hadn't started to move away through the course. And a big shout out to Pete Murray, obviously our commentator extraordinaire down on ground, for letting me know that she pulled out at the 5 kilometre mark on the bike here today. So very, very early on, just obviously not feeling it, not feeling well. She's had a massive program here.
Well, a dual world champion earlier in the week.
Not bad going, not bad going.
Yeah. The duathlon, and here's McKenna out in front. So, yeah, the duathlon and also the mixed duathlon, double gold medals for her back last weekend. But we go to the front of the field, and this is Steve McKenna, who is starting to motor at the front of the elite men on this final leg of the bike. So the run out to Palaranda and back, closing in on that transition to the run leg. Steve McKenna in the green and gold, the Aussie flag, leading the way for our elite men. The bunch of 5, we did see him start to get an 8-second gap at the run out of transition area towards this final part of the Palaranda bike leg, but he's really clipping through at the moment, is Steve McKenna.
Well, we know that it was 8 seconds, but I think it's actually a little bit more now, so he really has decided to put his foot down and try and clear out of there. And as I said, we know he's in really good form. He said he's had the longest block of training without getting any sort of sickness from kids for quite some time. He feels fit and he feels ready. It was his birthday yesterday, turned 33, yes, big birthday
Happy
gift.
Birthday.
So what a birthday present he could give himself here today. I know his mum and dad, who are just the most delightful people, they're up here supporting him as well. So great to have them all up here.
So Clavel on that run out Woolcock Street, one of the big motels as well. So this is that view across the city. So from Castle Hill down across our area of transition, you'll see on the right-hand bottom corner almost, and that swings all the way out to Palaranda, swings back across the city and the Strand. The Sports Reserve down in the middle of the picture there. Sports House is where all of our briefings were for our athletes, just there at the Sports Reserve, as we see Amolo coming back onto Boundary Street. So this is Boundary Street across the creek. This is, again, part of the main supercars main straight in the reverse direction to what the cars would be coming down. The Civic Theatre, one of our great arts locations, just coming up on her left-hand side as well.
Still fantastic conditions. We know that the wind is definitely picking up, and it will for sure play a part in this third and final lap on the bike. Legs are starting to get a little tired now, so even just a little bit of wind out on course is going to play a part.
Amolo's still looking comfortable though, isn't she?
She does. She's pushing a beautiful gear there. Cadence is great. She's looking very, very comfortable down in those aero bars. She really hasn't put a foot wrong here today so far.
So we're at 24 degrees now. 15
so it really
kilometre
has
winds.
picked up.
Yeah, east-southeasterlies now at 13 to 15. Humidity at 67%. One of our paras.
Fantastic to have so many of our para-athletes.
This is our boardwalk at the back of Jazeen Barracks. So this will be part of the run course, and we did see as part of the duathlon.
Beautiful.
It's a fantastic addition. As I mentioned earlier, when the Army gave this whole area back to the local community, it was developed into parklands. They added the boardwalks. Again, a fantastic place. At night, as the sun starts to set, the sun rises in the morning off there are spectacular as well. But there is impact from the wind.
Yeah, of course, because you can see that it's out in the open, and there's not a lot of protection there. But you've just sold me my run route for tomorrow morning. So
definitely
thank you
go and do that. Well, you can take from where you are, you run along the boardwalk and then out to Palaranda.
Oh, perfect.
So you link back out onto the run course where the athletes are going today. So definitely add that to your wake-up list tomorrow morning.
It's one of the greatest things about coming to somewhere new, getting out there and just running, getting your bearings, just discovering everything that a place has got to offer. And let me tell you, Townsville has got so much to offer. Wonderful part of the world. As we see our second place, Charlene Clavel from France. The French women really making the others chase. Look at that. Great view of that boardwalk.
So that looks into the Brigadier's house up the top.
You can see the
transition
area there in the background.
So you've got the Brigadier's house sitting here in the middle of the shot. He lives there. This is the boardwalk that takes us up to the memorial sitting at the top of Kissing Point, which is just beautiful. Look at that. That is a stunning piece. At the top of that is that memorial that I mentioned earlier, dedicated to the relationship between Australia and the United States of America. We fought together, obviously, through so many battles. And this barracks that was part of so many soldiers coming to Townsville. Townsville was integral in getting our soldiers off to so many wars. And as I mentioned, it is a garrison city, but that is the memorial at the top, Kissing Point.
Just beautiful.
There were, obviously fortresses at the area of this. We did have bombings in Townsville. It's not very well known, but there's a lot of talk, obviously, about the bombings of Darwin through the war. But we did have Japanese bombers come into Australia. Magnian from France goes back to the lead in front of Steve McKenna from Australia for the elite men. 3:09 into this event.
And both of these men have been riding so very well here today.
So this is the pass. Quick look over the shoulder from Steve McKenna. As Dylan Magnian from France goes to the front. He'd be having in the back of his mind, can they duplicate last year and go France 1-1, male elite, female elite? They did it last time around in Ibiza. Can they do it here in Townsville as well? So Nayart is still at that 134. So that group of three, Nayart, Burton and Hill, still around about that 134, 139 gap back to this main group.
They are running out of real estate to try and reel them in. So fantastic riding from this lead group. Interesting to see Magnian. I think he's got something to prove. He hasn't had a great start to the year. We know that he had an injury early in the year that's prevented him from running. So it will be interesting to see how he is on this 30-kilometre run. He was 14th at a race in Guinea, which was a 70.3. And he had a DNF at and he did Ironman Texas and DNF'd. So obviously that's when he realised he had an injury.
Yes.
And was unable to run. But yeah, so not a lot of racing this year from Magnian. So it's going to be interesting to obviously with that means you're keen to have a good result. So he's got that going for him. But it'll just be interesting to see how he goes in that run.
So we're only 4Ks away from transition that will take us up to the run course. Let's have a look at that run course, Belinda. 30 kilometres we've got to run to round out this run today. We know we've got some quick runners amongst us. This is a pretty interesting course. Again, out to Palaranda. It's about 3/4 of the way out to Palaranda as they've gone on the bikes before they get into some tricky parts in as part of Jazeen Barracks, which does have a little bit of rise and fall in there.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, that keeps it interesting as well. And it's actually nice, slightly different muscle groups to be used. We know that I just don't want anyone to make a mistake. 2 laps at 12K, 1 lap at 6K. They are given wristbands, so they'll be given a green band Red band for the two big longer laps and a green band for the shorter one. So hopefully no one does anything wrong. I don't want to see an athlete go out there to do the 12K for the third time. Please don't do that.
Which is interesting you mentioned that, because we did see that earlier incident for McKenna on that first bike leg, where coming into this
Stranger
section,
things have happened.
and this was the section that we're seeing Amolo in at the moment, where we did see him coming up here and took a right-hand turn instead of left. So
yeah.
we haven't seen too many other errors. That was very early on in the bike course as they got to that stage. Clavel is still trying to come, so 4:12, it's got to 4:08, popped back to 4:12.
It's just been hovering around that same. It did blow out to around almost 4:20, so she has managed to reel it back in just ever so slightly. But I think we're going to see it stick at around that just over 4-minute mark, and a great way for Julie to come into transition.
As you said, she saved an extra couple of seconds there, putting the socks on when she came through out of the swim onto the bike a little bit earlier. Clavel's just got to keep her composure right now. She's pretty safely in second spot.
She
it's
is.
a long gap
and she
back
would know that
Samara.
too. I mean, she would have the coaches out on course letting her know that, okay, your countrywoman is up front and she's riding very, very well. She's having a great day, but you don't have anything to worry about coming from behind. And it's just a nice place to be coming into transition and heading out on that run.
So this will be the left-hand turn that takes you up Denham Street. And again, has a bit of elevation in this. From the minute you get to this section here, it's a little bit hard to see, but you can see it does climb up all of a sudden to swing around on that final stretch down to the Strand.
Yeah, I ran up there the other day, and it's definitely, you definitely know that you're running uphill.
Yep. Clavel back out there. She's on the Supercars circuit. This will be coming back off the Supercars track to make her way back around through the main part of the Central Business District, back up onto Flinders Street. So again, let's go back to your experience in this event. You're closing in on the final sector of the bike. What's going through your head here? You've still got an out and back to Palaranda before you get to the run. You're 4 minutes in front. What's your headspace?
She's still got quite a ways to go, and honestly, it'd be about what I would be thinking about right now if I was Julie, is just getting through town, because obviously we know that is the trickiest, most technical part of the section. It's probably where you're going to get the most foot traffic with the age group athletes also racing. So I'd be like, okay, let's not do anything silly. Let's just play it safe, get through. And then really, I would try and open up here on this last out and back section, just because it's my last chance to get down on the error bars and get some good...
All right, I want to transpose you out
up
of that now into these men.
The men, yes.
5 men.
Yes.
They're all pretty tight. They are less than a couple of kilometres away from transition. Put me in that position as opposed to where Julie is 4 minutes in front.
Completely different. You're dead right. This right now, again... They want to make sure that the speed doesn't start to slow down too much, because this is when they're going to start thinking about their legs for the run.
Yep.
Starting to make sure that they're mentally and physically prepared for this 30-kilometre run. They're going to make sure they can get in some nutrition, because it's easier, obviously, to take nutrition on the bike as compared to when you are running.
Yep.
So they'll want to get in as much nutrition as they can now, also hydration as well. Even start to change the gearing a little bit so that they're picking up that cadence.
Gotcha.
So riding at a higher cadence to mimic how their cadence will be for the run.
Yep.
So starting to do that as well. And you can see right now our men are riding a fairly high cadence anyway, especially when you compare them to the likes of Julie, who had a slightly slower cadence than what our men are doing right now on screen. But just thinking about what do I need to do when I get to transition. Because one of the things that you need to remember, being a world championship and being a world triathlon event, everything needs to go in that box in transition. So right now, once we get to transition, we will see everyone's shoes. Their running shoes are allowed to be out. So they are allowed to be out, ready to be put on. There'll be socks to put on, shoes to put on, but helmet, any nutrition that they don't want because they might have new nutrition to take, everything has to be in that box.
Yeah.
It cannot be on the ground, and if it is, then they will incur a penalty.
There's going to be not much more than a kilometre from where they are here. They'll take a left-hand turn as they get towards those buildings there in front of us. Have a look at this house up on the poles.
Amazing.
I keep looking at that every time I drive past it. Go, that's not for me.
Yes. No. How is that even built?
It's been there a long time, and everyone has always asked the question, would you? I go, no, that's not the house for me. As our bikes will come down, as again, swing left, couple of little suburban streets before they come into transition. So we are super close to seeing our elite men
and look at
come
that
in.
shot. There you go. Transition area pretty soon full of our elite men, our top 5 men. Although looking at the screen now, I can't see the Irishman. So I can see there, obviously you can see taking his last gel in. So Dylan Magnian taking in his last little bit.
So Eichlin is 43 seconds
43
back.
seconds back now. So again, it's been such a strange one with Eichlin. He's been on and off the back, in the pack.
But 43
mixing it up.
seconds is significant, isn't it?
What a great shot. There you go. The Aussie Kangaroo cheering on all the Aussie athletes racing today. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with O'Reilly. He seemed to be there 1 minute, and now we know he is 43 seconds back. So we will indeed be coming into transition with only 4 riders. Steve McKenna, Antonio Benito Lopez, Charlie Quinn on screen right now, and Dylan Magnian of France just in front of Charlie. So the 4 men, they've been together all day long, 3 hours 18 into this men's race.
Start to unclip now. This is the preparation stage, and I know my mathematics is not good, but a podium of 3 and 4 athletes, someone in this
Someone's missing out. Someone's getting what we call the chocolate medal.
The chocolate medal.
It's not a medal you want.
All right, we're getting super close now. So as we see, little bit of last bit of hydration. Start to unclip. Get yourself organised to get into this transition. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our 4 athletes get to that dismount point, and 43 seconds back to Eichlin O'Reilly. Here we go, transition time.
So Antonio Benito Lopez of Spain first off the bike. And you've got Steve McKenna and Charlie Quinn, our 2 Australians, coming in with Dylan Magnian from France just in front of them. So the 4 men, the fastest on paper here has to be Antonio Benito Lopez.
Can the Aussies match it? Do we see the Spaniard or the Frenchman? It's a great battle now. I'm really excited to see how this plays out now over the next 30 kilometres. And what is someone's game plan with these 4? Does someone make a break? Do we do it early? Do we wait till lap 2? Do we all stick together and have a sprint finish? Exceptional.
Well, it's going to be, this is where it gets into, okay, they're putting socks on as expected. 30 kilometres, you need socks. Otherwise, you just rip your feet to shreds. Clean transition from everyone so far. This man on screen now, by far the fastest runner here.
Just how tough is this after getting off 114 kilometres? Compose yourself. The
Oh, and
Aussies
look
are
at
out
that,
first.
look at that. Charlie Quinn first out, so fantastic transition from Charlie Quinn. Next out, Dylan Magnian, followed by Antonio Benito Lopez. And Steve McKenna just taking his time, only just leaving now. So Steve McKenna losing a little bit of precious time.
Gee, that was way too long for McKenna.
It was. It wasn't a great transition. And look at this. Dylan Magnian not showing any ill effects from the injury that he had earlier this year.
He's got his packed lunch.
He has got his packed lunch. And look, it's always, I love this first couple of kilometres because obviously you've just got off a long bike ride, 114 kilometres done and dusted. Really interesting to see if there's any fatigue, any significant fatigue in the legs. And all 3 of these men looking really, really good right now.
And McKenna looks like he's a good 100+ metres back.
You can't even see. He's not even on screen. So I'm really not sure what happened to Steve back there then. As we get now, our Lewis Nayart from Belgium is also in. So great ride from Lewis. We should see Maddie Burton also there.
So look, headband goes on for the Frenchman. Gets himself organised. How much extra energy is he running around holding his bag?
Just, you know, and it's always this first kilometre or this first, not even kilometre, first like 600 metres was always a little bit fast and furious, particularly when you come into transition with a group, just trying to get yourself organised. But, you know, so far, none of the athletes looking stressed. They still look relaxed, just doing what they need to do. Sunglasses going on for Dylan Magnian. So Charlie Quinn probably looking a little fatigued, I have to admit, out of all 4 of these athletes.
I'm loving watching this from Magnian. He's got all his stuff in the bag. He's, instead of doing all that at transition.
Exactly. He's doing it while he's running. He's not wasted any time whatsoever. And look at the result. He is now leading this race.
And you can just see McKenna in the background. So if we pan out there, you'll see our 4 lead athletes out on the run course. Magnian back to Quinn, back to Benito Lopez, and then dropping a little bit further back to McKenna. So off the pace, but at least still being able to sight them. He knows if he can just make up that pace, But Magnian, that's fantastic.
Brilliant racing from Dylan. And, you know, he has got the weight of his country on his shoulders. Currently, this title held by Clément Mignon from France. I'm sure this man on screen now wants nothing more to keep that title within the country.
And again, the run course often gets described as flat and fast when you talk about it. And here it is once again on the map. They run out of transition in through the barracks, and this time we're heading all the way back out to the first turnaround point. We talked about it earlier, around about 3 Mile Creek. They'll have a turnaround there, so it's 3/4 of the way out on the bike leg. They do that twice, and then the second leg is a 6K, so a little bit shorter out to Palaranda and back.
And you can see now Antonio Benito Lopez already starting to come up on the shoulders of Charlie Quinn. He is a superb runner. Look at that.
So Magnian there getting stuff into his shoulders. He's
putting
obviously
it
got his
everywhere he
nutritions
can.
and
Yep.
gels.
He's putting it everywhere he can. Everywhere that there's an available space, he's making sure he has his nutrition. But Antonio Benito Lopez now passing Charlie Quinn. We did hear reports Toby Coote was in transition. He said it was a clean transition for all 4 of these men. Just Steve McKenna taking a little longer than he would have liked. And then Matty Burton, unfortunately, getting off the bike and being in a little bit of pain, so stretching slightly. Not sure what the issue was there, but Toby said he didn't look particularly comfortable. Either had some stomach issues or lower back issues because he was stretching out. And reports now also of Eichlin O'Reilly not looking particularly comfortable into transition as well, so suffering a similar fate to Matty Burton, clutching his stomach. So
He
for
definitely
those 2
dropped
athletes,
off the pace fast.
we knew there had to be something that was not quite right. So our gut instincts were correct, and he's not looking very happy at all coming into transition.
You can see the gap back to our 4th place, to McKenna, back in 4th place. But there's your lead 3 at the moment. Benito has made his way up towards Magnian.
He's got a packed lunch in both his shoulders right there. It's unbelievable.
Of course, he's probably stuck the bag in there as well, outside and not dropping them out in the litter zone. So he's got his whole day packed into his shoulders. And Benito Lopez, the Spaniard. We saw Javier Martin, an absolutely incredible finish in the duathlon run back on Friday. He was off the money, the Frenchman. And again, France and Spain, he blitzed him down the blue carpet. Coquet turned one way, Martin went the other side and blitzed him and got him on the finish line.
Incredible.
It was an extraordinary finish for the duathlon. And right now,
it's exactly
France
what you want.
And Spain out in front.
Well, can we have another one of those today? I love nothing more than a sprint finish.
Every chance the way these 2 are looking at the moment. The Aussies just dropped off the back, just a fraction. Different running styles.
Yeah, completely different. And really, I mean, Antonio Benito Lopez doesn't really have the physique of a runner. I mean, he's quite stocky. He's got really big, solid quads. But his run times tell a different story. He is all class. As I said, 2:37 he has run in both the Ironman distance events he's done. So he is a quality runner.
Through the aid station.
Taking in as much as he can. We know that it is definitely starting to heat up out there now. So trying to get in as much hydration. And it's about just keeping that core temperature down as well. So not just making sure that you get enough internally, but you can see that he is wearing a headband, a special headband that keeps you cool.
Yep.
So a lot of the athletes, we actually saw quite a few of the marathon runners wearing it this year in Paris as well, which was quite interesting. But these headbands were made, and they do work. They're amazing. And you can see they do help cool you down. You can see those little squares on each side of his head, and they do cool you down. They feel really, really good. So helping to keep that core temperature down.
So we're out on the Palaranda leg. Again, on the other side of where they're running, the bike leg is where they've just come from. The bike's taking up that side, and we see the runners on this median strip side, set aside for the runners in this event. So our elite top 3 at the moment. You've got Antonio Benito Lopez leading from Dylan Magnian. And then it drops back to the first of the Aussies in Quinn. He's had a great day so far, Charlie Quinn. And then back to Steve McKenna, you see just in the background as we go back out onto the bike course. This will be our female race leader, Julie Amolo.
It is indeed. Still looking the goods. And second place now, Charlene Clavel. So these 2 women really cementing themselves at the front end of this race. Look at the difference in cadence there, though. That was quite a difference between Julie Iamolo and Charlene Clavel. Iamolo pushing
just
a
doesn't
bigger gear.
change.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. And particularly because you think 4:12, definitely a slower cadence. Definitely Julie Iamolo pushing a bigger gear than her countrywoman Charlene Clavel. Both women looking really good.
Back to Lagownik, then Kate Gillespie-Jones is in 4th place at the moment. Ayuida and Emily Donker, your top women. The 11 women who set out today, and we did hear a little bit earlier, just repeating the news, that Marianne Legrand from France did withdraw about the 5K mark of the ride. After a very successful last weekend, duathlon-wise, 2 gold medals at a World Championships. You couldn't be too disappointed with that, I wouldn't have thought.
No, look, it's a shame. We only have 11 professional women racing here today. There's a total prize purse of $120,000 US, paying top 15.
Wow.
So for our women, you know, they just have to
Get to the
finish,
end.
and they will be taking home some prize money. But great prize money here today for, and of course the most important thing over the prize money is getting to take home the crown of world champion.
So this is actually the first time I think we've seen this section in the ride. So this is the turnaround point at Palaranda. On the right is where we had, of course, the village for our cross triathlon. The athletes would have taken off to the left-hand side to go up into the mountain bike course. And a big shout out to Sam Stedman, who does amazing work in setting the course there. We've got an ultra event, the Outer Limits Trail event coming up there next weekend, based around Palaranda. There's your banyan trees again. This was our village for transition for the cross triathlon. The swim just off on the left. A little bit nasty it was on Tuesday when the wind's up, but Thursday for the cross duathlon, absolutely spectacular.
Oh.
Just like conditions today.
Fabulous.
So this is the full long bike leg back to transition now for Julie Amolo, leading in the elite females.
So this is a great position for Julie to be in. She knows that she's on the home stretch. She knows that she is beelining it now for transition. She'll get that one more look at to see where Charlene Clavel is. She'll see that it is a sizable gap. And again, her confidence is just going to grow. And right now, as anticipated, Antonio Benito Lopez. Antonio Lamoli is another athlete altogether. Too many Antonios. Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. But hats off to Charlie Quinn, who is not letting him go. I thought that once Benito Lopez got to the front, he would continue to just pull ahead. But Charlie Quinn has now overtaken.
Well, new ground for him.
Yep, new ground for him. He's in front. Great to see that he is, he's our first leading Australian. He's in front of Dylan Magnian, currently in 2nd position. And you can see Steve McKenna still there, so don't think that we've written off Steve McKenna by any stretch of the imagination. Steve is still there. Maybe Steve's just taking a little bit more time to find his running legs.
Well, the great thing is, I mean, it's not a big gap, and we are only on the first leg of the run. So this is the first leg of 3. Remember, it's a 30K run course. First 2 laps at 12 kilometres each, and the 3rd lap at 6K. So only just the first few Ks into this 30K. It's a little bit of just getting yourself sorted. Quick look at the watch for Benito. Starts on the nutrition now. So a little bit of nutrition out of the shorts. Start to get that food in. Keep yourself race ready. Plan it out. 30 Ks, a decent run. And as you said, I mean, this is under 2 hours, but it's still a long haul for 30 Ks.
It is. And look, I know Antonio he wants first place, let's be honest. He was 2nd last year.
So close.
He wants first place. And so he's going to do everything within his power to make sure that he can hang on and take home that title of world champion. But still, Julie Iamolo looking so wonderful as she makes her way back here to us here in town and into transition.
And quite likely they will see each other on this part of the course. They will certainly be able to eyeball each other. The country women from France, who at this stage I think it's going to be unlikely won't go 1-2 unless something really dramatic happens. The gap back to Marta is way over 9 minutes for our leader, Julie. So at least 5 minutes for our 2nd place, Charlene Clavel from France. So Amolo before too long, she'll see some runners on her left-hand side as well as the
men
runners
start to make their
out.
way out. That's right. So you can see that gap just starting to slightly open up between Antonio and Charlie Quinn. And then about the same, a little bit bigger gap back to Magnian. And then you can see just in the background, Steve McKenna, our top 4 elite men out onto the run course. The first of 3 laps, 2 12-kilometre loops, and then a 6-kilometre loop to finish.
Back to the leader's face. Spain, Australia, France, Australia. Your top 4. Interesting to see we get that split before too long of that trailing group to see whether they can make up any ground. The last time we saw it was around about the 1:34. Back to the next 3 athletes.
So 1:10, Lewis Nayart ended up 1:10 into transition behind, so he made up some significant ground. But Maddie Burton at 1:40 back, so we know that Maddie is struggling with some sort of issue, whether it be stomach or lower back, but obviously wasn't able to come into transition with Nayart from Belgium.
So we'll keep an eye on that because 30K is still a long way to run. If someone can really find themselves out on the run today, see that sign there, the Town Common Conservation Park. Beautiful location. We see a lot of people go in there. It's great walking, bird spotting and everything. We have some incredible wildlife in that area as well. And our golf course, as I mentioned, Rose Bay Golf Course just in there as well. It is an absolutely stunning place right on the edge of our city.
Wow.
Everything's so close.
Beautiful. And a little quick look behind then from Antonio Benito Lopez just to see who is that on his shoulder. He knows it was originally Dylan Magnian, but now Charlie Quinn really running very, very well. Still looks in control. He looked a little laboured at the beginning, but it looks like he's found his running legs. Settled into a nice rhythm now right behind Antonio. Antonio, another birthday boy, turned 30, I think it was 2 Fridays ago. So was that the same day as the duathlon, sprint duathlon?
Yeah.
So he took part in the duathlon, finishing in 11th place on his birthday.
Quinny having a ripper at the moment, and
Really
that gap
is.
has opened up to Magnian back a little bit further. I mentioned with the Town Common, I mean, the environment is pretty incredible up here, but we are between 2 UNESCO World Heritage listed ecosystems, the Great Barrier Reef and Paluma Rainforest, officially certified as an eco destination. Just this year, ticked all the boxes as an eco destination. There's only a certain number of locations in the world that are certified eco. Townsville is one of them.
Oh, it's amazing.
All right, we're going to grab some highlights. We're 3.5 hours into our World Triathlon Long Distance Championship here in Townsville, North Queensland, Australia. It's been fantastic. We've seen some incredible highlights, and this lady has certainly been amazing. Julia Molo from France. Incredible. What a day. 3-minute lead she had coming off the swim onto the bike, and has been dominant.
Yeah, she really has. Charlene Clavel, her fellow countrywoman, holding second place. Those 2 women really taking a stranglehold on this race right now, with A. Ueda also back there in around 4th or 5th. Kate Gillespie-Jones. But really, these women, it's these 2 women out in front that are really setting the pace. We know Marta Legownik in 3rd from Poland. But the 2 French women, Julie Iamolo.
Fantastic to see. The women absolutely loving it. And again, just absolutely loving the vision that we're sending from my home city of Townsville to the rest of the world. Could not be prouder today. We see a move from Quinny to go to the lead.
This is really, it's quite remarkable. And look at that. He's got stealth bomber face happening. He just looks really in control. Minimal upper body movement. Now again, this man is in uncharted territories right now. He's never gone over middle distance in a race. Certainly would have done it in training. Recently moved to Noosa. I know he's been doing a fair bit of training with fellow pro athlete Caleb Noble up there.
So
or
just
down
on
there,
that,
I should say.
What would the middle distance run normally look like?
21 kilometres.
21 Ks.
And I know we're looking at 9 kilometres longer. That's a long way. That's a good chunk a good chunk of time. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Charlie is able to deal with that. We know that Antonio has had plenty of experience over that distance and beyond.
And you can see right now, just sitting on their heels, because he knows that he's out there in front. So
well, you saw Antonio having a good look around just to see where the others were, and you can see Dylan Magnian in the background, but that gap is starting to open like you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
And then I can't even see. I can just make out Steve McKenna in the background. So really, these two men starting to open up a gap.
Charlie Quinn looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he?
He really does. We know he's in good form. He won Airlie Beach Triathlon, which is only a Olympic distance triathlon. It's very short, but still we know he's coming into this race in good form. The move to Noosa, I think, was the best thing he could have done.
Yeah, looking very focused. Not too much bobbling around. But again, like you said, start to get into that uncharted territory once you get into that sort of 20K zone. What's he going to have left for that final 10?
Well, we're back with our leader now, Julie Iamolo, and you can see that here just overtaking one of our elite men. That's Dolan. He was the one that was
the penalty?
That led the swim, but then had to endure that 1 minute penalty in transition. So again, he's our youngest competitor out on course at only 22 years of age for our elite athletes. Probably finding the latter stages of this bike ride a little tough.
Yep. You look at the splits, and again, 1 and 2 have hardly moved. Everyone else keeps dropping back.
Dropping back, yes.
Marta Legalic now out at over 10-17. Kate Gillespie-Jones at 12. Ayuida at 15 and Emily Donker at 17. The front two have barely changed for the entire 114 Ks of this bike ride.
So really riding very, very similar pace.
Amolo is closing in on transition now.
Oh, she just looks so good. There's
Doesn't
at minimal upper body movement for this far into the bike. When your quads are starting to scream at you, you're starting to get a little tired. She still looks brilliant. And you can see now they've made that turn.
So that's the first halfway out on the first 12K run leg.
So 6 kilometres into the run now. They've just turned at 6 kilometres. You can see Dylan Magnian in the background there. He's now also made that turn. And they are coming back now to complete lap 1 of 3.
McKenna is just approaching the turnaround. He'll go around the turnaround now as they head down past that aid station. So that's looking out from our beautiful vantage point, looking down over Kissing Point, and Jazine Barracks all the way out to Palaranda. Amolo now starts to get prepared for transition. Loosens the buckles. Gets herself finally in position. She will swing left in just a moment.
And what a great position for her to be in right now. You can see shoes come off. She's already got the socks on that she put on in T1, so doesn't need to worry about that now in T2. And doesn't need to stress, doesn't need to do anything silly here. Just nice and so you can see, not trying to get off the bike at lightning speed. She's got the time, just needs to remain patient.
Well, that's the thing. When you're so far in front, you don't want to muck that up.
No.
Go racing in to transition and go across the mount lines and dismount lines and get yourself a penalty.
Absolutely. There's just no need for that. And you can see doing everything right. Taking in, sucking in that air, big breaths.
And there's Dolan in behind, as you said, the young athlete from the US who had brilliant swim, but really got knocked around with that penalty.
Look, I'm pretty sure this would be absolute. In fact, I know this will be the first time for him over this distance too. I'm sure he's only really ever done Olympic distance racing, maybe a middle distance race. But look at how quick this transition is because she already had her socks on. Beautiful transition.
Gets the timing chip sorted.
Make sure she's nice and comfortable. She's got time to do this now. Oh, that's interesting. So taking the timing chip off, she can put it in a pocket. That's right. Doesn't want it around her ankle. Some people just find it a little bit. They don't like the feeling of it around their ankle, a bit restrictive when you're running. So tucks it in the back pocket as long as she's got that timing chip with her. As she makes her way out in first place here. 30 kilometres left for our lead female.
She has had a super day out in Townsville. There's no
Brilliant.
doubt about it. Now officially on to the run course. 30 kilometres away from nailing a world championship. Long distance triathlon here in Townsville and adding another French winner to the world championships one more time. The glasses go on. Again, similar. Got the bag, everything, the headband, the glasses are all in the,
no wasted
the plastic
time.
bag.
Mm-hmm. Love it. No way. I mean, they're professionals in their sport. They practice these transitions all the time. They make sure they do. They need to be as efficient as possible.
Well, again, we've talked about it. You can win and lose races with bad transitions, not having it sorted, not knowing what you're going to do, and especially when you get to a world championship, the last thing you want to do is lose an event because you mucked up that transition.
Absolutely, and even something like for Julie, not having all her nutrition, etc., in a bag like that, that's easy for her to access. Just having your nutrition in your box, you might miss some. You might think you've got it all, and you realise, a kilometre down the road that you've missed half of it. It's just minimising mistakes to be made.
So out onto the run course, the first time we get to really see the running style of Julia Molo from France, who is leading our elite female event for them. 3 hours and 40 minutes almost out on course today. You made mention that she's not the greatest runner, but she's certainly in there. And again, Clavel at 4 minutes behind is going to have to do something super extraordinary to catch her, but it's there to be lost.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And if we do see any changes, obviously it's going to be at the latter stages of this run and certainly not in the first half. But we've got Charlene Clavel looking to run around a 2:08.14, while for Julie Iamolo on screen now a 2:20. So that's 12 minutes. Again, when you're leading a race, when you're buzzing, full of energy, you're confident, you're feeling good. She's nice and relaxed in the upper body. Anything is possible, and it is a world championship event when you've got that sort of title on the line.
Has she done it all right as far as nutrition and hydration out on the bike? Will that come back to haunt her? I don't think it will. She looks like she's got this pretty much under control right now, but sport has a way of causing heartbreak that you never saw coming.
Exactly. I remember looking at the Olympics and watching Hayden Wild out in front, and I was adamant. And as I said, I've learned not to do this over the years. I was adamant that he had it in the bag.
Yeah.
And of course, Alex Yee came through. It was the most incredible race. It's never over until it's over.
You've done the blue carpet and you've grabbed that winning banner as you go across the finish line. Then you can say, I've got it all taken care of.
I've got
as
this
I referred back to that duathlon back on Friday, the Frenchman Coquet, he was absolutely adamant he was winning that race. Looked over his left shoulder. Javier Martin from Spain came round the right-hand shoulder and pipped him at the post.
That's
and the look on Coquet's face was like, how on earth did that happen?
What just happened?
What just happened? I'm not sure that's what he said in French. I couldn't quite lip read in French, but he was broken because
it was somewhere along those lines.
It was along those lines. He was adamant that he won that race. I'm absolutely confident, but the Spaniard got him right on the line.
Wow, incredible. And you know what? This is what you expect at this level of racing, at World Championship level of racing. That is exactly what you expect. It's what we want when you've got the best athletes in the world racing.
And we know the men are well and truly into their racing now. And the last we saw, the Spaniard had opened up a little bit of a gap. So we did see Antonio Benito Lopez get a little bit of a lead. We go back to transition.
And Charlene Clavel will be great to get that split. We'll have it up on screen soon. But that Charlene Clavel not choosing to put socks on in transition in T1 and having to put them on now. So her transition will be a little bit longer than her fellow countrywoman. But still a nice clean transition. Everything in the box, and out she goes now. And we will wait to see what that split is. Up to this woman on screen here, our leader. There you go. And Charlene Clavel is now out onto the run course.
So 30 kilometres to go for Charlene Clavel, sitting in second place. As we go back to our lead runner, and that gap has certainly opened up at the front. Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain has certainly put a gap now back to Charlie Quinn from Australia. Dylan Magnium sitting in third place. And then we drop back to Steve McKenna from Australia. But he certainly has put a gap on.
And look at that, Steve McKenna.
McKenna's caught back up.
Do you know, it's funny. I saw Steve McKenna back there and I thought, hold on a second. I think this young man is just, there's nothing wrong with him. I think he's just taking his time. Because often when you leave transition together like that, you don't get to run your own pace.
Yes, you're running someone else's race.
You're running someone else's pace. And I think Steve, and it takes a lot of willpower to do this. I think he's decided, you know what, I want to run these first couple of kilometres at my own pace, get my heart rate back down, get into my rhythm, and then I'll start hunting. And this is what we're seeing now. He's already overtaken Dylan, and he's now got his eyes firmly on Charlie Quinn. So great racing from Steve if he's able to continue to keep pushing up. Now, we've got that split back to Charlene Clavel, 4 minutes 35.
Wow. Opened it up again.
Opened up slightly again, but you can see Iamolo, not renowned for running, sitting down a little bit. She's not up as high. We saw a shot of Charlene Clavel, who was up nice and high on her forefoot. Right now, you can see Iamolo just sitting down ever so slightly, but still, strong runner. She just needs to keep.
And if they ran to what you have on paper, Clavel would catch her.
She would. She should, but
it's still got to happen out there on the day.
Let's see.
We'll see what pans out, but we do have the French woman in front, and when it goes to the man, it's the Spaniard, Antonio Benito Lopez, who really seems to be motoring right now. And that gap looks like it has opened up even more now.
Well, did you see it? It's funny. We were right back at the beginning when Charlie was leading and we had Antonio sitting on his shoulder, and Antonio kept looking behind, almost like he was just waiting to see what was going on behind him. And he didn't look particularly comfortable, I have to be honest, but now it's almost like something has switched, something's clicked, and he's decided, okay, I finally found, because it can take 2-3 kilometres, even a little bit more before you get into that rhythm. And running off the bike, and that's why all of these athletes that are racing today, they all train it. They all do transition training, or brick training as we call it, which is going for a long, hard bike and running off the bike, because it's an awful feeling. I have to admit, it's a feeling that I never really loved. Even though, you have good races, it's a feeling that you never really get 100% used to. But he's obviously now, you can see that he's really started to stretch out that stride. He looks much more comfortable in his run.
And of course, we talk about motivation. Every athlete is motivated coming into a world championship. But if you were second place at the world championships 12 months previous, your motivation...
There's only one way to go.
Yes.
You have to go.
You have to
get up. You have to go up. You have to come first. So, it's obvious that that's what he wants. And I know Spain, like you said, next year the World Championship will be back there. So, amazing.
To go in as world champion in your home event would also be extra motivation. And again, he just seems to be really motoring along. Can he maintain that over the 30Ks? We know the question mark over Charlie Quinn, who hasn't done that distance, only done the 21 through the middle distance. Magnian still dropped back a little bit to fourth, but does he have more in the back end? And of course, we've still got Steve McKenna sitting in there as well.
Looking dangerous in fourth place. Oh, third place, sorry. I think Dylan's in fourth now. But you can see then in that back shot, you can see that I don't think it's going to be too long before Steve McKenna overtakes Charlie Quinn. I think they're very, very close. But all three of those men are still within striking distance of each other.
So we see now as they run back in there on the footpath side, they went out on the roadway, the special lane that they had for the run out, and then back on the pathway. And again, this is pathway that people use as part of their fitness regime 7 days a week here, 52 weeks of the year. We have sun 320 days a year, so there's not too many days where they don't get to go out and do it. We see for the first time out on the run course, Charlene Clavel now. She has that 4-minute 30 gap to make up on her countrywoman, leading the way. And of course, that is Julia Molo. The French 1-2 is certainly, from my perspective, not going to change in the women's event.
No, and did you see the difference in the run form from these two women? Charlene Clavel up on her forefoot. She's not sitting back, whereas you can see now Julie still looks great, still ticking it over really well, but she's just starting to sit down just that little bit. And of course, Antonio really running very, very well. He's had a great season so far this year. As I mentioned earlier, he was first at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. He was first at the Zarusco Triathlon in Spain, and he was also first at the European Champs in Portugal. So he is the current middle distance European champion, and putting himself in a position to also become the current, or the new, I should say, world champion over the long distance.
And winning is one of those things that when you're on a winning streak, you know what it is to win.
It's funny how that happens, I've seen athletes go the opposite way, where they have one or two really bad races or DNFs, and it's so much easier that next race to do the same thing, and they almost get into this rut. And similarly, on the other hand, when you have an athlete start winning a race, one or two, the confidence that they get from that and take into their next race, it's amazing to watch.
We saw our leader, Antonio Benito Lopez, just giving the arms a little bit of a shake as he came up towards that bridge. Clavel, we get to see her running out on course as well. And as you said, little different running styles at the moment between first and second in the women's race.
And just to give you an idea of what these of our elite men are currently running, you've got Antonio Benito Lopez currently running at around 3:22 per kilometre race, as compared to Charlie Quinn at 3:30. So they're all around. Steve McKenna 3:23. So Steve McKenna running a fairly similar race pace to our leader. So running very, very well there.
Benito, another check of the watch across one of the bridges as he makes his way back towards the transition zone to complete lap number 1. 3 laps, 30 Ks, 2 laps at 12, one final 6-kilometre lap to bring us into the blue carpet, and a World Championship medal awaits the winner of this elite male race.
Yeah, incredible to think. You can see a majority of this course is quite exposed to the elements, so predominantly, obviously, the sun being the worst, and we know that it is starting to heat up there, and I think by perhaps the end of lap 2 and maybe 3, that the sun will start to play a part. But for Antonio Benito Lopez, he's come from Spain. Summer in Spain, I know they've been having really hot conditions.
Super hot in Europe.
Yeah, around upwards of 38, 40 degrees. But Charlie Quinn now sitting at 19 seconds behind. Steve McKenna at 25 seconds behind. So Steve looking the best of the Aussies so far, riding just slightly faster right now than the kilometre pace of Charlie Quinn. Dylan Magnion's still there as well, 36 minutes back, and then we've got Nayart from Belgium in 5th, and Benjamin Hill having a great day. So obviously Matty Burton, can't see him on screen now. We know that he was just behind the man from Belgium.
So just on the weather, we're now pushing up around 26 degrees
See,
now.
that's when it starts to, you've noted, that's when it starts to have an effect.
Humidity's
26.
at 59%, and the winds from where we started this morning are up around easterlies at 17 Ks.
Yeah.
So we started the morning up around about 7 or 8 kilometres an hour. That's kicked up to 17 kilometres, temperature at 26 degrees. So, you know, that it's going to play a part as we get further into this. Who holds tough long enough?
Now, you can see right now here on course, I'm assuming if the wind hasn't changed, they will have a tailwind heading out on the lap and a headwind coming back. So right now they should be into a headwind. Sometimes a headwind on the run isn't such a bad thing because it cools you down. Often when you've got a tailwind is the worst because you feel so hot, it almost feels like your head is going to explode.
Yeah, right.
So right now, even though it is hard to push into a headwind, it's actually cooling the athletes down. They don't feel that severe heat. Whereas when they turn and head back out for lap 2, it's going to have that heat beating down on their head.
So this is the look down, of course, along what we've seen run course. The mangroves there in the foreground. We see where our runners will come through in this section to head back towards transition.
And you can see that right now there is no shade whatsoever on this section of the run course.
Very exposed. Still looking pretty comfortable though.
He looks more comfortable now than what he did in the first few kilometres of this run. He looks really,
the
really
mouth
good
was
now.
really open in that first leg
And
of the run,
just,
wasn't
he just didn't look right. His stride didn't look right yet, and he's a lot of upper body movement, whereas now he looks really comfortable. It just looks like he's found his stride, and he's just in a really good rhythm.
So our race leader in the elite men, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain.
And look at that gap now. I mean, that is huge. I can't even see second place yet, so he is really starting to turn the screws.
And again, once you get that bit of a gap, we go back to
Charlie Quinn.
McKenna is still about 5 or 6 seconds back from Charlie Quinn. And then, of course, it really has blown out Dylan Magnion, now out over 35 seconds. So can we see 2 Aussies on the podium?
Wow.
To be decided what colour medals for everyone at the moment.
Well, it's interesting. Looking behind, I'm trying to look at any athletes that are renowned for their running. And really, Antonio, Charlie, Steve, all top 3 would be the fastest runners here on course. So,
and interestingly, that pack that was coming so quickly as they got off the bike, the run has really been quite harsh for them. Nayart at 1:56, Benjamin Hill 3:35, and Matt Burton at 4:30. They were within a minute and a half when it got from that bike transition to run.
Yeah, and we know something has gone on with Matt Burton towards the later stages, towards the end of the bike ride here. We know that he came into transition and he was not comfortable. Something either wrong with his lower back or with his stomach.
All right, so here's your boardwalk. This
I
has got a
love this
little bit of
section.
up and down. There's a little bit of up and down in this. So some elevation, couple of little dips as you wind your way up the back of Kissing Point and Jazeen Barracks. So this is all due for renovation very shortly, not long after we do this event. This area will be all closed down as it gets brand new boarding all the way up through it. But again, you see there are those steep little bit of inclines, and it flattens out, then it kicks up again. This takes us right up to the top, where they'll run down past the Brigadier's house, back past transition.
But even a slight incline, like you said, and decline, it's still breaking rhythm.
Yes.
And the whole idea with running is trying to get into a rhythm and just hold it as long as possible. And we do know now that while we are on the leader here, and he does still look very, very comfortable, you can see from behind it is Steve McKenna. I know his run style from a mile. He takes a little look back, but that is now Steve McKenna in second place. So Steve McKenna now sitting in second place. He has overtaken Charlie Quinn. Did you see Antonio take that little sneaky look back to see?
Just a little peek.
Just a little peek.
And this is quite downhill from here as well.
Great, here we go. Steve McKenna, what a run. Turned 33 years of age yesterday. He's up here with his mum and dad. They are his greatest supporters. I've seen his mum and dad travel all around the world to watch their son race.
Well, you'd have to say, a podium awaits. Can he track down the Spaniard of Antonio Benito Lopez? Last time we looked, and currently it's around about that 20-25 seconds. Charlie Quinn really starts to look like he's struggling a little bit now, doesn't he?
Just a touch. You can see Dylan Magnian not too far behind. Has a quick look to see where he is. But these are our top four men. But Steve McKenna, I mean, I'm so impressed. He just took his time, did the right thing out of transition, wasn't tempted to go at a pace that he didn't feel comfortable with at the time.
And don't rule him out, because we've still got quite a long way to go. This is the first 12-kilometre lap, which will leave them 18 kilometres remaining, a 12K and a 6K to round it out. Antonio makes his way back around. So this will be the U-turn. If he was to go straight ahead, he'd end up on the blue carpet.
Not yet. Not allowed to do that quite yet. He's got another 2 laps to go before he's allowed to do that.
Again, you start to visual now. You start to see. You'll be able to look at each other in the eye. He'll come up the hill as McKenna goes down the hill past him.
There we go. You could see. Didn't give each other even a look sideways, which is what you want to do. You don't want to give anything away to your competition. But Steve McKenna, he got 2 kids at home now. So his beautiful wife, Lauren, he's got little Winnie. And then, of course, a new baby, Lily, born in late April.
Oh,
and
beautiful.
Dudley, the dash hound. So
Can never forget the dash hound.
absolutely not. Dudley, he's the only other male in the house, but they're a beautiful family. Mum and Dad, as I said, are up here supporting him. Nickname is the Lizard.
The Lizard.
And I tell you what, if Steve McKenna was able to pull off the win here today, we would see him doing the robot. I'm pretty sure of it, across the finish line, as he always does. That was a great shot then, what we just saw of Kate Gillespie-Jones. So great to see Kate now also out onto the run course.
And she would be sitting in 4th place in the elite females.
And Maddie Burton still looks good. You know, I know we didn't get to see it, but we know that he was struggling. We were told by our eyes on the ground that Maddie Burton was struggling coming into T2. But he looks pretty good right now, heading out onto the run.
Beautiful open terrace above the parade ground. So the bike transition you see on the right-hand side, this is the parade ground, the military museum just behind us as well, as they swing back out to head out for their next 12 Ks.
Wow. And you can see that now. Steve McKenna, 27 seconds in arrears. Charlie Quinn now back at a minute down. But look at this. He just looks really, really good. We are still in the early stages of this run here today, but you just know, statistics say this man does not know how to run slowly. He's had a great year. We know he's in good form. There's been no injury, no sickness.
See that little bit of a dip there. Again, those things that can catch you out very quickly if you're not paying attention. But he does look comfortable. And so does our female race leader in Julia Molo.
It will be interesting to start seeing once we get to around at least the turnaround, so at the 6 kilometre mark, just to see how much that gap has narrowed, because it would give us an indication on just the difference that speeds that these two women are running.
Great drone shots down over our race leader. He does another little turn. Just being nice and careful. Again, he'll get the visual very, very shortly on Steve McKenna. Loosen the arms up a little bit. Just about to them run past each other. There they go.
Oof. This is the greatest thing about this run course. So there are so many opportunities for the athletes to get eyes on the prize.
Yeah, so many times. So again, he'll also get to see where Charlie Quinn is very shortly. Dylan Magnian.
And just for him to know, all right, who do I need to worry about? And you can see, okay, Charlie, like you saw him then look at Charlie, goes, okay, you've really lost some time, and so have you, Dylan. So maybe I don't need to worry so much about you. Maybe my only worry right now is Steve McKenna. And
so,
it makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's the mental games. Once we get into this, we know you've done your training, if you've done all the hydration, but what is the head telling you?
What's the head telling you? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of these elite athletes, they all train full time. They are all incredibly fit. They are brilliant athletes. But at the end of the day, when you've got such high caliber athletes racing, it all comes down to who wants it more, who's willing to put it on the line, who's willing to go to the well or go that little bit deeper right towards the end.
And that's what I love about this right now. Who wants it most? You've got the guy who came second at World Championships last year in first place, and in second, an Australian who
wants to
can
win
I win
on
a
home
World
soil?
Championship on my home soil? So there's a lot for both of these guys at the front to be able to make this something very, very special. So we're on the second leg of our run. Won't be too far away. We're about halfway through. All right, we're going to roll through some more highlights again. These shots have been extraordinary of the bike leg through our city streets. A 3-lap course, 114 kilometres. Toby Coote has joined us in commentary. Mate, pretty special images we're seeing of the bike course today. What have you seen out there from what was on the bike today?
Spectators. You know, they're all out watching. That's the best thing about it all. Is the spectators are out there and rolling through. So that's what's been good. Townsville's come out to watch this world-class athletes going in and going through. The one thing I want to note and say, and she is a champion as an athlete, but she's out there cheering on the rest of the French ladies. And Marianne Legrand, unfortunately, we believe she punctured, and was out of the race. But she's out there cheering on the first and second French ladies off the bike, the Frenchmen as well. And just a true testament to what a champion is about. It might not go well in the race, but she's out there supporting.
So these are our highlights from transition, and this is where Steve McKenna lost a little bit of ground. We saw Quinny go out quick, Magnian and Benito go out. McKenna was trailing at that stage and did have a few concerns, but Belinda, as you said, he was just ready to run his own race at that point.
He just wanted to stay out of trouble. He didn't want to be forced to run at another person's pace, another athlete's pace. He's just doing his own thing, and now we see him up in second place.
And what do we talk about, BG, all the time? Control what you can control. And that the Spanish guy off the bike, he looked the most comfortable when I did see the four of them come off the bike. This heat, so where they're running now that we're seeing them go out, this is where that tailwind is actually sitting behind them, and it actually gets brutal out there. Just sitting out there, it is actually quite warm. It is warming up very, as the day is going
26 degrees, we think it is
at
the moment.
26.
And what we noticed, Toby, too, and you can tell us, there's barely any shade on this entire run course.
Yeah, there is a little bit of cloud cover you can see out there, but that's all over Castle Hill and around, but it's not actually in and through.
Oh, look who we have on screen right now.
Em's off there in fifth place.
She looks fantastic. Emily Donker of Australia, of course, coached by Toby Coote in here today, right now with us. Love it.
And I had a quick chat to her off the bike, and she wanted to know where everybody was and in relation to that. And I just said to her, I said, it's just a normal day running off the bike back home. It's that hot out there that she's done that work in the heat. And the Europeans, and I know they've come out of their summer over there, but the heat here is totally different.
We said that.
Let's reflect on that again. 26 degrees, 57% humidity. Those winds are sitting at easterly at 22, but gusting up to 33 kilometres an hour now, which is a big change from earlier this morning.
I reckon it's pushing close to that 28, 29 degrees out there just standing. And I was in the shade and it was warm in the shade. So, it's brutal out there. And you can see just the grimacing on the face here. That it's hot. The hydration and nutrition is going to play a massive part, especially in that last lap, that last 6 kilometres that they're going to finish with.
Yeah, and we're seeing every single one of the athletes that we're looking at, when they go through those aid stations, they are getting everything they can and just pouring cup after cup of water over their heads.
He's played a solid game today, hasn't he?
It's a smart game. It's like what we expect. We've just said he's coming off a great season. He's won a few races now. He's not injured. He's not sick. He's used to this distance. He was second in this race last year, so it's a race that he wants to win. Great shot there of Emily Donker. She looks really good, Toby, so far.
I've got to say, I'm not sure how much you've slipped the camera crew. We've hardly seen Emily all day. The minute you've walked in here, we've seen her twice. I know you've got a fair bit of pull, Toby Coop, but that's super impressive, I've got to say.
Yeah, the boys are looking after us, mate. That's for sure.
Great.
But no, and it's brutal. Like, you're looking at this part here on the run course. There is a little bit of shade, but majority of it is in the sun. And as I said, running back out up to Palaranda, it is into that tailwind. And, we all say running with a tailwind is actually faster, but actually it is harder because it is so hot.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah, it's terrible.
And that's the one thing I noticed yesterday. And I was running out there at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. They're doing it now at 10:30, like in the heat, the brutal heat here in Townsville.
Let's just reflect on those gaps again. So McKenna is now 27 seconds back from Benito Lopez, Quinn at a minute, and Magnian at 1:05.
And I think I can see Steve there as well. I think he might even be a little closer now than that 27 seconds. But you can see, look at the grimace on Antonio's face. I think he really is starting to feel the heat. But Steve McKenna still within striking distance.
Yep.
Definitely. The athlete from Belgium, he's doing a really, really good job. He's about to come up on Dylan Magnian, which is really good. So Dylan still holding strong, but Belgium's coming for him.
We just saw that overhead view. That's where they'll come back from the Palaranda Road, back up through the boardwalk to run back down for that final loop, which is getting pretty close now. But again, let's go back to the front of our elite female field. And it has been a day out for Julia Molo from France. She certainly has had this race from the very beginning. Let's go back to earlier this morning. 1 minute 47 gap after the first leg of the swim. It became just over 3 minutes at the end of that, 4 minutes at the end of the bike. And really, it's gone up and down a little bit. I think we're seeing Clavel come back a little bit now.
If you actually look at the kilometre split time, so we're looking at Julie Iamolo running around a 4.5 minutes per kilometre split, whereas Charlene Clavel 4:18, so significantly faster.
3:36. 3:36 gap is the closest she has been to her since getting out of the water.
Honestly, if Charlene, right now, if what we're seeing on screen, if they stay the same, and I know whether that's going to happen or not is anyone's guess. Right now, Charlene would catch her. What do you think?
Brutally honest, watching both these ladies get off the bike, Charlene looked the best coming off the bike.
We agree.
I think, and you're seeing that she was over 4 minutes off the bike behind, and she's taken 20 seconds out, and like they're running back into the headwind this section as well. So even though on the split there it says 4:06.
Yeah, it's actually down to 3:36 right now.
Yeah.
So that's a little old, that split.
I think that might be the splits from off the bike, I think. Yeah, so we're going off the other splits that we have here as well. But yeah, she has definitely taken time out.
But also go back to those last parts of the ride. Clavel, you could see she was putting speed on. She wasn't really building the gap, but the determination and the mental toughness was saying, I'm still coming. Might not have closed the gap, but now she is in the hunt. So this has got some race to be run here. And
again, once she gets told out on course by her coaches that are out there that she is starting to reel her in. But I mean, for France, it's a win-win situation right now, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't matter who wins as long as it's a French woman.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
I'm not sure you'd say the same to Julie. I'm not sure she'd be too happy.
No, well, she might not be so happy about it, but I'm sure the French team would be very happy that they've got two women leading the way out in front right now.
But they've got a pretty good gap back as well,
do.
which gives them that little bit of control being out there on that course. Is that they can settle into their rhythm, run their race, and they can back out just that little bit. And I think that's an age group. Would
Yes.
it be? It's not one of our elite males.
Yes, that's one of our age group athletes heading out for the first lap, and we've got Antonio Benito Lopez on his second lap right now. So great to see the Aussie age groupers out there racing.
Is that Ayuida?
That is Ayuida right
It
there
is.
in front.
There she is.
Oh, she looks fantastic.
Still
So
got a smile on her face.
of course she does. Doesn't know any other way. Look at that. And so she is, of course, heading out on her first lap. Antonio on his second lap.
And one of the legends of triathlon in Japan, a 3-time Olympian, raced over numerous distances and races as well, long course, Ironman, duathlon, and just a lovely lady.
Resume. Beautiful. We're just saying such a great ambassador for the sport of triathlon.
It was wonderful to hear from her this morning, and she spoke a lot about, and what so many athletes have said, about being here in Townsville. The location, the people, the wonderful atmosphere that's being created here for the World Championship. And given she's been to a lot of places to race, she was glowing talking about Townsville and what they've put on for the athletes in this World Championship. Hard to believe we're on the final day. It only seems like yesterday we had the opening ceremony, and all of a sudden, by the end of today, 19 World Championships will have been decided here in Townsville.
Unbelievable.
But if you just go back and have a look at the running styles between, our leading female here and Ayuida as well, you can see Ai was up on the toes, good leg turnover, shoulders forward, nice and relaxed. You can see Julie, they're just starting to lean back just a little bit.
Yeah, we noticed that on the lap one. We were talking about it when she was heading out, that they had a great shot of Charlene Clavel, who was right up on her forefoot, forward lean, really high up in the hips, and obviously just a little lower down, but still moving along very, very well, but completely different.
And that's what we're seeing, like 10 minutes, 4:29 to 4:18 pace. That's 10 seconds per kilometre difference, and that's the difference that we're seeing with those strides. You can see there, Julie, just getting the legs back up again. Must be a little downhill section or a reprieve from that headwind.
Yeah, it's a little rolling through that area. It's sort of like those cruisy little swells.
Which is sometimes all you need just to get back on top of your run again.
And also, as you know, BG, being an athlete yourself, you go through little troughs and ups and downs. The legs feel good, the legs don't feel good.
There were often more troughs for me in the run. I'll be brutally honest, but that's okay.
Yep.
I'm sympathising with Julie right now, because this would have been me. The run was not my forte, but she's still, you know what? She's a really, really strong athlete. She's still moving forward very, very well.
But they've got to catch her.
They've got to catch. Absolutely.
That's the
She's
thing.
like,
She's
you know
out
what?
in front and in control.
Come and catch me.
Until they catch her, she's got to
still
keep
leading the
sticking
race.
to her processes and keep ticking through that. Well, she's doing quite well. Got some water or that in her hand, so she's got hydration there when she needs it. That's been smart out there on a warm course.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So this will be the first of her 12K legs with the 30K run. The guys well and truly on their way back out for their second leg. Last time we checked, Antonio Benito Lopez was leading by a considerable margin, something like 39-second gap back. We go back to the front of the elite male race. The Spaniard leading approximately 39 seconds the last time we got a split through. But we do know that Steve McKenna is sitting in position for a silver medal at the moment.
He's
and
lost
the
a little bit of time, 39 seconds
but
now
the gap's
back.
also opened up to Dylan Magnian, who's gone out to 1:45 back.
One name that I can't see up here on the top four is Charlie Quinn. So I'm not sure whether he's just obviously started to back it off, if he's starting to feel the effects of a longer swim, longer bike. But it'll be interesting to see just how far back he is, because he's certainly not in the top four anymore. Louis Neyart from Belgium is now in fourth place.
So again, in and out of the shade. Around about the 15K mark we're seeing on the screen. So around about the halfway of the 30K run. 15 down, 15 to go. Is he 15 kilometres away from a world championship? Four hours and 16 into the event. We go back to our lead female. Molo keeping the hydration levels up. He's gone for the 2. 1, 2.
That's the way.
He says, I'll help myself. I want 2.
One over the
sip.
head, and one over the face. And, it's really important now. It's just about keeping that core temperature down. I mean, it's unavoidable. Your core temperature is going to go up. but it's just about trying to make yourself feel good, keeping that temperature at a place where you can deal with it. You've been in this position too, Toby. It's not pleasant, but it's just about not survival. These guys are still running ridiculous. I mean, he's running 3-minute 20 pace. I hardly call that survival, but it's just about tricking your brain into thinking, you know what, this is okay, I can handle this.
Well, you go back to those mantras of, I'm feeling good, my legs are ticking over. You get yourself ticking over in that aspect.
Looking
You're going
at
off the watch. Some of them will have metronomes out there. There's all sorts of stuff that you can do these days, and that's the thing. But the beauty of is, as we know, when you're out in front, you actually grow another leg sometimes. You can keep going. It's when you get caught, and that's when the mind games start playing, that's for sure.
So how quickly can you explode, though? I mean, if your core temperature, all of a sudden you haven't done that right thing, I guess that can happen pretty quick.
Oh, can happen very quickly, especially on a hot day like today. It's one of those things. If when you watch Hayden Wild at the Olympics, leading with 500 metres to go and bang, gone. That's how quickly it can happen. Yeah. So and out here, especially over a longer course, you might be fine, and all of a sudden, bang, it just hits you, and then that's you done. That's for sure.
So Julie Amolo will get another split before too long of where that gap has gone. Has Charlene Cavell been able to pinch that gap back? Around about 3:38 last time we had a look.
But still, with a sizable lead, she will know by now. She will have seen that Charlene is coming. So she just needs to, as Toby said earlier, control what she can control. She can't control how fast Charlene is running. Great shot.
Sorry, BG, and unfortunately we just had a report from Charlie Quinn has pulled out at the personal needs area. So he was there in third, and we're just wondering why he dropped off, and that's the reasoning why. So unfortunately, Charlie was up there having a good day, but Minty, as you were saying before, how quickly can it happen?
Yeah.
We've just seen it. That's how quickly it can happen.
He's gone from being up there in the front of the race and to now.
Well, Belinda, you alluded to it pretty early on. This was a new distance for him, something that he hadn't explored. He had a great ride, and all of a sudden he was sitting in front on the run leg on that first lap with Benito sitting behind him. Obviously, it's just taken its toll.
Yeah, and we don't know. I mean, maybe he's got something wrong with his stomach. Often, this is a new race as well as far as nutrition. Maybe he got his nutrition wrong. Maybe he's taken in too many calories and he's suffering from stomach issues. You just don't know. There's an array of reasons why he has stopped. But we're seeing two of our most experienced athletes leading this race here today over this distance. So we're going to say goodbye to Toby. He's going to go back out on course.
Coaching obligations.
Yes, that's right. He's got so many obligations here this week. It's ridiculous.
Got his athlete on the international stage, and he's gone now. Thanks, Tobes.
Thanks, Tobes. Good to see you. But great to have Tobes come in here because we know he's down on ground. He's been in the sport as long as I have, so he's our eyes and ears on ground.
And we can only see so much from what the cameras tell us. Having those eyes and ears does give us a perspective of what someone looked like as they jumped off a bike, how they came out of the swim leg. So it's been great to have Toby with us for that.
So really, Antonio Benito Lopez in the box seat. He knows that he's putting time into second place, Steve McKenna. Steve sitting at about 39 seconds back. He'll get to have a look now as he makes that turn. So he is now...
So we've got 12 Ks to go.
12K, that's right. He's made that turn. The second lap, second lot of 12K. And he's having a look. He can have a look. He can see exactly where...
1, 2.
Steve McKenna is.
Both over. Again, another 2. 2, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Oh, got one.
Wasn't quite ready.
Bit of a sip. Another one over the head. The crowd. Dad and his son out kicking a footy around and going, go you good thing.
Oh, I love to see it.
Wipe a little bit of sweat and water out of the eyes. So that gap, you can't quite see.
I can just see Steve
McKenna in the background running around,
now.
So he'll get to that turnaround point and go to the aid station.
And you could see that timing, Matt, just past the aid station, so we will be able to get an updated split on just how far back Steve McKenna is now. To this man on screen, he's having another look to see who's behind.
I think last time we were sitting at around about 38 seconds.
38 to 39 seconds, I think, to be exact.
39. So let's see how that pans out now. It looks like that's got to have gone out a little bit. We'll get that gap for you very soon. But right now we're focused on our leader from Spain. Can he get a world championship and go one step higher on the podium that he was able to do in Ibiza last time around and head to his home country next year? So that is now at 54 seconds.
Wow, that'll be a nice split for him to get.
That should be almost a race-winning gap. If he can maintain his composure now, he's put another 15 seconds on McKenna from that last split that we were able to get.
Yep. And of course, on paper, we do have this man on screen now winning, possibly coming in with around 3 minutes over Steve McKenna. So if I look at my splits here, we've got Antonio expected to come in around 5 hours 29 to Steve's 5 hours 33. So around that 4 minute mark.
Next thing we'll want to do is get some sort of idea of where the two French women are, and is Clavel getting closer to Amolo?
So it's down to 3:12. So we've got Julie Iamolo on screen now leading the way, and Charlene Clavel now at 3 minutes 12 back. So that time is coming down, but Julie's still holding on.
So she'll be getting ready to get to the boardwalk section very soon to go over the top of the hill, and then back out we go. So it's all about composure now for Amolo. 3 minutes 12 the gap. It is the smallest gap since we got the swim leg done. It blew out to way over 4.5 minutes. Clavel now down to 3 minutes 12 behind our race leader. France in first, France in second. And Daylight back to third.
Amazing.
At our last checkpoint still was Marta Legaunik, with a 54-second gap between our men at the front of the field. Benito Lopez to McKenna, Nayart at 2:15. So it's a race in two at this stage for our elite men.
And great to see Nayart make his way now into a podium position. So having overtaken Dylan Magnian, who was in that top three for so long. But Lewis Nayart, he was in that chase group into transition, and he has now managed to make his way up into that final podium position.
You can see that heat just starting to zap you even more out on the course now. Some of these areas will get a little bit blocked from the wind. You can see the mangroves blowing around, but that will block a little bit of the breeze, so you won't get that cooling impact. It is quite hot in this section here. You're running on hot concrete, the sun beating down
that's
on
right,
you, no
and
shade.
it's even the heat coming up off the
Yeah.
concrete, and that glare that comes up off that concrete as well. And then just that feeling of my head is literally about to explode right now. It's the worst
I was going to
feeling.
say, that must be just horrible.
It's tough. I'm not selling a great picture right now, though, am I? It's all worth it, I promise.
If you're coming to tour and do travel, it's all perfectly good.
Exactly.
Coming to do a world championship, that's when it's going to have a real impact on you.
Oh, but the amount of times I've said to myself throughout a race, this is the last time, this is it, I'm not doing this anymore, it is too hard. But you get to that blue carpet and all your worries, all the pain, all the negativity, all just disappears.
Exactly.
And you are full of nothing but elation and happiness. And you get to that finish line and you're like, when can I do it all again? I just want to do it again.
It's the adrenaline rush, isn't it? That blue carpet can certainly encourage it. We saw age groupers, we saw kids yesterday with our Tri Festival as well. Get to that blue carpet and it just lifts you up.
do.
The smile comes on your face. The
it's
pain goes
incredible.
away for a brief few seconds till you cross the line. But it's all done and dusted. And as you said, addictive much.
Very addictive. And of course, tonight we have the closing parade, and I know that everyone will be out and about at all the various restaurants at the big awards ceremony that we have here this afternoon. And the closing ceremony tonight, I am pretty sure a few beers and wines will be consumed, as they should be,
I absolutely
in
guarantee
celebration of a spectacular 12 days of everything swim, bike, run.
All right, so Julia Molo now will come up to the section which will take her up onto the boardwalk. Again, this is one of those sections that is just stunning. We've seen those drone footages of this particular area here as you open up across this back area, that final little run on the concrete pathway, and in about 10 metres, she'll hit that boardwalk. Here comes the transition for her. Up onto the boardwalk, uphill, then it flattens out, then it dips a little bit, then it goes up again. It's a stunning piece of real estate, and the views, as I said before, the sunrises, sunsets are just spectacular.
You can see there, just really working those arms. Just all about keeping that rhythm going as long as possible. And what I do like about this run course is that you can cut it up into manageable sections.
Yes.
So getting through section by section, and often mentally, it's just so much easier to break a course up into these manageable pieces. Okay, I've just got to get through this next section.
Yep.
All right, I've got through that section. Tick. All right, I'm going to get through this next section. And that's what you often do, particularly the longer a race, the easier it is if you can just separate it into, okay, I know that this section is the hardest section of the course.
Yes.
I just have to put my head down and just really work through this section, and I'll be rewarded on the other side.
And when I ran through this section last time, this is what happened. This is the undulation. This is the rise. Now I've run the boardwalk. I know what to expect when I come back through it over the next couple of times. So again, this is a 30K run, 2 12-kilometre legs with a final 6-kilometre leg before you get to the finish line. Julia Molo will go over the top of the hill. Then she'll have that downhill section, which will run down past the transition on the right, down through Jazeen Barracks, down to the main turnaround point near the blue carpet before she heads out for lap number 2.
And while we know that Charlene Clavel, also from France, in second place at 3 minutes 12 down on our leader, Marta Legownik from Poland now at 9 minutes and 1 second. So they are our top 3 elite women out on course.
This really is the events capital of North Australia. We have an incredible calendar of events throughout this time of year. In our winter months, we can get a lot of festivals in because it's too hot in summer to really go out and enjoy them. We have the Australian Festival of Chamber Music, or the North Australian Festival of the Arts, coming up over the next few weeks. Music, dance, theatre. It's quite incredible. We have the supercars that roll out. We have the end of the Cowboys football season. We have the Women's National Basketball League. We've got the Townsville Fire, who are a part of the national basketball team season. They're kicking off in a few weeks' time. They're going to be popular again. We won a premiership only a year ago. It really is. There is so much happening. We have game fishing tournaments that happen. All of our different cultures. India Fest is happening this week. We have the Thai festivals. All of our different cultures have incredible events as well. And it's just something that we can be so proud of here in North Queensland, and particularly at this time of year. And now, a World Championship Multisport Triathlon Festival here in our city.
And that this town has really well and truly embraced. They're so proud, and as you should be. You know, we find this around the world with races that take place year after year. It becomes something so special and something that a town can be so proud of.
Yes.
And really take on as their own.
Well, I know people have walked past the countdown clock, which is sitting up in the Strand. It's been ticking down for a very long time to get to this event. We talked about this earlier in the broadcast. If you missed it, we were awarded this event first time back in 2019, scheduled to go in 2020. COVID hit. We were then scheduled for about 22, and then it got pushed back again. But here in 24, here we are. And here is our second place female athlete, Charlene Clavel. Can she do enough to catch her countrywoman? I think it's going to be pretty tough from here. Julia Molo has just finished her first lap on the run leg.
Oh, we've still got, the women have still got a good amount of real estate left to run.
18 Ks.
18 kilometres. So much can happen in 18 kilometres. And you can see as Julie slows down, that's really smart racing, slows down as she goes through the aid station just to make sure that she gets enough hydration in. You can see now it is really starting to warm up for these athletes. She got her special needs, so that was her coach. There's a coaching corner here where the coaches are allowed It's aid station number 4. The coaches are allowed to hand off special needs. So in that bidon that she just took, she would have her own nutrition hydration that she will use.
So all of the stuff that she needs to get it to the end isn't going to be enough. We're going to see that. But still out in front in our men's race. Antonio, he still looks super, super comfortable, doesn't he? He seems to be a little bit looser even than he was at the start of the run.
Yeah, look, still gritting his teeth a little bit, but I think that's more to do with the conditions, not so much to do with him actually being slowing down or the run starting to really get to him. I think he's still running a really solid pace. We know that it's probably over a minute now back to Steve McKenna. I know we've got 54 seconds up on screen.
Just while we've got the opportunity to, a big shout out to all the residents out along Palaranda. They have been well and truly taken into this event. You know, they're sitting at home today, being able to see some of the best in the world. It's pretty stellar.
Wow, Clavel really looking very, very good on screen. Beautiful cadence there. Really relaxed upper body. Breathing looks completely in control. Definitely running faster than Julie Iamolo, who's out in front.
First lap of the run course done. She can sight the blue carpet just off to her left-hand side. Another full 12K lap and a 6K, 18Ks for her to go, and she'll finish on it.
So we're down to 2:31. I was waiting for that split to come in. So Charlene Clavel now only 2.5 minutes down on our leader.
That is a run-down ability right there. She has really shut that down over the last timing checkpoint.
She has, and I think we'll find in this next lap that it'll be even more so. So the difference in pace, you know, you've got Julie Iamolo running around 4:10, 4 minutes 10 per kilometre, whereas Charlene Clavel is sub 4-minute K pace. She's really running very, very well.
That's pretty impressive after what they've done to be running sub 4s at this particular point in the race.
And you can see now Antonio Benito Lopez really starting to open up. He's running at around 3:22 to 3:23 pace, absolutely flying. McKenna now out at 1:18, so Steve McKenna having lost some more time, now sitting at 1 minute 18 back. And he's got Lewis Nayart at 2:34 back. So
running around about the same pace.
Around the same place. So this men's race is starting to split over the latter stages as we anticipated it would.
Motivation for this man that you see on screen, Antonio Benito Lopez. We've said it several times, runner-up in the World Championships 12 months ago. Today, it looks like he will go from silver to gold in the long-distance triathlon championship. It's a grimacy smile.
It is.
It's a little bit of 50 cents each way. Coming into the aid station, I'll have 2, please. 1, 2.
Well,
Both over the head.
a little bit of fact checking for you. Back in 2018 was the last time that a Spanish elite took the title. It was Pablo de Pina Gonzalez, another very, very well-known Spanish athlete. Oh, actually, in 2019 was Javier Gomez. So 2018 was Pablo de Pina Gonzalez. 2019 was Javier Gomez. So then it was taken by the French. So 2022, 2023, it went back to France. So I think this is Spain saying, you know what, it's time to come back home to us, my friends.
And they will have had a pretty decent championship as well. As we see our race leader, very soon he'll make his way back off the path, around the coastline, through the mangroves area, up to the boardwalk. So there's that little left turn now.
He is absolutely flying. We saw Calvin Amos, one of the Australian elite men, in the opposite direction.
He can almost smell it, can't he?
I think he can. He just, look at him. There's no one coming anywhere near him right now.
And he'll be getting that advice from his team. You're doing good, run it out. So back through the back of the mangroves, across the bridge, final run on the path up towards the boardwalk, which will take him back down to past transition and the roundabout loop at the opening to the blue carpet, which will then give him just 6 kilometres to run to win a world championship here in Townsville. Meanwhile, that gap, we're keeping a close eye on for our elite women. Dropped from up around 3:28 down to 2:21 the last time we saw it. Julia Molo and countrywoman Charlene Clavel, the two in this race that are going to decide the silver and gold medal positions.
And, you know, it's really important, even though he now is in the box seat, and we know that he would know that the athletes behind are losing time here, as we get a great shot here of Steve McKenna. And you can see, don't be surprised when you see Steve looking like that. That is normal for him. He's still looking good, sucking in the oxygen, but still looking really good. Great turnover, but definitely losing time to this man on screen now.
Toby Coote, you managed to slip out and have another bit of a look at how our athletes are doing on this run course. What's your feeling? What have you seen?
Julie's really struggling up in and around the hill section, and this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of time gains be taken away and going through that way. Yeah, it's interesting just sitting out there at the aid station and watching what they're taking. All of them are taking water. I didn't say anyone take cola or electrolyte. It's all water at the moment. Majority is going over their heads, and then at the second one at the end of the station, that's where they're getting the water and drinking as well. So it's hot out there again. So from when I stepped outside to when I stepped back in, I'm not sure if it was because we're in aircon here with you guys or back out there, but when there's no wind in those sections, it is really, really hot, and I reckon this is where it's going to take its toll at the back end of this run.
All right, what about the difference going then back to Charlene Clavel?
She looked good.
Yeah.
She was really smooth. Shoulders weren't rigid as what Julie was. Her leg turnover on the downhill plus the uphill was a lot more superior. And you're going to see going through the Polish lady. That's Marta there.
Legownik. Yeah. They're running. Charlene and Marta are running very, very similar. And we just saw Marta on screen right then. They're running very, very similar pace, and it is a lot faster than Julie.
And I love this section, the Kissing Point boardwalkers, Kate Gillespie-Jones. She's losing a bit of time to the girls, and you can see that with the leg stride going through. Aouida, who'll be not far off Kate there, one to watch out for at the back end of this run, which I'm probably guessing you guys have already noted.
Yeah. Well, the thing that does stand out, everyone else is getting quicker in this top three, catching up to Julia Molo for the first time in the event. We had a 4.5 minute gap for Clavel at one stage, over 10 minutes for Marta at one stage as well. Now they are coming a lot closer. So it's still a lot to play out here for our podium for the women for sure.
And this is brutal. If you haven't gone over this section and had a look, you're running up and then it stops a little bit. So every time you see these little pylons that they're about to run over the top of it, there's a little flat bit and then it kicks again and there's a flat bit, then it kicks again. So it's very hard to get into a really good rhythm coming up the Kissing Point boardwalk.
And then as you come over the top of this, it's downhill, down all the way down to the roundabout.
Quads are screaming.
and then you got to turn around the roundabout and come back up it again. You know, and this is a hot section through this section as well. You'll see it come down. They have the aid station on the other side very shortly, and they are utilising that as they go through.
So this is the downhill section down through Jazeen Barracks. You'll see the transition. The bike transition will pop up on the right-hand side shortly, and that run downhill to the roundabout at the base of the blue carpet, which for this man, Antonio Benito Lopez, is only about 6 kilometres away.
Look at this. So this is the first time that we've seen her actually have to stop. So we were given a report out on course just about 30 seconds ago that said Julie is really looking like she's starting to struggle. This is the first time we've seen her actually have to stop and take in hydration through. Not that I'm saying it's a bad thing, but it's the first time I've actually seen her have to stop and really concentrate on getting enough water.
But that's great at 4 minutes with a gap, but it's down under 2 minutes 30. So all of a sudden, the pressure is on our race leader, who has led from the very first swim.
Yes, and you were talking, how quickly can it go down? Where you just
you're about to see it.
That's the thing. But the good thing with Julie there, she stopped, she got her water in and then as she started running again, the leg turnover turned over. So having just that 10-second little gap going in through, there's enough to drop the heart rate by 10 to 15 beats. That could be all that you need just to be able to hold on and keep that rhythm going. Thumbs up there from Stevie McKenna.
You know what I think he was actually asking? I think he was actually asking how far back is third, because we do know that with the men, we've got Antonio Benito Lopez leading, but Nayart is coming.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And that gap for him has been closing. So McKenna is kind of in that middle ground at the moment. And there you go. Let's have a look at that on the splits now. 118 back from Benito Lopez to McKenna, and Nayart at 234. So has McKenna got enough to hold on for a silver medal as our lead racer, Antonio Benito Lopez, goes out on his final 6 kilometres of this long-distance Triathlon Championship.
But isn't it interesting? I love the mental, the dynamic, and Tobes, you can answer this for me. So Steve McKenna's already admitted defeat. He's not winning. Because the fact that he's not asking about how far in front Antonio is, he just wants to know how far back is third place.
Correct. And he's probably sat there and go, well, I know I'm not going to catch him.
Yeah.
It's not my day today, so I need to go into survival mode
And
of
I wanna
I
hold on to
want to hold
second.
on to second. You know, there's a big gap between second and third in prize money as well that these athletes are going for. So, you know, sometimes that's a smart move. They're thinking about the process. If I keep pushing, I could do what Charlie's had to do and pull out. Or do I stay in control of what I can do and go that way? And you can see just a leg turnover. You know, he's
Completely different,
totally
isn't it?
different.
Wow.
You know, and that's the beauty about being out there in front. You're in control. They've got to catch you. And we just see Nelly, Steve
tripped
there.
over the gutter.
Nearly tripped the gutter. You know, that's the thing. When you're tired, your reflexes and things just start switching off, and
Big
that
cheers.
focus changes.
And we know he's about 1 minute 40 back now on Lopez. But this is where we'll get an opportunity to see just how far back third place is as well.
But the good thing with this too, BG and Minty, is that this last lap is shorter.
Shorter.
So you know
What
you're
a
not going
relief.
all the way out. It's only about 3K
3K.
out, 3K back. So you know you've only got to hang strong, going out for that period of time and go through that. Antonio, look at
Could you
that.
imagine-
Looks good.
imagine his
He's going
legs.
faster now than what he did when he started. That's the thing. He's in. When you're out in front, you don't feel the pain
Complete
as much as
control.
you do as what you do when you're in second and you're trying to chase.
But we also know this athlete, he's an absolute class runner. Run a 2:37 several times over the full distance, over Ironman distance. He really is a wonderful runner. The Spanish often are. They're renowned for their running.
Well, to be fair, you had a big circle around his name from the very
From
beginning
the
of this
very
race, didn't you?
start.
I mean,
It was his race to lose, let's be honest.
We did wonder a couple of times. There were a couple of times where we thought he may have got dropped a little bit, and then he caught back up, but he's certainly doing a great job. And right now, Julia Molo just on a casual Sunday afternoon run in Townsville, holding on to a gold medal position. She is still out on her second leg of the run.
Yeah, what she's doing now, though, as we see Kate Gillespie-Jones, great to see Kate out there having a strong day. But Julie just looks like she tucked in behind that age group athlete. And we've got Marta Legownik. She really is running very, very well. She's a great runner, very accomplished runner. Again, has never run this distance, so has never done anything longer than a
Wow.
middle distance race. But so far, looking very, very good. But
We always know that once you get over that 20-kilometre mark in any race, especially in this one,
swing.
then the mind games start
Crazy
playing,
things
the
start
body
to
starts
happen.
playing games and that kind of stuff. So, as we say, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and you throw the heat here in Townsville as well. That just adds another dynamic to this racing for our males and females.
Well, great to know, though. I mean, obviously, we've got this man on screen who is looking more and more likely to take the win here today. I think we can almost safely say he will be taking the win here today. But good to see Steve McKenna has actually managed to put a little bit more time between himself and third place Lewis Nayart. So it's around that 126 back. So not bad. A 126, not safe yet, but good. Getting better.
You're never safe till you cross
No,
that
you're
line.
not.
we
Talked
know
about
we know that.
But look at that shot in the background. I mean, this run course is it's fantastic.
Yeah, and Minty, you've turned the weather on again, mate. We have to give you praise for that, mate.
Not bad. I mean, out of the entire 12 days, we've had one day that was a little bit off for the cross triathlon back on Tuesday last week. But apart from that, the weather conditions have barely changed for the entire time that everyone has been here, which has been absolutely fantastic. So our race leader is closing in on a World Championship gold medal. Remember, his final lap is only 6 kilometres. I say only from the convenience of an air-conditioned studio and not having cycled 114 Ks or swum 3 Ks before me, but under 6 Ks to go.
He's on the home stretch and he'll be feeling it now. And look, we've been given an update just for people out there watching that unfortunately we've had Iken O'Reilly from Ireland has had to pull out. We knew that he came into transition into T2 with some problems with his stomach, so he was in a lot of pain. I think he's tried to go out there on the run, but unfortunately has had to withdraw. So our young...
He certainly took it to him in a couple of
He
stages
did.
on the right,
I mean, he
didn't
was up there. He was on the front of the bike. He caught them on the bike. He was up the front. So hats off to Iken O'Reilly. He really has had a good go of it, but unfortunately, he has now had to retire.
Cameras back on our elite female race leader at the moment. Julie Amolo. Thank you, Toby Coote. He's got to go back out. Got to go back out in the sunshine, mate. Sorry about that. It's in your contract. You've got to spend a bit more time out there today. Here's McKenna.
He looks a lot better now than what I saw before. He really does.
Has. He's picked up, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably realised that gap between himself and third place has started to come out a little bit further, and I think it's given him a little bit of confidence. But this man is absolutely flying. I mean, it is abundantly obvious that he is the fastest on field by quite a long way. He just looks... It looks, I wouldn't say effortless, because I know he's putting a lot of effort in, but he just looks like he's got it all under control, and he's
I think the mind is relaxed a little bit to say, look, we're so close now, just run it out.
Yep.
And it's very unlikely that at any point you could get run down here. Enjoy this for what you can possibly do to enjoy it. But it is a world championship. He will become a long-distance triathlon world champion here on the streets and pathways of Townsville, North Queensland today. Antonio Benito Lopez.
A little bit of a grimace there for Steve McKenna, but this is not something we're not used. I mean, Steve always grimaces when he runs. He's renowned for it. I would love nothing more than to see Steve in second position across this finish line. He's had a little bit of... He started the year really, really well with a win at Ironman New Zealand. He then had a few health issues. He just couldn't get his immune system back on track. But he is
to think he's come from that.
I know.
To get a silver medal at a world championship is just extraordinary.
So he's just got to hold on. He's less than 6 kilometres to go for Steve McKenna. I know his family will be back home. So his wife Lauren, his 2 kids, Winnie and Lily, will be back home cheering Dad on.
This man will have the entire nation of Spain with him, willing him to the finish line, one step better than last year, and to go back home for a world championship next year is going to be absolutely extraordinary for him. I mean, to roll back into your own country. Of course, Pontevedra is where the world championships will be next year, and he will be at that race. We see
one of our blind athletes
with
racing.
The guide.
Wonderful to see. I love that this is an all-inclusive event, with our para-athletes also taking place. And, of course, the Paralympics just about to start.
Oh, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Cannot wait.
Absolutely fantastic to see the athletes of the world here in Townsville. We've seen an Olympic Games in France. The Paralympics about to come up. Just is that Nayart?
That is Nayart. So we've got Lewis Nayart. Had a great race. He's been fighting all day long. And he's currently in third position. He's putting himself in a position so if anything should happen to Steve, he will be there ready to pounce.
You'd have to say safely in third place at the moment, back to Magnian.
Oh, and look at this right now. I think that is Charlene Clavel in the background. Is it not? Let's have a look. I mean, my eyes are not the greatest anymore, but that looks very much like it may be. I know last split it was down to 43 seconds.
You would have to think that is.
It really looked like Charlene Clavel right there in the background.
Wow, this is going to be a big story of the World Championship. Amolo has been in front for the entire race. And countrywoman Charlene Clavel is now at the point where she is about to take the lead. I don't know that Amolo will come back from it.
No, absolutely not. I think once Charlene makes that pass, we will not see her going anywhere except for forward.
Clavel now has first place in her sights. That gap has been dramatic, and I guess we guessed it when Amolo stopped for that 10, 15-second hydration break. She came to a standstill.
And look, even that gap back now to Marta Legaunik is only at 5 minutes 24. So really, really, nothing is impossible. We could get a situation where we have Julie Iamolo leading pretty much all day long and then only just managing to hold on to a podium position. We don't know. I mean, we've still got 5 minutes 24.
They're only just going through the 16-kilometre mark.
Yeah.
So 14K still to run. So we've only just gone halfway, and they have shut down a basic 4-minute gap from 16 kilometres ago. Big stories coming here in Townsville. Clavel gets closer, and very soon we're going to see our first new leader of this event in the women's elite since we began the swim 4 hours and 48 minutes ago. Wow.
Crazy. And, you know, we always knew because of this run and being a long run, 30 kilometres, with the heat, we knew that it would be the latter stages where we would start to see big changes taking place. None for this young man on screen right now, though, who's just extending his lead over the rest of the elite men's field.
He'll be getting super close to that turnaround point now as well. Only a 6K final leg. Wow. This is going to be a story and a half, and we're about to see it here in Townsville.
Now, interesting, what do we do here? What does she do here? Does she just keep ticking along? You can see that right now Charlene Clavel is not trying to catch her at a rate of knots.
No.
She's just keeping on the pace that she's comfortable with, the pace that she knows that she can control. What I want to know is once she does make that pass,
Then
does
what
she
happens?
pick it up? Because, I mean, often what you do is you make that pass and you'll pick it up just for, you know, a few hundred metres, just to make sure that there is no chance that your competitor is going to be able to stay with you, come back on you. But look, we're going through an age session. This is where it's all going to be, because obviously Julie will slow down slightly to make sure that she gets the hydration in that she needs.
Clavel right on her tail now. Both taking the hydration. And here we
go.
go. Clavel
Yep.
will go round. We have a new race leader for the first
And,
time.
oh, I love this, you know.
Oh,
This
that's
is why I
goosebumps.
love this sport so much. The camaraderie between these women. You see it with the men. You see it with the elite women. So much respect for each other. Respect to her fellow countrywomen for leading this race, as you said, for 4 hours, 50 minutes.
And Julie says, well, I'm just going to stick in
I
behind
might
you.
just try and say, well, she's got nothing to lose.
Absolutely
Minty, she's
nothing
got
to
nothing to
lose.
lose. Let's just try.
5 minutes back to Marta
Yes.
in third place. So can I stick with her? Can I
gonna
just stay with her and just play a little bit of my own mind games right now?
Absolutely, and she'll know within the next 100 or so metres whether it's doable or not. But why would you not try? You've got nothing to lose.
Phenomenal. 4 hours and 50 minutes. Julia Molo has led this long distance triathlon
And
championship. Here we get to see this again.
This is everything to me.
Wow.
You know, so much mutual respect for each other, and to think that okay, I might not be able to win here today, but my countrywoman's going to do it for me.
Clavel looking a whole lot more comfortable. But again, we still have a lot in this race to go. We're still going to be 13 kilometres to run. So they're still going to get to a turnaround point to run back before they do a final 6K leg. In the meantime, in the men's race, Antonio Benito Lopez, he's either very close to or will have hit that turnaround point for his final 6Ks. So lots happening as we get close to the 5-hour mark. Here is Benito. He is on his way back. So this is the final run leg back towards the blue carpet. This time round, he won't turn around at the roundabout. He will make his way down the blue carpet. He will win a world championship, and we will speak to him. Pete Murray, our man on the ground, will be down there at the finish line to get those first words from our brand new world championship of long distance triathlon.
Oh, it's so exciting to think that we started here this morning at 6:30 on the dot. For our men's race, we're now 4 hours and 55 minutes in, and you can see that gap now is starting to open up. And it will continue to open up over the next 13 or so kilometres that the women have left here today. What we have been told is out on course that while we've got first and second on screen, we do know that Ayawada is absolutely flying and is currently fastest on course for our women.
Keep an eye on this, because the way that Julia Molo is going, we know going back to Marta. Marta, of course, was sitting about 5 minutes off. Marta Lagaunik, and then back to Ayawada. If they keep making pace as well, we are in for a really super finish to see who's going to end up on the podium. In the meantime, we're following our elite male lead runner. A look at the watch. Bit of a shake of the shoulders. Only a couple of kilometres away now from becoming a brand new world champion. Something he couldn't get done last time around in Ibiza, running second. He's now heading to a world championship.
And I've just been given a message from over in Spain. Of course, we know with the 8-hour time difference, it is very late. I mean, they should be
Early
sleeping.
morning.
They should be sleeping, actually. They should be still asleep.
Do the Spanish ever sleep?
Well, this is true. But we do know that Pablo de Pina Gonzalez, who won it back in 2018, he's just messaged me. He is up. He is waiting to see his countrymen come across the line in first place. So shout out to Pablo. Pablo, you're an absolute legend. He's one of the most popular athletes in Spain. He's retired now, but he was an absolute legend.
Wow.
So to think that he's up watching his fellow countrymen come across the line in first place very, very close before we see that happen. It's great. So wonderful, wonderful to hear.
Big scenes here in Townsville as we've seen a change in the lead for our elite women. Charlene Clavel, who has been at some points at 4.5 minutes back during that bike ride with everything to do. We knew she was a better runner. We talked about the difference in the expected run time, and it's come to fruition here on the second leg of the run. Benito Lopez now will swing back down, and he is safe out in front. 2 minutes 14 gap.
2:14 back for Steve McKenna and 3:52 back for Lewis Nayart. But Charlene Clavel, I wonder how she's feeling now. She is leading this World Championship, but she looks so cool. She looks like she's not going to let it get to her head quite yet. She knows she's still got quite a lot of kilometres left to run, 12K left to run.
So here is the turnaround point. This is the turnaround point at the top end of Paloranda Run. 6Ks back, and then a final 6K run to finish her 3 legs. So 12 kilometres to go for your female race leader.
And look how much that gap has already opened up between herself and Julie. We know that Marta Legaunek is back there. We know that Ayueda is fastest on course, but they are still such a long way back from our current leader, Charlene Clavel. This is a man that is on a mission. He can almost smell that finish line from here.
It's getting close to less than a kilometre. Little bit of trail to run on the path before he hits the boardwalk, downhill into the roundabout and swing up onto the blue carpet. It is something exceptional to see here in Townsville today. I am so pumped about this. And McKenna's looking still pretty good.
He is. Look, McKenna's just got to hold it together. Taken the hat off, decided it doesn't feel good. It's funny when you start to suffer towards the end of the race, just these little things can start to irritate you. It's all about just minimalising that irritation, and he just needs to concentrate. He's got a couple of kilometres left to run. He's just got to get through.
Water over the head. Second cup. One in, one over. One in, one over. This is the moment as we start to see the closing stages. We are just about to hit the 5-hour mark for Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain on the concrete pathway for the final time, closing in on the boardwalk to go up the back of Kissing Point.
And look at that stride and that turnover. He has not slowed down. If anything, he has sped up. We know he's sitting on around that 320 to 325.
Which is amazing.
Unbelievable.
Here it comes.
He's definitely coming in under the predicted finish time that we had him at. So really fast racing conditions here today for our elites.
One little turn around past the rocks. You'll see that boardwalk is about to pop up in front of him. That final uphill run up the boardwalk. Over the top at Jazeen Barracks, downhill to the finish line. The blue carpet awaits. Pete Murray is standing by. We will have the first chat with your new world champion very soon. BG, this is fantastic.
It is. You can't wipe the smile off my face. He's just got to get up and over this last section. You can see those arms starting to really pump. Gritting his teeth. He knows that once he makes it up over this last tough section of the course, it's all downhill to that finish line and that magical blue carpet.
Absolutely fantastic. Still a decent gap for our Steve McKenna. 2:14 back, and then back to a 3:52 for Lewis Nayart, who is sitting in the bronze medal position. But right now, it's all about your soon-to-be world champion. The final stages of his boardwalk run. A little turn coming up. He'll throw a right-hand turn to go up over the top, and the downhill run to the finish.
Well, Spanish elite men, they won it back in 2018. They won it in 2019. They had to hand it over to the French in 2022 and 2023. They have now got it back safely in their hands.
This will be a smile that will tell a whole big story. The shots from the drone as he goes downhill. Very soon he'll run past the transition zone on his right-hand side. Some nice shade down the tree line. The crowd stand and applaud the new world champion. His fist is starting to pump in the air, Belinda.
As they should. He knows he's got it. Yes, he knows now. I always love it when an athlete finally realizes, when it finally clicks, this is mine.
This is my moment.
And to think, you know, to say to yourself, I am going to be a world champion.
5 hours, 2 minutes he's about to click over. Only a couple of 100 meters now down to the roundabout, and he'll swing onto the blue carpet, and the noise will be exceptional. The finish line awaits. So close now. Here he comes from Spain, Antonio Benito Lopez, just about to hit the roundabout. The crowd's ready for him. Here is the roundabout. This is the moment.
Oh, honestly, you dream for these moments. Athletes dream their entire lives for this one moment. And as he makes his way, you can see that blue carpet. And he will enter right now down the finish straight. Lots of cheering from all of the supporters out on course. They've all come out today in their droves.
Fantastic scenes. There's got to be family and friends there. Maybe a coach, a teammate.
You can slow down. You can enjoy this, Benito. You don't have a worry in the world, my friend.
Woohoo! Gets the heel click, and the job is done. Your new world champion long distance triathlon in Townsville from Spain is Antonio Benito Lopez. Wow. Look at the smile on his face.
And I do believe that was a 1:43 and change run. So that is absolutely flying. Big hugs to his, to the Spanish team, coaches and friends.
What a fantastic effort. And he has done it with a super gap that will end up being a couple of minutes back. And you'd have to say at this stage, it looks like Australia will go silver in the World Championship. Steve McKenna, next man to come. And he is closing in on a silver medal, everybody. Some exciting times for the home country of Spain, where the World Championship will end up next year. McKenna will not be too far away. That might be him coming down the hill.
It won't be long now. We know he was only a couple of minutes behind at last check. Here he is. He's coming very shortly. We will see him make his way down. I think it was around 2.5 minutes back?
Yeah, about 2.5. So hopefully we'll pick him up coming down the hill very, very soon, the Australian. He's in there somewhere. There you go. The smile.
Big smiles. He's a happy man. Saying hello to Mum. I wonder if you're back home watching, hello. Your son did very, very well today.
Congratulations, Antonio Benito Lopez. Here is your female race leader. Remembering they are on the second leg of their run. Right now, Charlene Clavel is leading. She'll come into the transition area and head back out for 6 kilometers still to run. The gaps.
And look at that gap now. We've got Julie Iamolo in second, as we can see Steve McKenna now making his way around the roundabout and up to the blue carpet.
This is a great moment. A silver medal in a world championship on your home turf is something to be very, very happy about. Where's he going?
No, he's coming. He's coming. Here he comes. Here he comes with the motorbike. Here he is. Now he'll get to step onto that blue carpet.
What a great time for Steve McKenna, blue carpet and the silver medal at the World Championship here in Townsville. High five the crowd. A lot of support for the Aussie green and gold, obviously. And that is a super effort. He's been right amongst it all day. And Steve McKenna after coming out of transition from
there's
cycle
Mum.
to run.
There's his mum and dad. They are his greatest supporters. They travel, as I said, around the world. They're everywhere. Just truly wonderful people. I know that his wife Lauren and the kids Winnie and Lily and Dudley will be at home watching. Very, very proud, I am sure.
Down there with Pete Murray. A nice pat on the back from Pete. He's been around these sports for a long time as well. We'll be crossing down to Pete before long. Get you some of the first interviews from our place getters. First male, second male across the line. Lewis Nayart will likely be our bronze medalist. And then it's back to see how the females pan out. Right now we know that Charlene Clavel is into the closing stages of her second lap with 6 kilometres to go. Countrywoman behind her, Julie Amolo, and Marta Legownik in third place is cutting the gap every single kilometre as well. So now it's all about, can Amolo hold on for second?
And let me tell you, Marta Legownik is absolutely flying, as we can see. Third place, now making their way
Nayart
to the finish line. Lewis Nayart from Belgium. What a great race he's had here today. He's fought the entire way, and you know what? He knows it. He knows it too. Good on him. I love a good celebration on the finish line.
Brilliant stuff.
He will be over the moon. I love it. You know, he was in that chase group. He fought hard all day long to limit that deficit up to the first group into transition. Never gave up all day long. Wonderful race from this young man from Belgium. Love it.
Time to enjoy a celebration. So we have our podium in the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championship here in Townsville. Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain goes first. Steve McKenna from Australia goes into second place. And Lewis Nayart from Belgium will get the bronze medal. That's your top 3 males as we swing back out onto the run course with your lead female right now. What a day. Charlene Clavel has closed down an extraordinary gap. Countrywoman Julia Molo has led for almost the entire race to be run down, and right now the girls closing in on the final stages. Clavel will come down to the turnaround point and have one more 6K lap to run.
And it's just going to be interesting. Obviously, we know Clavel is in the box seat. I cannot see her being beaten from here. But what is going to be interesting, obviously, is if Julie Iamolo can hold on to that silver position, into that second position. We know Marta Legownik is coming at her at a rate of knots. We know that Ai Ueda is also running very, very well. But maybe they'll run out of real estate. I have a feeling, looking at the splits, you know, we know Marta's out there running very low 4-minute, 4:08 to 4:10 pace. That is absolutely flying. We know Ai Ueda's running very similar pace, if not a little faster.
And Julie?
4:49.
Yeah,
so she's really slowed down. But, you know, sometimes, very rarely you can get that second win where you just say, you know what, no, I am going to absolutely fight hand, tooth and nail to hold on to this position.
And that's the mental toughness, isn't it? So there's the turnaround point where she'll come back. So that's the 6K turnaround point.
For the last loop?
For the last loop. So that will be where our race leader will do her final turnaround. She's got to get back towards that roundabout at the blue carpet first.
Go back out again for another 3K and then home straight. So the women still, you know, the women have still got quite a few kilometres left to run, and I think we will see changes in these top 3. I think first place is almost a done deal.
Well, the other thing is, of course, because of this course, our trailing 3rd and 4th places with Marta and Ai Ueda, they will get to see Julie. They'll be able to see.
And they'll see what she looks like.
They'll see that she's been overtaken. She's out there in her own little place. She's struggling. Have they got enough? Can they see enough that says, let's keep running? 4:08s as opposed to 4:48s.
Huge difference.
It's a mental toughness game right now to see who can get those podium positions.
But you know what I love about racing is I can have all the notes, all the statistics, all the results in the world.
Yep.
And I always love it. I always think, okay, what's going to be the upset this time, like this race? But obviously, I did not have Lewis Nayart in my top 3. I did not even have him in my top 5. I think he was ranked around 7th
That's
here.
a
So
big,
for him
big
to
step.
come and get 3rd, great race from him.
These two French women, though, were certainly on your radar. There's no doubt about it. These were two that were certainly going to be watched throughout this event.
Yeah, they were. Julie Iamolo was a little bit further down, but Charlene Clavel and Marion Legrand, obviously we know Marion Legrand had to withdraw due to a flat tyre. Early on, I think 5 kilometres into the race here today. But great to see that we've still got Charlene Clavel and Julie Iamolo flying the flag for France.
Just referring back to Marion, though, I mean, when you look back, she had a stellar opening weekend. She won a duathlon world championship, the mixed relay. She won that. She had 2 gold medals before she got 2 days into the championships. All right, great news is we've got a fantastic chat coming up. Let's go down to the finish line with Pete Murray.
This year, number 1.
Yeah, last year I was in second place in Spain, in Ibiza. Yeah, this year the objective is win. Yeah, I'm very happy with victory here in the other part in the world, in Australia. I'm so happy.
Well, a great swim out with the group, but on the bike course, what a bike course it was. Talk about the bike course. How great was that bike course and, of course, the run?
Yeah, the bike course was hard. In the first group, we was in relays, and good job to the other guys, McKenna, Keane, and O'Reilly. And yeah, was beautiful bike in the line of Pallarenda and in the center of Townsville. Yeah, was amazing.
Came down that run leg, you got off the bike very quickly, very warm, but a great run course as well, up the ramp, great crowd support out there as well. Townsville.
Yeah, I started very fast, and the last lap, a lot of wind and hot, but yeah, I was in fair place. I tried to keep going, and yeah, I can win.
Well, congratulations. You are the world champion of the World Triathlon long course for 2024 from Spain. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the support to my family, my coach, my friends in Lugo. Yeah, thank you very much.
Pete Murray down on course with our race winner, Antonio Benito Lopez and Belinda Granger. I had to win this.
Exactly, we nailed it. I mean, after second place last year, there was only one place for him to go, and it was up. So he did exactly what he set out to do. And I always love it when an athlete sets themselves a goal like that and then goes out and just masterclasses it.
Heel click and a race win, and now world champion. Congratulations to Spain's Antonio Benito Lopez as we take a look down over the transition site. You see the bike, you see the runners on the concourse here at Jazeen Barracks as we go back down to Pete Murray with our silver medalist.
Congratulations, mate. You're on the podium at the World Championships.
Thanks, Muzz. I'm very proud. Yeah, just a well-paced day, and I think I paced it perfectly, and that was the best I had. And Lopez was, or Benito, I'm not sure which one is his last name, but he was just too good for me, and he was a really fair bike rider out there too, and did a lot of work with me. So I was really proud of him to beat me. But he was better than me.
Let's break it down a little bit. Great swim in that front group as always. But the bike, that group stayed together. You negotiated around. It looked amazing. It looked scenic. But talk about tactics. What was your tactic on the bike leading into the run?
I just didn't want the second pack to catch, so I was happy to do a bit more work, but just within the power I planned to do. Never punchy. So it actually going to the front a bit more ended up beneficial, because usually it's a bit punchy for me with bigger bike riders, and today I got to control a bit of it here and there, and I think the two of us did a lot of the work, and then the other guys did pull their turns at times, so we kept moving fast, and the chase pack didn't catch.
Well, you're talking about controlling the bike. You look very controlled on your run. I mean, Benito did go up the road a little bit, but that gap stayed pretty consistent for a while, but you must be happy with your form, Steve.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah. I just think the bike dynamics. Everyone just did a bit of work, and it just played into my tactics perfectly. I took a bit too long in T2, but I wasn't worried because done a lot of heat work and I've just know that I'm going to drink heaps on the run and pace myself well.
I'm sure you might have a couple of refreshments this afternoon as well, but your family's here as well, your mum, dad, sister, coach as well, your great mate Timmy Reid. It's all great to see some local support as well.
Yeah, that's it. I feel great right now, but I know after a few beers with you, I'm going to feel horrible.
All right, there he is, second place today in the world. Steve McKenna.
Fantastic. I'd be worried about drinking with Pete Murray too
know,
after
not
all
many
of
of
that.
us can keep up.
Down the blue carpet, fantastic result for Aussie Steve McKenna. A second place, a silver medal in the World Championship on home soil. And this was a great moment as he ran over to the family.
His mum and dad, as I said, greatest supporters of Steve. They are everywhere. Wonderful to see. They came up, they surprised him yesterday for his birthday.
How good is that?
Great birthday gift for himself here today.
Wonderful shots over Townsville as we see our women are still out there. Let's go back down to the blue carpet. Third place today, Louis Nayart from Belgium, and he's with Pete Murray right now.
Well, one of our happiest finishers on the podium today was Louis Nayart from Belgium. Congratulations, the emotion, the finish line. You were very, very happy with your race.
Yeah, definitely. This was I had this year every race again was the best race ever, and today again I did my best race ever. I'm so happy.
So you should be, but talk about your race. Was it the way you planned? I mean, the group was together on the bike, the run, it came down the run, but the bike course, how was your bike?
Well, I got on the first K on the swim, I got on the front group, but then after the first turn I had to let go. I swam solo for the rest of the swim. So the first kilometers on the bike were very hard solo, on chasing on the front pack. And then the two Aussies, I think Hill and Burton, were coming closer. And then we worked a bit together to keep the pace high. And then we got closer to the front pack. And then I knew when I could keep the pace on the bike, I had a strong run to finish. And then it was just keeping my pace from the start to finish.
We talk about your bike. I mean, a very strong bike. You had some company with you, but on the run, warmed up, got very warm, but you managed to hang in there, very tough. Great course still on the run.
Yeah, it seems flat, but it's very hard. Every time coming back to town, it goes uphill, downhill. It's a very hard course, actually. I knew because I could recon a bit in the weeks beforehand. So I knew it would be a hard last bit every time. But I knew the front pack, there were some athletes who were going to fall back. But I didn't know that much were going to fall back, and I had a great pace. It was just keeping it high, and the last 10K were terrible.
Well, Louis, those last 10 kilometres got you on the podium, a World Championship podium. Congratulations, and thank you for coming to Townsville.
Thank you, guys.
There you go,
Thank
Pete
you for
Murray down there with our top three male athletes. Louis Nayart down the finish line of the blue carpet, and you could tell how pumped he was. As he said through there, this is my best race.
Ever.
One of my best races ever, and what a way to have that at a World Championship and get yourself a medal.
And he did it the hard way. As he said, he was in that front group to start in the swim. He couldn't quite keep the pace, so he swam the rest of the swim solo. He started the bike solo. He was lucky when Matt Burton came through and Benjamin Hill, and he was able to at least stay with them, and they could keep the pace going. But hats off to him. It was a brilliant race, and he gets a podium for his troubles.
All right, so our men's podium is set. We now go back to our elite females. Charlene Clavel from France is leading and has extended that gap back to Julia Molo.
She has. It's now at 1:31 back, so there you go. Charlene Clavel still ticking over nicely. We know this is probably the most difficult section of the course, as we just heard from Nayard, who said this was just, you say this course is flat? Oh, not flat.
Not this bit.
Not this bit. And so, obviously, as Charlene makes her way up here now, once she gets down the other side, she'll make that turn, and she's only got 6 kilometres left to run. Julia Iamolo in second, and Marta Legaunik. Now, this is going to be the story of today, whether Marta Legaunik is going to be able to catch Julie Iamolo and take second place. We know that gap has come down. She's currently absolutely flying. Marta's running sub 4-minute K pace right now.
Wow. in the back end of a 30K run.
And she's never done this before, mind you.
That is exceptional.
She's never run this far before. This is the longest race that Marta Legaunik's ever done. She's a class athlete. She's had a fabulous year so far. So, am I surprised? Not really, because she really is a great runner. But this woman on screen right now, doing everything right and nothing wrong, looks really relaxed as she comes down the other side.
And she's running low fours as well, still running at 4:06. A 3:55 for Marta, and of course Julia Molo 4:28. So there's still more to play out for the rest of the podium. Clavel sitting in the gold medal position. Does Marta Legaunik have enough in the tank to score her way a silver medal?
Oh, it's going to be nice and close. And we do know, we haven't got her on screen right now, we haven't got her in the results, is Ayoeda is also running very, very well. Just behind Marta Legaunik, so we know that Ay is in 4th place.
So now we'll get to see the splits all over again. We've gone across the timing map. We have Charlene Clavel in 1st position.
And this, of course, is an opportunity for Charlene to see exactly where everyone is. She will be able to see, obviously Julie is not the issue for her, but she'll want to see exactly where Marta is and where Ay is. But for Julie to see those other 2 women coming, it's tough. It's going to be tough because she knows that she's still got 6 kilometres to run. She needs to dig as deep as she's ever dug before.
You talked about it before. It's a mental game right now. Is it enough to say, well, okay, lift, I'm going to do it, or is it enough to break you and say, I don't think I'm going to be able to make the podium? And once that thought pattern starts to set in,
it's very difficult to change. And the fact that there are 2 women, so if these 2 women were to catch her, there's no podium.
Yeah, correct.
And that 4th place, it's the worst place to come sometimes. You really want to, I know that for Julie right now, she will be thinking, I just need to hold on to a podium position right now.
Absolutely.
Right
All right, so we see Charlene Clavel running up the hill. She'll do a left-hand turn to go along the concourse here at Jazeen Barracks. Such an important part of our history here in Townsville. The military presence in our city is quite large. And this was the original barracks for our military before it was handed back to the city of Townsville to develop into parklands and community areas. There are incredible spaces around through here. We have original huts that art is happening in. There are local artists and art groups, pottery and all that, which happens in this precinct as well. I mentioned earlier, the Brigadier still resides just up to the left-hand side of screen as we see Clavel run through this area. Very important to our Indigenous population when the community work was done. Our Wulgarukaba people. Wulgaru means canoe, the canoe people that live between Townsville, the mainland, and Magnetic Island. So important, and that everyone came together to work on this site when it was given back to the community.
Still a great turnover by Charlene. We know that before she came out here to Australia, she was up in Font-Romeu, very popular training destination at altitude for many of our short course and long course athletes. Many of the greatest short and long course athletes in the world base themselves up there. And as I said, it is at altitude. She's come back down and then she's flown out here to Australia. She has been here for over a week now, but she has timed it to perfection.
This will go down as an absolute classic. Because I have to say, and we talked about this before, you can put all the things out there. You wouldn't have written off, but we thought Amolo was just travelling so well. But once we started to see her start to falter a little bit on the run leg, and the strength that Clavel had all the way back to the end of the bike, where she really was starting to motor. Wasn't eating into it, but you could see the determination had really kicked in.
Yeah, she's all class. I mean, they've got such a strong team over here with Clavel, Iamolo and Legrand. But you can see right now, I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we see Marta Legaunik catch and overtake Julie Iamolo, because Marta, it's almost like Marta's got a sniff.
Yeah,
so she's
100%.
got wind. She's obviously been able to see her. Once you get a visual on your competitors up front,
yeah,
it's almost like you get this second wind. And we can see by the pace, because Marta has definitely picked up the pace of her running. She's running 350s right now. So while Charlene Clavel is in front, we know that Marta Legownik will be in second position very, very shortly, followed by Julie Iamolo. And it'll be around 2 minutes 34, I believe, between our leader here on screen and Marta Legownik. Great race from Marta. As I said, doing this for the first time.
That is a stunning race for her, and looks like at this point she can walk away with a silver medal at the World Championship first time around. That is absolutely spectacular. That might be... I know, we're still with our race leader. I almost saw the red and I thought, goodness me. This is an opportunity for France to go back-to-back from last year and maintain at least the female side of the medals in the long distance. They won gold, male and female, last time around at Ibiza. We know Spain has taken the gold medal in the men's elite. Final time around this part before we head out to the turnaround point, remembering this is only a 6-kilometre leg.
Isn't that incredible? I'm just looking over the results over the previous years, all the way back to 2005. And Marjolaine Pierre winning last year was the first French woman to win it since 2005. What I love is it's incredible what a win like that can do to a nation.
Yeah.
And now we're here in 2024 in Townsville. We have a really strong French team here with us. And we've got yet another French woman deciding, you know what, Marjolaine Pierre did it last year. I'm going to do it this year.
It happens a lot in sport.
It does.
Winning breeds winning.
Success
absolutely. Breeds success.
Yep. It's incredible.
The other thing I love about this, we have got age group athletes out there participating in a world championship, especially for a lot of the Australians, and I know a lot of the overseas competitors for the very first time running in a world championship. And that was something special about the Triathlon Festival yesterday. We had kids under 10s running in a triathlon as part of a world championship.
Yep, championship event.
Something that you could never imagine as a kid. Like you spoke about it earlier, the whole concept of being able to participate in a world championship in Australia would probably never have been on your radar.
And just having the best athletes in the world all racing on the same course over different days. But yeah, it's been incredible. And memories that are going to last a lifetime for these kids. And who's to say that in 10, 15 years' time, we're not seeing some of these kids that were here yesterday racing. We don't see them overseas on a world stage.
Well, the other thing is we're 8 years away from an Olympic Games in Brisbane. So 2032, the Olympic Games will be in Brisbane, which is only 1,400 kilometres down.
Crazy.
Only 1,400 kilometres down the road from here. But, you know, you start to look at some of the junior triathletes in Australia right now who will be positioning themselves to be at an Olympic Games in Brisbane in 2032.
It's pretty special, isn't it? I still remember the Olympics when they were in Sydney, and honestly, the memories, they'll last forever. It was one of the most special moments of my life, just being able to be there and spectate. It was unbelievable.
For me, it was also, I was part of the presentation for volleyball. I got to do court announcing for volleyball at the Olympics in Sydney, the gold medal game and the Olympic medal presentation. So for me, that was one of those moments where you go, I mean, I'm not an athlete, I didn't train for it, but still, I got to be a
part of it. It's incredible.
Of that. As we see Clavel, she seems super comfortable.
Yeah, she knows she doesn't need to do anything crazy. She just needs to keep ticking it over like she is, and she has got this one. So she heads out now, 3 kilometres out. She'll make that last turn, and it'll be 3 kilometres back. So she'll get one more opportunity to see where her competitors are. But... And you can see Kate Gillespie-Jones there running in the opposite direction. So starting to struggle just a little bit with the heat, but Kate's still doing a marvellous job.
Great pictures again we're sending to the world of Townsville, North Queensland. 27 degrees currently. Humidity's at 57%. East-northeasterlies at 17 k's an hour. The current conditions that we're seeing here in Townsville. A little bit of cloud, but this is the moment I wanted to show again. This was that moment where Clavel went past Iamolo, and just that sporting... I could see the goosebumps come up on your arm.
Honestly, for me, having been in the sport, being a little bit of a mother hen of the sport right now with the professional athletes, to see that, it melts my heart. I love it. And as I said, we're lucky enough in this sport that the professional athletes, the elite athletes are just such wonderful human beings, both on and off the race course.
We just saw a vision of Marta Legownik from Poland, who we would expect would almost be running to second place. We'll wait for our next split to give you a breakdown of where that is. It was only about 9 seconds the last time we saw the split between Amolo and Legownik for that silver medal.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that to update, but I think by the time we get a next update, indeed Marta Legownik will be in second position. I don't think she'll have any chance of catching Charlene Clavel, even though she is running a fair bit faster than Charlene right now. I just think she will run out of real estate. There she is, but looking at her watch, she knows that she will know she's running a very, very solid pace.
And again, another one of those situations, you say, well, whatever happens here, I'm pretty much going to have a silver world championship medal.
It's pretty special.
So not really the defeat of not winning, but from where she's come from in this event.
And look at that. I love seeing the age group athletes cheering on the elites.
So this is the map just to show you that short turnaround point, middle of the screen. It's only 6 Ks, so 3 Ks out, 3 Ks back, where they were running 6 out, 6 back. Clavel won't be far.
And really, once she makes that turn and she gets to see exactly where Julie is, Marta is, she'll know that she has got it. And it's only 3 kilometres.
Still a long day at the office for some of our age groupers out on the bikes.
And the hardest thing too, funny you should bring that up. I mean, we talk about the heat and how tough it is for our elites out here right now, but you know, at 27 degrees, but these athletes are out in it all day long. As we can see, there is Julie right now.
Yeah, she's pretty broken, isn't she?
So still ticking it over, but obviously at a much different pace to what we're seeing on screen here with Charlene.
Again, it'll be interesting to see if we can get some idea of how far Ayuida might be back from this bunch as well, to see if there's a possibility that Julia Molo may get overtaken. That's going to be interesting to see as well. We knew Ayuida was running pretty solidly out on course, so have to see if we can keep a close eye on that. But in the meantime, Charlene Clavel representing France, comfortable leader, you'd have to say, out in front. A quick glance at the watch. Her turnaround point won't be too far away, with then only 3 Ks to run back to the finish line.
And look, you can see, looks like that she's going to get some nutrition out, a gel perhaps. She knows that even though she's on the home stretch, you still need to look after yourself. You still need to make sure you're getting those consistent calories in. So smart racing here from Clavel. Just a little bit of gel, just a little bit to just keep those just topping up. She still has around just over 3 kilometres. We know that once she makes that turn, it will be 3 kilometres to home. So doing everything she can in her power to make sure nothing happens, that she doesn't slow down.
And that turnaround point cannot be too far away. The big story will be, can Julia Molo hold on to a bronze medal position after leading this race for almost the entirety?
The emotional side of me says, please, can she do it? Please, can she hold on?
Sport can have its heartbreaks,
Absolutely.
and we could be seeing one of those today. I think we already saw the first part of that heartbreak as a countrywoman went past, but again, that vision will stay with me for such a long time, of that sportsmanship. Clavel out in front, and then it goes back to Marta Legownik from Poland. It'll be a French celebration. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely keeping it in the family after the win last year from Marjolaine. Unfortunately, Marjolaine unable to come out here to defend her title. She's back home preparing for the Ironman World Championships in Nice.
Another terrible place to race.
Terrible. Rotten.
Some of that footage of Nice with the Olympics again was just absolutely spectacular.
I was recently in France on the French Riviera. Went to visit Antibes, beautiful part of the world. Absolutely love it there.
Here it is, the turnaround point.
It's the turn. Now this will be the last opportunity she has to see exactly, to get a visual, to get eyes on her competitors.
And that's the final stages she'll run in about, well, less than 3 kilometres now before she gets onto the boardwalk, and then the run downhill to the roundabout and the swing onto the blue carpet where she will be crowned world champion. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It does. I tell you what, there's only a very small amount of people, very elite group that are able to call themselves world champions.
Yeah, the cohort is tiny. This week, we've been able to get through 19 world championships over the 12 days, whether it was the duathlon, the aquathlon, the cross tri and the cross duathlons. We've had stunning weather almost all week, and we come down to our final world championship for this event. Of course, the long distance, Charlene Clavel leading the way.
Look at that scenery in the background. Stunning day here in Townsville. Not sure that Charlene's admiring the background right now, but she'll get plenty of time to do that later on once she crosses that finish line.
Again, a little up and over the bridge. Down the other side, that little bit of momentum shift. Yeah, she might jump on the ferry tomorrow over Maggie Island, 20 minutes over to Magnetic Island. What a fantastic place it is. 24 Ks of walking trails. I don't think she'll be too keen on that tomorrow.
Maybe not too much of
maybe
the walking.
Sitting on one of the beautiful bays, the beaches, 23 beaches and bays on Maggie Island. So she might just take herself over, plonk herself on one of the beautiful beaches and just sit there and enjoy Maggie Island for the day tomorrow.
I love how you keep calling it Maggie Island. It's just a typical Australian. We have to we shorten everything. It's the best. I think someone was talking to me about it the other day, and I'm thinking, is there another island I don't know about? But then I realised, oh, you mean Magnetic Island.
I don't know there's too many locals would call it Magnetic Island.
No, I bet not. I bet
Over
not.
to Maggie.
Oh, it's great.
Ferry to Maggie. But today it's not about Maggie, it's about Charlene. Start to see, she knows in her own head that this is her world championship.
And we know that Marta Legaunik has also made that turn at the far end of the final lap. And it's down to 1 minute 59. So while Marta is currently running faster than Charlene, she will run out of real estate.
But what an amazing race for her. We
great
were
for
over 10 minutes.
Absolutely. And the first time over this distance, it would have been an unknown for her as well.
Yeah.
Never run 30K before. And she's run it exceptionally well.
It is a magnificent achievement. When you start, and again, you've spoken about this today, how times don't really matter because everyone's race is going to chop and change. But to think you could be as far back as over 10 minutes at one stage where Marta Legaunik was, to now be within 1 minute 59 of first place, pick up a silver medal, it's just stunning.
It's fantastic.
Still, we haven't had Julie come through in her next checkpoint. So
it's going to be interesting to see
still
if it is actually Julie or one of our other athletes. It's interesting. If I look back at my my notes, of course, we did have these two that are now currently in first and second. Up there, we just had them switched. So we had Marta Legaunik coming home in first, Charlene Clavel in second. So we had the athletes right. We just had the order.
Julia Molo has just gone through that checkpoint. 3:48 behind now.
Can she hold on? 3 kilometres left for the French woman that led all day long until she was overtaken by this woman on screen right now.
Keep going. The crowd say keep going. And I think we saw that Julie was a little more uncomfortable and she got on the run, but it wasn't until that moment at that aid station where she actually stopped, took on the hydration, drowned herself with the water, that we kind of thought she is in a little bit of hurt right now.
Mm-hmm.
Clavel says, I'm going to have a sneaky peek over there and just look at that landmark going past us.
Because I've got the time to do it.
So it'll be under a couple of Ks here. will start to get. Oh, look, there's a little bit of water. Get the
Just
water
make
spray.
sure.
Keep
As
the
I
water.
said, you know, you've seen today, things can happen at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
So you just need to, even though you know you're close to home, often what you want to do is you think, your mind starts to work, I'm not stopping, I'm not doing anything, I just want to get to the finish line. And you do forget to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
So seeing Charlene taking out a gel, you know, just less than a kilometre ago, and now seeing her go through the aid station, making sure that she gets the hydration she needs, just smart racing.
Still taking through the steps as we see that drone footage. This is the final stretch before we get to the boardwalk. So around the back, off Palaranda, in behind the mangroves, fantastic walking paths. These provide everyone the opportunity for their fitness regime, run and walk up and down the Strand, to ride and run all the way out to Palaranda. And right now, your leader, Charlene Clavel, will swing around into that location we just saw on the drone shot. This is that little turn that will take you down past the back of the mangroves and that final concrete pathway up to the boardwalk. Uphill to the top of Jazine and that final run. So that is the location we're going to see our race leader in right now. The countdown continues to the celebration of our new elite women world champion. 5 hours 39. We started this with the deep ocean swim, 3 kilometers of swim, 114 kilometers on the bike, and closing in for our race leader on 30 kilometers of run to get that gold medal.
Very fast racing here today. Well under the predicted times that we had, both our men and women. As you can see, Marta Legaunik looking very, very strong. We know that she's currently in second position.
Yeah, she's got no threat to her silver medal. There's no doubt about that. With a minute and 30, what was it, minute 50?
It was a minute 59 last check. And I just, even though I think it'll be less than that towards the finish,
just not enough.
just not enough.
Clavel will have it in the back of her mind, though. There's no doubt about it. She'll be getting those sort of feedback that Marta has been coming hard strong. Another quick check of the watch.
Making sure she's still on pace.
Here she comes. So only a couple of 100 metres now before she hits that boardwalk. And there's Marta, who is yet to get to the back of the mangrove. So it will be a job too far out of reach for Marta Legaunik from Poland. But again, as we said before, an outstanding day at the office today. One that could set her up for future World Championships. She'll be looking ahead to Pontevedra and going, well, maybe, now that I've done this, she could be a world champion in 12 months' time.
Well, I know that she is already planning another race. She'll head all the way back home to Poland. And then on the 8th of September, she's racing in Uzbekistan and Challenge Samarkand. So no rest for this woman.
Wow.
Straight back on the bike and straight back into racing. So that's the life of an elite athlete.
And just a little flight to get back home.
Just a little flight. Hop, skip and a jump over the ocean. I quite like it, you know, because obviously with my job, I'm overseas. I'm in Europe all the time. And I think this year I'm about to do my 3rd trip to Europe. And I always like it when athletes do it the other way because it's quite satisfying. They get to feel what I have to do at least 3 or 4 times a year.
All right, here we go. This is getting super close to wrapping up a world championship. Back to second place, Marta Legaunik. She is the chaser, but she's got to run out of real estate, as Belinda has well put throughout today. She'll be super proud of her efforts.
She will. As I said, a little bit of the unknown coming in here today, and she really has nailed it to perfection.
The boardwalk. And back to
Julie
the lady.
Iamolo. Oh, she's still hanging in there, and look, still in 3rd place. I really would like, now that we're at this back end, we've only got a couple of kilometres left, I would really love to see her holding on to 3rd position.
To walk away without a medal would be absolutely horrible. She's deserving of a position on the podium. But right now, it's the uphill boardwalk at the back of Jazine Barracks for Charlene Clavel from France. She does not have too far before one final little turn up the hill and then all downhill to a gold medal and a world championship. She is so close now.
She can almost taste it. Oh, look, what a day we've had. I think back to when we started this morning. I always think, oh, it's going to be a long day, but it goes so quickly because these athletes just put on such a show for us all.
Here it is, that final turn. That's the uphill done.
She'll be going, thank you very much. Just got to get down the other side here now.
Viva la France. I think she might be safe, Julie, in third place. There doesn't seem to be too many closing in.
But I can't see anyone behind.
We have our fingers crossed, I think. This final downhill section. This is Charlene Clavel. Only a couple of 100 metres left. A swing down to the right. She'll come down the hill for a celebration of a world championship. One roundabout to negotiate at the bottom of the hill, and blue carpet awaits your world champion. Long distance triathlon in Townsville, Australia. The French will celebrate tonight.
So 33 years of age. She predominantly races over the middle distance. She has raced one Ironman Switzerland. She finished in 6th, but that was back in 2021. She's been focusing on middle distance.
And a look at the watch, and I think almost a smile started to break out on the face as Charlene Clavel is almost at the roundabout, and the blue carpet shining in the North Queensland sun. This will be a World Championship gold medal from France. Charlene Clavel is on the blue carpet. What a moment.
Now she lets the little fist pump. She lets the celebrations begin. It's funny how your mind just switches over and it's all of a sudden you are fighting, and now it's like, the relief.
What a celebration. We have a new world champion, long distance triathlon, Charlene Clavel, representing France. A stellar day on the streets of Townsville.
You can see how much this means to her. Brilliant racing. She really did time it to perfection. As we see Marta Legaunik from Poland also making her way to the blue carpet. Great racing from Marta. First time over this distance. She's absolutely nailed it here today.
Stellar for both of those two. The first two, considering what they were staring down from the end of the bike going out onto the run. Stellar day. Legaunik now, those final steps down the hill. One final trip around the roundabout. And the joy of seeing the blue carpet, the World Triathlon Multisport World Championship blue carpet in Townsville is not too far away now for Marta Legaunik from Poland.
She's had an incredible season so far, and she's about to add a silver medal to her name. She won at Challenge Gran Canaria. She was second at 70.3 Warsaw. She won in Portugal. She is the current European middle distance champion. Amazing.
Wave to the crowd. The overhead shot. You'll see Marta come into the roundabout now. The final turn around the marker and onto the blue carpet, and a silver medal, second place in the long distance Triathlon World Championships in Townsville for Marta Legaunik.
Look how happy she is. Celebrations beginning. She knows that she's had an incredible race here today. Celebrate you should, Marta. You deserve it. Fabulous place for Poland as well.
What a sensational result. And there is your gold and silver medalist embracing at the finish line. Marta Legaunik gets second place. Next we await Julie Amolo. in third place. She will be super relieved to see that blue carpet.
Big waves. Here she comes. So just got to make it up and over the boardwalk. We know this is the toughest section of the course. Come on, Julie. You can do it.
She would be in all sorts of different feelings in her head, knowing how much of a lead she had. Hopefully, the fact that she'll pick up a bronze medal won't break her too much. Super athlete, bronze medal, very close. Doesn't look like we've got any competition too close to her at the moment. For that final little climb up the boardwalk hill for Julia Molo to claim a bronze medal. So France will go gold and bronze, with the silver medal going to Poland. Just for those who may have joined us a little bit earlier, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain has won the elite men's event. Fantastic result for him. Steve McKenna from Australia picking up the silver. And of course, Louis Nayart from Belgium getting the bronze. Our medal presentations will follow. We will have all the medal presentations for you coming up shortly. We'll have Pete Murray down on the blue carpet to chat to our top 3 women as well. But finally, for Julia Molo, downhill to the finish line and a World Championship medal, Belinda.
Unbelievable. She'll be very, very happy with that. I know it's not first place, but still to be able to hold on to a podium finish. We knew that she wasn't going to be the strongest runner in the field. We knew that the run was where she was going to become a little unstuck, which she did, but hats off to her still to be able to hold on to top 3. We knew that Ioada was coming at a rate of knots, so obviously tried to catch the girls up front too quickly, and is now paying the price because I think I has definitely backed it off quite a bit since we last got that split. But amazing top 3.
Yeah. A little bit of a look of relief coming as Julie runs down the hill for the final time.
I don't think we'll see some celebrations from Julie till she has hit that blue carpet because she's had to push so hard. And when you go to the well that deeply, you don't trust that you're actually going to make it till you get to that finish line. So you won't see any celebrations or anything of such until we get her to that carpet.
Yeah, the hurt locker would really have paid off today, but we see a little bit more of a grin.
Come on,
Probably
Julie.
for the first time in the whole run leg, we'll see a little smile as she can glimpse the blue carpet not too far away. The drone shot down around the roundabout for the final time. The glasses pop up the top, a wipe of the brow. She is ready to claim a bronze medal in the World Championship of Triathlon long distance on the carpet. Julie Molo from France will get 3rd position. Finally, her day is done. And under 6 hours, still a fantastic effort out there today. Well done, Julia Molo.
All of these times are so incredibly fast. So it's a fast course, that fast times. And these women were just superb today. To think that we've got France in 1st and 3rd. Brilliant racing from this French team.
Wow. What a day for Julia Molo. To think back, again, we've reflected a number of times. Just over 3 minutes she was in front as she came out of the swim leg, a 3K swim. At the end of 114 Ks, she had a good 4 minutes over her countrywoman in Charlene Clavel and nearly 10 minutes over Marta Legarnik. But she made it through and picks up a bronze medal.
So final splits, of course, we know Charlene Clavel, 5 hours 45:13. 2 minutes and 1 second back, we had Marta Legarnik from Poland. And then in 3rd place, as we've just seen, Julie Molo from France at 5 minutes 50 back. So our top 3 women are now across the finish line. We will wait to see who is next. Last split, it was Ioada, but that was quite some time ago now. So
yeah, we haven't seen a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what pans out there and get some indication of how the rest of our Aussies are travelling out there on course as well. Shots across. There is the memorial I spoke about at the top of Kissing Point. part of the history of Jazeen Barracks.
And talking about the Aussies, we've spoken about obviously Steve McKenna, who finished in second place today. But we've also got Benjamin Hill, who finished in 5th, Matt Burton in 6th, Jai Spriggs in 7th, Calvin Amos in 8th, and Sam Benton in 9th. So pretty good day for the Aussie elite males.
Jai Spriggs, congratulations.
Brilliant.
7th in a World Championship in his
Brilliant.
home city. This is his home. This is his place, his house. And to get 7th in a World Championship, 34 minutes off the lead is pretty special. I think he'd be pretty happy with that.
A mighty fine effort. And of course, we had Dylan Magnian from France finishing in 4th place. So our top 9 elite men.
Yeah, stunning view.
Wonderful.
This is my backyard. I live here.
Oh, I know. I'm going to have to leave on Monday. I'm not sure I will. I might have to tell my husband my plane got cancelled.
The beautiful rock pools, of course, the saltwater pools in the middle there. A lot of people come down and swim in there. Beautifully protected. There are some great restaurants overlooking that. The surf club as part of the makeup there. Barbecue areas.
Glorious.
Play areas. And then, of course, the beach of the Strand. And up in the top, you've got magnificent Castle Hill, our giant pink granite monolith, just a few metres short of a mountain.
We'll call it a mountain. Come on.
I think I mentioned to you before we broadcast, at one stage, many, many years ago, we had this opportunity to turn it into a mountain. They carted rock to the top to try and make up those last couple of
I can't
metres.
believe that story. It's hilarious.
But I just don't think Castle Mountain works. Castle Hill is what it is.
Yeah, it is.
And I
It
love
sounds
it.
good.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's such a beautiful location on our Strand. At this time of year, it's spectacular. A little bit harder later in the year. We have to put the swimming nets in with the irukandjis, the jellyfish that comes through. But right now, it's time to go down to the blue carpet and celebrate our women. Your race winner, Charlene Clavel, is with Pete Murray.
Charlene Clavel, world champion. You did it in style here in Townsville. Congratulations. It has a good sound to it. World champion.
Yes, I'm very happy and it's amazing for me. I want to win today for my team. I have the best support and it's important for me to win today. I'm very, very happy and very, very tired. It's
A great swim, a solid bike. You rode solo on that bike. You're sitting around 4 minutes 30 down. But the run today, your real strength, it came through. It got you from second place to the top of the podium, a world championship, but a great run.
Yes, I have difficulty in swim, thundering swim. I'm strong in bike, and when I run, I want to go in front of, and I give the best, and I'm happy to that.
What does it mean to be a world champion? Great feeling.
Yes, it's a great feeling. It's amazing for me, and I'm very, very happy.
Well, congratulations, a world champion from France. Well done.
Yeah, you go, Charlene Clavel. She talked about how the swim wasn't her favourite. She's good on the bike, and the back end of the bike, she really did start to pick up the run. Sensational, and there is the celebration of your world champion. The gold medal goes to Charlene Clavel of France. Stitched it all together beautifully today, Belinda.
Just perfectly done, perfectly executed.
All right, let's go back down to the blue carpet and celebrate the silver position with Marta Legownik from Poland. Let's go down to Pete.
Well, one of the great races today, we saw a barnstorming run. Congratulations, Marta Legownik from Poland. What a race.
Oh, thank you so much. It was a tough race for me. It was a first long distance for me today. So I am so excited that I am second on the World Championship in Townsville. I am so exhausted. I have never run 30 kilometers, so my legs are a bit hit.
Can we talk about your swim, bike, run, the course itself, your tactics? A strong bike, great course, but your run, as you said before, haven't run 30 kilometres, but the strength was there.
The swimming was I was a second from the swimming. It was, I think, 3 minutes gap after first, sorry. And then on the bike, I tried to pushing her, but the French girls are so strong. So I try to keep pushing and have at the same gap still. And on the run, I try to have the same pace every kilometers. And the most important thing in the long distance is to have on the last 10 kilometers the same pace. So I was, I think, more or less the same pace. So it was second place, and I'm so exciting.
Your first long course race, what a race to do it in a World Championship. Congratulations, silver medal.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I have very enjoyed in Australia. It's my first time, so yeah.
Work. Marta Legalnik picks up the silver medal down on the blue carpet where we await our medal presentations. They will not be too far away. As we said earlier, thinking of the age group athletes who are still out on course today and still could have a little bit of time ahead of them. Our first two places are done. Let's go down and chat with our bronze medalist, Julia Mollo from France. It's down to Pete Murray.
Well, great race today. A real solid performance from our third place, Julie Emile from France. Congratulations, a podium finish at the World Championships.
That's it, thank you. I'm pretty happy with this race. I tried my best, and I think I raced like the way I love to race. I mean, being in the front at the maximum since the swim. Try to hold the lead during the bike and the maximum during the run, but today it was only to the half of the run, so a little bit disappointed, but very happy to come back home with a medal.
On that bike course, it's a bit technical, but your bike skills were on show today. Your strength was on show today. And a very important part, you tried to set your race up through the bike.
Yeah, that's it. I really like this bike course, more technical and with a lot of turns and turnaround on the bike. We don't see this very often on long distance races, and before being specialized on long distance, I was a short distance athlete, so it's remembering me the previous races I did before, but only 20 kilometers before, and today 120, but the same type of course.
And the run course got very warm. A nice scenic course as well, but you managed to hang on. You dug deep.
Yes, that's right. I really enjoyed this run course also because we had the flat part on the run and different to come back along the sea. It was very nice.
Third place in the world. Congratulations.
Murray down there with Julie Amolo. As she did, she hung tough and she's got that bronze medal. Disappointed but happy.
It was interesting to hear her talk about that. I mean, obviously coming from a short course background, and she had to rely on her skills from when she was a short course athlete, and probably the reason why she was so dominant on the bike here today, because she was so great through all those corners and turns and twists.
Yeah, she referred to that, didn't she? Saying it all came back to her. The whole idea of being on those tight, twisty little circuits when you're racing in short as opposed to long. But today, she got the job done right to the final stages. But again, gets to take home a bronze medal from this fantastic location. There is the blue carpet. Preparations for our presentations will get underway. The medal ceremonies are not too far away as we see Magnetic Island out in the background. And it has been a day full of absolute highlights. Some great racing. Two very different races between the men and the women, but still some question marks how it was all going to wrap up.
Oh, just so exciting, and that's why I love long course racing, because it just so much can happen, particularly at the back end of the run. We know that Ayo Ueda from Japan has now finished in fourth place. We thought that there was a chance that she could make her way up into third, but she obviously has found those last 5 to 6 kilometres of the run very, very tough. But great that she's finished in fourth place.
And 13 minutes back from our race winner, Ayo Ueda, who is one of the darlings of this absolute week here in Townsville, without a doubt. We loved having her here. Got the medal on the podium for the mixed relay in the duathlon back a week ago now. It was absolutely fantastic. So stand by. Those medals will be presented very shortly. Our male elite and our female elite will not be too far away. So a chance to celebrate. And, of course, we'll spray a little bit of Aussie champagne.
Aussie champagne, that's the best
Well, are we allowed
part.
to say Aussie champagne?
I don't know. No, I don't think you can put those two words together, actually. Aussie sparkling water, fizzy water.
Aussie sparkling. there will be a spraying of a liquid substance coming up at the end of the medal presentations. And what I love about that is we get our males and females up on the podium
Together.
to jointly do the celebration, which I think is fantastic.
I always love it because you get to see the athletes that are used to doing that, have had plenty of practice, and the ones that have not done it very often at all.
Normally the ones that end up with it in the eyes.
Yes.
So that's all coming up very soon as part of our wrap-up here in Townsville. Again, it's been fantastic to have everyone here. 200,000 people population, 320 sunny days a year. We are on the edge of the Great Barrier Reef, the Paluma Rainforest, which is UNESCO World Heritage listed. We're 20 minutes by ferry to Magnetic Island. So many things to see and do. You spoke about it earlier. We sent some of our international athletes to Maggie, also to Billabong Sanctuary, which has been absolutely fantastic. So we've welcomed the world, and today we get to mark our final event. Let's go through the results one more time, Belinda. The elite males.
And of course, in first place with that stellar run, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain, 5 hours, 2 minutes and 53. In second, Steve McKenna from Australia. In third, Louis Nayart from Belgium. In fourth, from France, Dylan Magnian. And then what a run for the Aussie men. In fifth, Benjamin Hill. In sixth, Matty Burton. In seventh, local hero Jai Spriggs. In eighth, Calvin Amos. In ninth, Samuel Betton. And then, of course, rounding out the top 10 from Japan, Tsukasa Koyama.
There's
Hope
your
I got
top
that
10.
right.
That was a pretty good effort, I thought. Elite male top 10 in the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships here in Townsville as we count down to those medal presentations. That is not too far away today. And we'll be getting close to wrap things up. Of course, before we head to 12 months' time, Pontevedra.
Pontevedra in Spain, where we will have the the World Multisport Championships. Of course, next year here in Australia.
In Wollongong.
We have the grand final here in Wollongong as we move to our elite females, our top 5. Charlene Clavel from France taking home that top spot. Marta Delgaunik with that brilliant run of hers from Poland in second. Julie Irmolo from France in third. Ayueda from Japan in fourth. And great to see fifth place, Kate Gillespie-Jones coming home in fifth, only having turned pro about a year and a half ago.
Spectacular, isn't it?
Brilliant race from Kate.
Congratulations to the athletes of the world who've given us some incredible highlights here in Townsville over the last 12 days of the World Triathlon Championships. Extraordinary stuff here in Townsville. That medal ceremony is not too far away. Yeah, of course, I was talking about the athletes going out to Billabong Sanctuary. They got to hang out with koalas, crocodiles. They got to feed the crocs.
I saw them with meerkats. Oh, I was so jealous. I wish I had come up earlier and gone to it. It looked amazing.
Have a look at the World Triathlon Instagram page. There is incredible footage of the athletes out there feeding the crocs and the rest of the Aussie wildlife, and incredible images as well, which has been fantastic. So we sent the fabulous athletes over to Maggie Island to check out the extraordinary place that it is. It is a wonderful place, just 20 minutes by ferry. Here are some of the athletes of the world going to Magnetic Island. Yeah, fantastic images. Athletes of the world enjoying beautiful Magnetic Island. An incredible destination. If you ever make your way to Townsville, it's worth the 20 minutes to get over there. As I mentioned earlier, the walking trails. There are so many great walks. 24 Ks of walking trails, 23 beaches and bays, national parks. It is stunning. there is our podium. We'll get to that shortly, but let's have a look at some of the highlights of the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships here in Townsville. It got underway with the deep ocean swim. The men were first to go today. We did get a breakaway group that stayed together for quite some time, and of course, the young American was first out of the water.
A little bit different for our women's race, of course, when we had that breakaway. Julia Moller really showing us what a brilliant swimmer she is, coming out in first. And of course, that men's group, that group of 4 that grew to 5 and stayed together for the entire race.
Some super fast bike riding. The course had so many ups and downs. The elevations, not massive, but enough to be a concern at some stages, and great vision of our stadium and our suburbs here around the Strand. Just super.
Yeah, it was. And honestly, our men, Steve McKenna, really pushing the pace there up front along with Antonio. You can see Antonio on the run. It wasn't long before he decided, I'm out of here, and really started to put his stamp on the event.
Julia Molo at this stage was starting to show some signs, and Charlene Clavel was coming.
Great to see the Aussie women. We had 3 women racing here today. Kate Gillespie-Jones home in 5th place, so great race from her. But this man on screen now, Antonio, was
There's
just
your moment.
My moment. My favourite moment of the entire race was when Charlene Clavel was able to take the lead from her fellow countrywoman.
And this is all about blue carpet. Here's our winners down the chute. First of all, of course, your male winner, Antonio Benito Lopez. He grabs the banner and is world champion elite male here in Townsville. And Charlene Clavel, she got to celebrate after a fantastic race today.
2 brilliant and deserving winners.
And the joy and the pain all
knowing
together.
It's all over.
Well, just stunning. And again, we see more of our athletes, some still going around on the run course, others looking, as you can see, the blue cones saying you can't go through to the finish.
Not allowed through the finish quite yet. You've got to get out there for another lap or 2. And of course, we've got our aqua bike also out there. They don't actually have to do the run today. They're lucky. They don't get to do the 30K run. They're just doing the swim and the bike. They've got a little bit of a run because they've got a slightly separate finish line here.
Yes, so from the transition points. But it is a stellar celebration of athletics. And again, I just want to go back to something we talked about earlier. Across this week, over 3,500 athletes from 39 countries and age groups, including athletes running over 80 years of age, competing for their own world championship in the age group levels. It's inspiring.
It's extraordinary. Yeah. And, obviously I have a few friends. We spoke about earlier today, Belinda Sozin, who won her age group in the aquathon, 70 to 74. She was a huge influence at the beginning of my career as an athlete. And to think that she's still racing and doing so incredibly well. She's a world champion. I mean, it's madness.
And Fergie?
And, yep, of course, Kevin Ferguson. I mean, he's been a legend. He's been at the top of his game ever since I met him many, many years ago. And he's been winning his age group and will continue to win his age group for many years to come.
When you think of athletes, you think, you head off to even an Olympic Games. You might be a 100-metre and 200-metre runner. That's it. You go and do 2 events. You put it to bed. Or you just go and do one.
One event, yeah, exactly.
One
That's
event.
Enough.
This guy has been running in just about everything that's gone this week.
6 events in total.
6 events over 12 days.
It's madness. Crazy. And as I said, he was supposed to do the long distance race today, but a little bit of a niggle in the leg, and he's got the world champs coming up. So he said, well, most people would say, you know what? I just won't do anything. I'll just lay this one out. Oh, no, I'll do the aqua bike. Why not?
Unbelievable.
So, yeah,
those presentations coming up. And again, a big shout out to everyone who's joined us across this week from last Friday and Sunday with our duathlon world championships. Absolutely fantastic scenes. We went out and did the cross course, the triathlon and the duathlon on Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday, probably not the best weather day we've had, but we certainly came back on Thursday with great weather. And the aquathlon, we knocked that out of the way as well. And now finally, the last Sunday and our long distance triathlon. 3-kilometre swim, 114K bike and a 30K run course to round us out in Townsville. And again, like you said, the closing ceremony tonight, there'll be a lot of letting of the hair down, one would imagine.
As there should be, and thoroughly deserving. But it's funny, over 30 countries here, and one of the things I loved when Pete was interviewing Marta Legownik, saying, this is my first time ever to Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, how many athletes are here that are saying that this is their first experience of Australia? What an experience to have.
And what a great part of Australia.
Exactly.
Here in Townsville, North Queensland. So much Australia to love, but this is Magnetic Island we talked about with the beaches and the bays. The fort, which is, of course, part of our military history, the fort there. They call it the Fort Lookout, the Koala Fort Walk. You can see koalas in the trees all the way up to the top of the Fort Walk. And just look at the colour of the water. The reef so close. So many great places to be a part of. Nellie Bay, where you come into the ferry terminal. Some great resorts there. And, of course, the sailing. Big Mama sailing. Just extraordinary.
I want to do this. This is what I want to do.
The Koala Sanctuary on Magnetic Island.
Oh,
absolutely fantastic
amazing.
as well. Again, you see the trails. This is the view from Castle Hill. So many great spots on Castle Hill to look over our city. Sunrises and sunsets are just spectacular. The diving, extraordinary on the Great Barrier Reef. And we're about to see the Museum of Underwater Art. A couple of years in the making now. Man-made sculptures out there. It is just stunning. And people are coming from all over the world to look at this. It is spectacular, Belinda.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Last couple of years, they've worked hard. They've got incredible things going ahead out there. And it is a destination now. Because ecotourism is so important to this part of the world, we are an eco-certified destination. And rightly so. The things that you can do here in North Queensland are extraordinary. And that Museum of Underwater Art is something that's just spectacular. On the Great Barrier Reef, you go out, you dive, and you just spend that time with the artworks that have been put in out there. And, you know, the coral starts to grow in it. The fish life is extraordinary out there. It's
Wow.
something we are super, super proud of.
Just incredible.
And of course, on that subject, we are well known for the Great Barrier Reef with our marine sciences. The Great Barrier Marine Park Authority, James Cook University, leads the world in marine science. Look at this view of our
It
fantastic
almost doesn't
Great
look
Barrier
real,
Reef.
doesn't it? It's just
Look at the
blows
wildlife.
my mind.
And that's why we are so special here. We have incredible scientists working to maintain our reef. And the great news that came out for a lot of locals this reef, $100 million extra has been put in for the rebuild of our aquarium. It's one of the biggest coral marine aquariums in the world. It's a focus of studies here in Australia when it comes to marine biology. The marine sciences here are second to none. And that's why it is a destination. You know, I talked about that eco destination, the certification of that. Not everywhere in the world ticks those boxes.
No.
And Townsville is one of those locations. If you have a love of marine biology, if you want to go up into the rainforest of Paluma, go and check out the Outback. Again, I mentioned earlier, they're an hour and a half.
So close.
All the way around, right
Everything
on the doorstep.
Just, yeah, it's right within your reach.
2-hour flight from Brisbane or an hour from Cairns. International flights do come in
To Cairns, that's right.
as well. So then it's an hour flight, or you can take the 4-hour drive down and see so much of the Australian scenery as well. A lot of sugarcane in this part of the world
course.
as well. So
Renowned
either
for it.
direction, whether you come north or south by road, a lot of the sugar production in Australia is in this part of the world as well. So agriculture, there's plenty of it. Tourism, there's plenty of it.
You know, it's funny. I mean, obviously, this is for our international guests that are watching, but I tell you, I reckon there's a lot of Australians out there watching the coverage now going, I had no idea just how glorious it was up this end of Australia.
And I think for such a long time, Cairns was a major focus, and
Yes.
deservedly so, of tourism in this part of the world. We have a lot of other things happening here. James Cook University for education is second to none. The mining component of this city, we have our critical mineral sector that goes out to the northwest. We have some of the most incredible deposits of critical minerals anywhere in the world on our doorstep. That's about to all come to fruition with the beginning of our Copper String project, $5 billion project to electrify from Townsville out to Mount Isa. It's quite stunning. But right now we get to celebrate a couple of medals that everyone is going to love. It is time to go down to the podium for our presentations. Pete Murray.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championship, Townsville. Presenting medals today will be Mr. Antonio Aramani, Secretary General, World Triathlon, and Mr. Scott Collins on behalf of Tourism and Events Queensland. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Belgium, Louis Mayerts. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Australia, Steve McKenna. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal at the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, Townsville, representing Spain, Antonio Benito Lopez. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of the national anthem of Spain. Well, there they are, folks, our elite male up on the dais. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to our elite women's medal ceremony very shortly. Toby, you've got a couple of minutes, a minute or two to bring to.
So Pete Murray with the podium, our top three males in elite long distance world triathlon here in Townsville. And once again, congratulations to Antonio Benito Lopez. Going back to that chat he had with Pete when he was down on the blue carpet, he said, I had to win this.
It was win or die.
Yeah.
And I love that. You know, when an athlete, it's really difficult. You want to have, to commit to something so difficult and to not settle for anything else. It's a tough thing to do. And there are not a lot of elite athletes that can actually say, you know what, I'm coming here and I'm coming here to win. And that's it. I'm not going to even think about anything else. I'm not going to have plan B, C, or D. Just plan A, and plan A is to win.
And that's exactly how he executed it today. So that is our elite male podium. Very shortly, our elite women before we wrap up here in Townsville and send everybody off to party. A big celebration tonight, the closing ceremony to wrap up an outstanding 12 days in Townsville. It is time to go back down for the podium for the elite women with Pete Murray.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, Townsville. Presenting medals today will be Mr. Antonio Aramani, Secretary General, World Triathlon, and Mr. Scott Collins on behalf of Tourism and Events Queensland. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Julie Emelot. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Poland, Marta Laganik. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal, the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, Townsville, representing France, Charlene Clavel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our elite male back to the presentation dais for the champagne celebration for elite male, elite female, the 2024 World Triathlon Multisport Championships, our long course triathlon.
Champagne to make it official.
My favourite part. My favourite part. I mean, there's been so many favourite parts here today, but I think this is just the athletes' opportunity to really let their hair down, to celebrate.
There it is.
See who's good at it. Who's good? Oh, the women were really good at it. I think the women trumped the men here today. I love it.
A nice celebration.
Rookie mistake from Charlene. She should have kept those glasses on her head. Look at Julie. Julie had them down. She's smart, knows what to do.
Absolutely. Great to see a spread of countries on the podium as well. A couple from France, Spain, Poland, Australia and Belgium on the podium in Townsville to round out what has been an exceptional World Triathlon celebration of sport. Our Multisport World Championships 2024 in Townsville, Australia. The taste of the bubbles, exceptional. And the overhead shot down to the podium just about wraps us up for what has been an extraordinary time in the history of Townsville. The World Championship Multisport will, of course, head overseas back to Spain in 2025. But that, my friends, is an incredible way to wrap us up here in Townsville. The champagne has been sprayed. A big thank you to everyone who's been a part of it. Pete Murray down on the blue carpet. Toby Coote, of course, has been incredible. Belinda Granger, thank you so much for joining us in Townsville and being a part of this extraordinary event.
I'm the one that should be thanking you. This has been an absolute honour, and what a magnificent few days for me.
And of course, a big shout out to all of our incredible crew, our operators sitting in air-conditioned comfort pushing buttons, the camera crew and the motorbikes who've been out on course for well over 6 hours today. An incredible team has brought you the pictures of this amazing event, the 2024 World Triathlon Long Distance Championships. It has been absolutely fantastic. It's just about time for us to say farewell. The finish was extraordinary for all of our winners. Antonio Benito Lopez was the man that crossed the line for our male elite long distance championship. And of course, a stunning day for Charlene Clavel from France, winning here in Townsville the female elite world championship. The medals were presented. The champagne has been sprayed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. My name is Glenn Minturn, proudly a Townsvillian. Thank you, world, for being a part of it. We look forward to you joining us in Pontevedra in Spain in 2025. From Townsville, Australia, goodbye, everybody. See you next time.
See you, everyone.
See a hint of fear. Lines and doors, zoom in, zoom out. Open your window, let them hear you shout. Right on the poles, right on the street. Always remember the future is near. Cut some cords, scratch some scars. Put on your cape and jump from the car. Open your mouth, take a deep breath. Run fast and don't stop at the end. You can be anything you want. You can be everything you choose. Do not let it slip away. 'Cause if you never try it, you never know. You can be anything you want. You can be everything you choose. Do not let it slip away. When I was a kid, my dad used to say, don't let anything stand in your way. Stand tall, think clear. Don't let them see you ain't to fear.